evening. I'd like to call this meeting to order. On behalf of the Burlington School Board, we welcome City Councilor, Mayor, and community members to this joint meeting. We are thrilled, Council President Travers, that you reached out to us to have this opportunity for discussion and engagement, and we look forward to tonight. We will spend 2 hours with you, roughly, and then we know that you have city business to conduct after. And we look forward to that exciting business ahead. We'll first start, before the mechanics of the meeting, I wanted to acknowledge our school librarian, Shannon Walters, who's here. On behalf of the school board, Shannon, when we reached out to you and we heard about the City Hall's elevator breaking down and we needed a space, your immediate response was, yes, how can I help? And we should host it at downtown BHS, because what an opportunity to have counselors and the mayor and city leaders see our space. So this is the library. This is Shannon's home, away from home, which is Richmond, with her 2 sons and husband. But she had the Herculean task of moving all of our books from old BHS downtown to Macy's. And it didn't take a week, a month or two, or it took a year, because of the timeliness and thoughtfulness Shannon put into laying out this space so that it was student-centered and student-friendly. So, and the furniture, she, even before Macy's closed, she had actually gotten furniture from the old Macy's and brought it to the old BHS to use for free. So a lot of the things of creative thinking around Shannon's work, I just can't thank you enough. So on behalf of the City Council and everyone here, I want to recognize your 23 years with the district. You just came off teaching for the umpteenth year at the Governor's Institute, again, inspiring our youth in Vermont. And thank you most sincerely. So I have breakfast for you and your family for tomorrow. Adamsbury Farm, and coffee and tea, and from a bakery, and these, which I'll help you get in your car late tonight. And Shannon will stay late tonight and be your host as you continue city business here. But most sincerely, single-handedly made this happen. So thank you.
I think the flowers should stay on the table so we can all enjoy them.
All right, I'll do that, and then I'll see it. But thank you very much for letting me acknowledge a dedicated BSD employee and change maker.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Chairperson Wool. Let me echo your thanks to Shannon. Shannon, thank you very much for hosting us here at BHS Downtown. I will say that this is actually my first time in BHS Downtown since it was a Macy's, so I'm glad to have an excuse to finally check out your space here.
We are in the midst of summer, but if you have a moment, I should do the safety and security things. We have fire exits on both sides. Restrooms to your left. If you go to the right is part of our 9th grade resistance in the face of cultural erasure display that has been up since May, and it's student essays from research projects and artifacts, and they're really amazing. So if you have a moment, please take a look at some of the amazing things that our kids do.
Great. Thank you, Shannon. And a couple other housekeeping things for folks here in the room. Thank you for Town Meeting TV for being here with us. Unlike a Contoy's auditorium, these, as you can hear, microphones are not amplifying here in the room, so folks will need to amplify their voice to the guests that we have here. Also, unlike our microphones in Contoy's auditorium, we have no ability to turn these off. So word to the wise here, these microphones are all hot as we continue into the meeting. I know we'll have an opportunity, Chair Wool, to talk more about our collaboration and partnership here when we get to that part of the agenda. Because this is our regular City Council meeting, though, I will need to formally open it as the council meeting. And so I will do that now on Monday, July 15th at 6:09 p.m. And if I may, I will need a motion from a City Councilor here, as listed on board docs, to adopt our amended agenda. I will take that motion from Councillor Doherty to reflect for folks that does amend the agenda from what it was originally posted by taking what was posted as item 6.16 on our consent agenda, Downtown Transit Center Property Use Agreement for Flixbus Inc., onto our deliberative agenda. Is there a second to Councillor Doherty's motion to approve our amended agenda? Second from Councillor McKnight. Any discussion on the motion? And I will note Councillor Grant is joining us online. Thank you, Councillor Grant. We'll go to a vote. All city councillors in favor of the motion to adopt the amended agenda, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously. So Chair Wool, the first item before our working session on our agenda is a public forum. I know that the school board has a public forum as well. I don't know if there was any comments that you wanted to make prior to that portion. Otherwise, we could turn to that portion of our agenda.
Yeah, no, we checked with the audience. We do not have school board members, community members here to speak about public comment for school business, school district business. So I defer to you for your public comment.
Okay, very good. I appreciate you're working with us to ensure that the folks joining us here from the public are able to take part in public forum. We do have, I believe, 8 individuals that have signed up for public forum here in person. We have no one who has signed up online, so we will hear from the 8 individuals who have signed up to provide public comment here in person. Again, thank you to Town Meeting TV for setting up this podium here. As I call your name, if you could come up to the podium. And just as we do at all of our regular city council meetings, we will keep our public comments limited to 2 minutes. We will also begin first with Burlington residents and then shift to non-Burlington residents. We have 7 Burlington residents who have signed up and 1 non-Burlington resident. To get started then with our public comment, the first individual we had signed up was Dave Marr. Dave?
Well, thank you, and good evening. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
My name is Dave Marr. I live in Burlington, the New North End to be exact. At the last City Council meeting, as you may remember, I presented some hard data showing that liberal states tend to have higher rates of homelessness than conservative states. And I provided evidence that this is not due to housing, not due to more housing in the conservative states. And I proposed that the most likely cause is the generous services and tolerant treatment afforded the homeless in the more liberal states. And you know, it only makes sense. If you provide good service, you're going to get more customers. So I have some suggestions for data-driven solutions that will help address our homeless problem. The first is we have to enforce our no camping ordinances, both in the parks and the urban reserve. And I believe in the urban reserve we are now allowing homeless people to camp out. At least that's what I found today when I rode by on my bike. We need to transition our generous motel program to barracks-style shelters. The generous motel program is, just as it says, it's too generous. We need to provide incentives for people to work to whom we're providing sheltering. We need to enforce our drug laws. We probably need help from the state police, county sheriffs, neighboring towns, UVM police, anybody. But we need to enforce our drug laws. As you know, many homeless people have a problem with drugs. So in conclusion, we need to take a close look at our generous services and make sure that we are not promoting homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. We next have Julia Hondel to be followed by Jack Hansen.
Can everyone hear me all right?
Yes.
All right, my name is Julia Hondel. I'm a lifelong resident of Ward 4 in the New North End. I went to the Burlington schools from kindergarten through senior year, and as many of you who are on the school board know, I was a student commissioner for about 3 years, and now I'm currently a student at UVM. I'm here to talk about the Cherry Street Bank Street Reconnection Project, which we all know has been a long time coming, but not including bike lanes in the new design is going to have negative impacts on our city. If Burlington doesn't think that people will use the bike lanes, you need to take a look at the people actually biking in Burlington. In the New North End, when we changed North Ave from 4 lanes to 3 lanes to include a bike lane, I noticed in general more people biking than I did growing up before we added the bike lane. And even now, when my older sister and I go to the farmer's market, now that they've started construction on the bike lane by the farmer's market, I've noticed more people biking there too, which I think is great. But we shouldn't have to wait until somebody dies to put in bike lanes on the Bank Street, Cherry Street Reconnection Project. We need to put them in now. Considering that many of you talk about public safety, adding bike lanes will be a great way to ensure public safety before somebody gets hurt or, at worst, dies. we really need to support adding these bike lanes before something terrible happens so we can use our public safety resources for other causes in Burlington. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. Next up, we have Jack Hansen, to be followed by Robert Bristow Johnson.
Great, thank you. I'm Jack. I am a former city councilor. I'm a Ward 8 resident on College Street, and I run the nonprofit Run on Climate. We work with a number of municipalities across the country on climate action. What we see in city after city is that if you install proper and safe infrastructure, people will bike, and if you don't, they won't. In Burlington, we have not provided adequate infrastructure for people to feel safe. There are those of us who ride anyways and who ride in the street, those of us who just rode down Cherry Street trying to navigate cars to get to this meeting. We can't continue to miss opportunities to shift our infrastructure. Otherwise, we're not going to make the progress that we have laid out in the Walk Bike Master Plan, that we've laid out in the Net Zero roadmap. It's going to take a change in direction and a change in the way that we do things. I encourage you to vote no tonight on this proposal. This is not adequate. We're talking about 2 streets and 2 new interconnected streets that are right next to a parking garage. We do not need to allocate the streetscape for on-street parking when we have the garage right there. This is an opportunity to ensure that people can actually bike safely. And with that space, if we forego parking, we'll have not only room for just a painted line, which is really the only infrastructure that you see on Burlington streets, but we could actually do buffered or protected bike lanes, which is what's really necessary to get folks who are scared to share the road with cars out there. So I know we all care about the climate crisis. I think what we need folks to realize is to address it. It's not just caring about it, it's not just talking about it. It's actually taking some of these uncomfortable votes and these uncomfortable stands and saying we can't continue to do the same thing and expect different results. I appreciate the pedestrian infrastructure that's included in this, that's great, but the fact that there's zero bike infrastructure is unacceptable, and we need to do better. And judging by the email exchange between DPW and the state, there's definitely opportunity to rework this project even without having to resubmit the grant. So if you haven't looked into that, please do, and I encourage you to postpone or vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. Next up, we have Robert Bristow Johnson, to be followed by Sarah Judd.
Hello. This is the first time I've been before this particular group of people and new faces, and I just want to greet you and the mayor. And so those of you who aren't new know that I'm kind of a pain in the derriere, but I try to be a dreadfully truthful pain in the derriere. And so there's 2 things, one that's broader and one that's more focused, to worry about. And I hate alarmism, but the alarm is ringing off the wall. And I'm talking about the events of today, the events of Saturday, and also the events at the end of the Supreme Court session last month. We are in grave danger of losing our democracy in this country. And at all levels, we need to start worrying about it, really seriously. The local thing is about the bike bridge. It's up where I live. And we are in danger of losing that within a decade or 2 if we do nothing. First real noticeable erosion was when Hurricane Irene happened. Then there was the big thing last year. And then there was the thing last week, and where I saw another approximately 8 feet get chewed away. And if we do nothing, it is going to cut through, and this is on the Burlington side, not the Colchester side. It is going to cut through underneath the first span of the bridge into Charlie's Boathouse property. And at some point, they're going to close the bike bridge because it won't be considered safe because of the erosion around it. And we can't ignore it. And I am talking to folks in the city, I'm talking to Bob Hooper and folks, but this simply just cannot be ignored. Because if it is ignored, we are going to lose a jewel in our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Next up, we have Sarah Judd, to be followed by Michael Nadell.
Hi, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Sarah Judd. I live at 6668 Peru Street, And I am here because I understand that y'all are going to be voting on the pods tonight that are on Elmwood Avenue, extending it another year. And quite honestly, I'm in favor of it, in favor of the pods. I think the pods, the people inside there, we've gone to housing meetings where we've met people who are sincerely trying to get a handle on their lives. Unfortunately, with the pods has come an extremely sad neighborhood situation for us. My husband and I love our neighborhood. We live on Peru Street. I bought my house 20 years ago. We love where we live. Every single day, there's some kind of incident. There's everything from, let's see, last week was the knife fight in the middle of the road. We've had someone with an axe outside of our window threatening another person. This is a daily occurrence. We are next to the church, and the church is being used as a bathroom, as a public bathroom. So this is every single day. And frankly, the use and enjoyment of our home has really decreased. I do think that the pods, while I understand the social mission behind them, I do think they're an attractive nuisance. And as such, what they're attracting are a lot of drug dealers and a lot of drug activity around us. It's constant, and it's ridiculous because we have, any number of us living on that street can point you to exactly the houses and the drug dealers who are just out in the open selling drugs all day, every day. And honestly, the people inside those pods are like sitting ducks. I don't think they have, there's their market right there. They don't have to go very far to find customers, unfortunately, and they're the most vulnerable people on our street. And so essentially, I can't help but wonder why part of the plan for these pods wasn't taking into consideration, into consideration the neighborhood around us. The police, some kind of neighborhood, anything. Once the people leave the pods, they're not supported, and certainly no one gave any kind of consideration to what this was going to do to our neighborhood.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And I can only, in conclusion,
I'm sorry, we have to hold everyone to 2
expendable.
minutes.
We feel that you consider us expendable, and our neighborhood expendable.
Thank you. We next have Michael Nadell, to be followed by Todd DeLuca.
Hi, my name's Michael. I'm a resident of the Old North End. I'd like to make a joke about detention, but I'm here for a serious discussion about the pods on Elmwood because they have impacted our quality of life. Both CHT and CEDO have recognized that they have zero responsibility beyond the border of the pods. That is not neighborly at all. And beyond neighborly is irresponsible because what drug dealers call people in recovery, soft targets. And there's a lot of drug activity and drug dealers going after the people in the pods, and it's shameful. And I think the renewal of the budget for the pod should be contingent on hiring some security forces to do a routine patrol of the area, because that would really help the street where the drug dealers are sitting. There's a guy in the car sitting on the corner of Elmwood and Peru Street right now, and he's there every day. We talk to the cops about him, and he's selling drugs to the people in the pods, and it's not cool. That's all I gotta say. I hope you consider making security contingent on this renewal. Thanks.
Thank you, Michael. Our last Burlington resident is Todd DeLuca, and then we have one non-Burlington resident, Shane Johnson, and then we will close public forum. Thanks, Todd.
Hi, I'm Todd DeLuca from Ward 4. I just wanted to briefly say thank you to some people. Last week I was followed, threatened, and charged at by a terrifying man in the Old North End. He chased me for 10 minutes, for half a mile. And so I'm here to thank the person or people who called the police. And I'm here to thank the Burlington police who responded within minutes and saved me. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd. Our last speaker in public forum is Shane Johnson. Shane?
Hello, everyone. I'm currently living in Burlington for the summer. I'm a college student here, but I originally lived in New Jersey, so that's why I said non-resident. But I'm here to speak about the Bank and Cherry concept approval tonight. And I'm urging council members to vote against the current street designs. The current design promotes increased reliance on cars and fossil fuels. Getting around in a car-dependent environment is fine, only if you're old enough to drive or not too old, and if you have no major mental or physical disabilities, and you can afford a car. And everybody else is treated like a second-class citizen. Furthermore, decades of research have shown that residents of car-dependent places have higher rates of heart disease, diabetes, and chronic respiratory conditions, all things associated with sedentary lifestyles and air pollution, especially when compared to residents of walkable and bikeable areas. These street redesigns present a chance to take a step toward departing from this car-centric status quo, a step in the right direction. The current design can easily be amended to include protected bike lanes in place of needless parking spots, especially with the parking garage right nearby, which is consistently at or around 50% capacity. Why would we put in more parking spaces and enable this car-centric community when we have an easy, no additional cost alternative that will make Burlington a healthier, more inclusive, and more sustainable city? Not taking action on a no-cost, easy solution way to improve our city and address the climate crisis just doesn't make sense, and it really sets a dangerous precedent for further inaction down the road on what seems like an easy decision. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. With no one else signed up for public forum, we'll go ahead and now close public forum at 6:27 p.m. And that brings us to the third item on our agenda, which is the working session with the Burlington School Board. So, Chair Wool, again, let me thank you and Superintendent Flanagan, as well as your colleagues here on the school board, for hosting us here at BHS Downtown. My understanding is that before the pandemic, this used to be a relatively standard practice that the school board and the city council would get together. Since I joined the council a couple years ago, we have not met like this. And we have a number of new faces, both on our city council as well as I understand it, on your school board, certainly since and during the pandemic. And so I'm excited by the opportunity for us to pick this practice back up again. I did send a note around to the full city council saying that I hope that this is the first of a number of more collaborative partner sessions between the city council and the school board. Obviously, many of the issues that we're dealing with overlap, and so it'll be great for us to be able to pick this relationship back up again. We've identified 3 items here jointly for us to go over this evening. An update on the Burlington High School, Burlington Technical Center, your work on the FY26 budget, and I'm thrilled that we have the mayor here and her team as well to speak to our own work and her office's own work on the FY26 budget, because I know that we already do need to be getting to work on the FY26 budget when we're taking taxpayer considerations into mind. And then I know a number of us around this table would like to speak with you all about the work we're doing on public and community safety efforts and its intersection with the school community. I don't know, we didn't have an opportunity before the meeting to introduce each other to one another. This is a more informal working session, though. I don't know, does it make sense to you, Chair Wool, that we would go around the table to put faces to names, names to faces?
Absolutely, I do think so.
Okay.
On behalf of the school board, as I shared, I'm Chair Wool. I've been here in this position, fortunately, since 2018, and I am sitting representative Ward 6.
I'm Kendra Sowers. I'm the North District School Commissioner, and this is my 3rd term.
Martine LaRock-Gulick. I am your School Commissioner from Ward 4.
Lucia Cambriello, Ward 5 School Commissioner, beginning my 2nd term.
Tom Flanagan, I'm the Superintendent of Burlington Schools.
Monica Ivancic, I'm Ward 7 School Commissioner, and this is my 4th term.
Jeannie.
My next, Jeannie Walls. Central District, which is the old North End, and this is my third term.
I'm Rita Corey, Ward 1 Commissioner, and this is my first term.
Gary Golden, I'm the East District School Commissioner. It's my first term.
We represent 8 wards and 4 districts. We have some board members not here tonight. Board Officer Jeff Wick, who could not be here tonight, as well as
Polly
Vanderputten from Ward 2.
And
Yep.
Bill Church.
And Bill Church, excuse me, from Ward 8, Bill Church from Ward 8. And then on the special election in August, we have Ward 3 representative that is up for election, and that is Latasha McDonald, who is on the ballot.
And we, of course, have corresponding representatives from the wards and districts, and maybe we'll go clockwise now around the table. Tim, you want to go first?
Yes, I'm Tim Doherty. I am City Council person from the East District, so that's Wards 1 and Wards 8.
Joe Kane, Councilor from Ward 3.
Becca Brown McKnight, Councilor from Ward 6.
Sarah Carpenter, Ward 4, and proud BHS graduate.
Mark Barlow, North District City Councilor and former North District School Commissioner for a couple of terms.
Evan Litwin, new to the council, Ward 7, and he, him.
I do, just before we get over to, I think probably we'll go to you, Acting City Attorney McNeil, but before we get to there, I do want to thank Lori and Keaton for being here this evening and for their support for this meeting and all of our meetings. So thank you, Lori and Keaton. Joe.
I'm Joe McNeil. I'm well known to the school board. They're my primary client. And I also have been serving on a temporary basis as acting city attorney.
Great. I'm Mayor Emma Mulvaney-Stanek. I usually use her pronouns, and I just want to briefly, for the sake of the school commissioners, point out my Chief of Staff, Aaron Jacobson, and my Deputy Chief of Staff, Joe McGee, who is a former city councilor. Be familiar.
I'm Catherine Schad. I'm the Chief Administrative Officer for the city.
My name's Carter Newbeezer. I represent Ward 1 on the City Council.
I'm Gene Bergman from Ward 2, City Councilor.
Merrick Broderick, Ward 8 City Councilor.
Great.
I don't know, I didn't introduce myself. Ben Travers, I serve as City Council President, represent Ward 5 with Lucia.
And I see.
Oh, and online, yes, Milo, last but not least.
Hi, Milo Grant, Central District City Councilor, which are Wards 2 and 3, including the downtown area. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the one other individual not here is Councilor Joan Shannon, who should be joining us any minute representing the South District.
Great. Thank you so much. Well, like we shared, it used to be a social gathering where we would share and kneel, but we do have our agendas busy for the summer moving into the fall, so we're appreciative that we can glom onto the City Council on the road and be a part of your night tonight. Because we always have a lot of information to share, and communication is top priority like it is for you all as well. We would start with the BHS BTC campus. And I would like to, defer to you, Superintendent Flanagan, as you meet on the operational side weekly with the team. And I did share with City Council our Commissioner's Corner, where we hosted Ben and Freeman, giving the overview of where we are as of May on the campus. And a lot has happened since May, visually, for those of you that drive by 52 Institute Road.
Yeah, well, thank you all for being here tonight in our wonderful high school. We do, although it is a quirky place, we love it here, and we're fortunate that it was available to us at a time when we needed a place for 1,000 plus humans in a very challenging time, facilities-wise and also public health-wise. So we're happy to be able to share this space with you. And even though we've been in here 3.5 years, still lots of people haven't been in and remember the fine dining section. I don't know, I think that's where it's at. Okay. My presentation is actually combined. Are you okay if I sort of, okay. So I passed out a back to front sort of one pager. I also have our Executive Director of Operation and Finance, Nathan Lavery, who's here. And this kind of presentation takes about 15 minutes. so I can walk through it, and then we can open up time and space for questions. Any specific questions about the progress on the high school, I can kind of weave in. Generally speaking, the high school right now is on time and on budget for 2026, August 2026 school opening. We are psyched about that, and you can see the steel going up. I have the opportunity to drive by it every day, as many of you also do, or you see it on your travels through the city. Later in the summer, and in August, I think, we'll start to see some exterior walls going up. You're already starting to see some of the exterior walls. So we're really excited about what's happening there at the high school. The majority of my comments tonight are about the budget. When the City Council and the school board met before, a lot of the conversations, although I wasn't here for them, what I've heard is that a lot of the conversations were about how we work together to plan to make sure that we have a coordinated effort, and the place that we overlap most and most frequently is around budgets. So that's sort of the focus of my discussion today. But the overall purpose is to update you on our budget, including the VHS BTC bonding, and with thinking about FY25, but also with a mind toward FY26, because our budgeting work and planning for FY26 will start right when we get back to school in September. School starts in October, in August, but at the end of August. I also one of the things we really want to make sure that we do tonight is to clarify the importance of equitable funding conversations that are picking up at the State House, that we want to make sure that you understand Act 127 and the positive impact that it has had on our community, and the impact that it has had across the state, to make sure that districts that have more need are funded appropriately. And so those are kind of the two big areas that I'd like to hone in on. So this presentation goes from left to right, left top to left bottom, right top to right bottom. I don't know if there's a way to present this on the screen. Do we have Shannon around somewhere? If not, it is.
Commissioners could just pull it up.
Yeah. Well, for us we can, but so I'll make it narrative so that everyone in the room understands what kind of we're discussing here.
I'll pull it up.
Oh, great.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
I'll get moving while you
Great.
While you do that. So the equitable budgeting, the 5-year strategic plan. So we started in 2021. The school board supported us in a plan to co-construct a strategic plan. We assembled a diverse and representative group of students, families, educators, and community members. Between 40 and 50 members of our community came out. We trained them in how to do empathy interviews, and they did over 100 empathy interviews. And we kind of understood a problem of practice that emerged out of that strategic planning process, which is essentially that we were not meeting the diverse needs of our students in our community, and so we created out of that problem of practice a goal that you can see on the left-hand side of the screen here, and 5 priority areas. We're in the 3rd year of working on those 5 priority areas, and we're making big progress in some areas, like reimagining the high school. We have talk a little bit about some other projects related to how we're serving high school students in those facilities, and we also are still just getting started on other work, like priority area 4, educators who look like our students. This is an ambitious strategic plan. It's also one that doesn't look brand new to the folks who co-created it with us. These are initiatives that folks have been working on, for many of them, for quite a long time. And this really gives us some accountability and puts down on paper what we are wanting to work on and what we're committed to working on as a district. Our cabinet, which is our principals and directors and executive directors, are working on this day in and day out. We are focusing in these priority areas in our day-to-day work, in our priority area work groups, and in our budgeting. Excuse the kind of going back for those of you who've seen this and been part of this. I was trying to strike the balance between those of you who may be new to the City Council or not aware of kind of some of the work we did in 2020 or so, 2021. So the strategic plan really is a foundational work foundation that drives our work. At the same time, so if we go to the next slide, we developed an equitable budgeting model. So one of the things that we heard, and we sort of were receiving broad feedback, that our budgeting needed to be more equitable and more strategic. We had gotten our finances in order as a school district, which was a big lift of this school board and of our executive director, Nathan Lavery, down the end of the table here. But we now needed to think about how it would be more equitable and more strategic. And so the equitable budgeting model has us putting resources where students need them the most. We surveyed, we got about 500 survey responses from families, 76% of whom said that they believe that we should put our resources towards students who need them the most, even if it meant less for their own school or students. And that was a powerful statement about where we should be putting our resources. We also got feedback that we needed to include the community that we are serving in our budgeting. So we developed school advisory groups that are a part of each school that help our schools make a decision about how to use some of the more flexible funds, which we call a RISE allocation, to be able to provide school-based resources for those students who are closest to those resources and know what the community needs, and allows for school-based decision-making. So that's the equitable budgeting model that we're using. I will say our school board has been really disciplined in holding to that. We used to succumb pretty quickly to budgeting based on advocacy, and advocacy-based budgeting tends to lead to people who have the ability to advocate more, getting more resources. That tends to be people who already have more resources. And so we have been really great about aligning our budget to enrollment and being really strategic and disciplined in how we're making decisions. Not that they're easy and that we don't compromise in places, but we've been really good about doing that. It's an ongoing process. It's not perfect, but it's a part of our kind of improvement efforts that we're working on. The next, what we do every year is we create a budget strategy. And so the school board has given us our strategy that they would like us to work on every year, and it's been relatively similar the past couple of years. And that is that we first recognize that our staffing needs to align to our enrollment. Our enrollment has been relatively stable the past few years, but if you look at us over the past 10 years, we've had a declining enrollment. And so this process creates a ratio-based allocation of staffing to each school, that is numbers of students to numbers of kind of educator positions. But it also provides additional resources to individual schools that they can make decisions about that are based on a weighted formula. They've asked us to limit budget growth, or we've committed to limiting budget growth due to increased wages, due to the cost of BHS BTC, and other construction costs. And this year, because the American Rescue Plan funds, or ESSER funds as we were calling them, have gone away. Luckily, we didn't put long-term positions into ESSER or the American Rescue Plan funding, so we're not in a position where we are needing to do layoffs or do any kind of major, take any major actions. Where we did have positions, we were very clear when we hired people, and it was a small group, that it was a short-term process, and we've worked with our short-term contract, and that we worked with them to ensure that they had positions after the rescue fund plans dried up. And then to continue to offer robust programming and like arts and art and athletics, and to make sure we're still running an excellent school model, and funding for our strategic plan. So now as we get into the specifics, yeah.
If I may just ask a question,
Sure.
quick question before moving on to the next slide, Superintendent Flanagan. Maybe it's a question for Chair Wool. Just in terms of your board setting your budget strategy, can you speak to how the board works on that? Is that over multiple meetings? Is it one meeting? Is it by resolution? Is it something that you vote on? You know, when does it happen during the course of the year? That's a lot of questions, but just curious as to how that strategy is established by the board itself.
So we have a Facilities and Finance Committee, and it's discussed in the Facilities and Finance Committee, and then at the board level. So we do have at least two board meetings where we sort of narrow the focus of the strategy, and probably 2 Facilities and Finance meetings. And Commissioner Sowers is the head of the Facilities and Finance Committee. So I don't know if you want to add to that.
No, I mean, I think it's a really great question, and we do talk about what's important for this year, and then we bring it to the full board, and then we talk about it to the full board, and we all make that decision.
Okay. And just in the calendar, just curious, when during the sort of fiscal year does that discussion normally happen to set the budget strategy for, say, now looking towards FY26?
I want to say October, November. It's early on. We do have more conversations as we get to the finalized budget. If we're talking about adding anything, or where there are positions where a school's enrollment may be declining, we have to reduce a position, or a school's enrollment may be growing, we add a position. You know, there are conversations around that.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
No, it's all good. So as we get to this year, this was a very complicated budgeting season across the state, in Burlington, but also across the state, which I'm sure you've heard about. We were working with a few serious challenges. Number one, wages and benefits, which is something that we just need to prepare for every year. And but the health insurance premiums at 16% are more than one would expect in a general year. So wages and benefits, every year we have to plan for them. This year was a little bit more planning needed to go there. We have this big bond, BHS-BTC. That's really the big piece. If you look at the pie of the sort of increase in spending for us this year, 3/4 of it or more is in bonding, because this is the big year, FY25, of borrowing, and so it's going to be the majority of the tax increase is coming in FY25, with a couple small increases, relatively smaller increases in 26 and 27. Despite the challenges, the other challenge that came at the end is the common level of appraisal. So the common level of appraisal numbers across the region and across the state were significant. We talked about that at a recent board meeting. That's my timer. But Act 127 also helped us. The equitable funding, the new weighted pupil model that the state began to implement this year helped us pretty significantly. What would have been under the old budgeting model, statewide budgeting model, a $19,000 kind of per pupil spend, is now under this long-term weighted average daily membership, $13,000. So we are essentially able to do more without increasing the budget as much as we would have before the change in the weighted pupil, and that is a significant impact on our budget, to the tune of maybe $7 to $9 million. So that was big. We ended up proposing, and the board and we all the board approved a level service budget. So where we made additions, we also made equivalent subtractions in terms of the services. The next slide shows the tax estimates. So after the yield bill came, the yield bill was passed and then vetoed and then reviewed in June, and then passed again. The most recent numbers included in the yield bill made what would have been about a 15% tax increase a 10% tax increase. So it did. It's better news, but it is still challenging news. And on the next slide, you can see the future BHS-BTC tax estimates, and so that cumulative impact in fiscal year 2025 of the 130 million, we're sort of a year behind in the way you look at the chart, has about a 12% impact, and so you can just see there are numerous competing situations or issues that we're dealing with as we work to build the budget. So moving into fiscal year 26, which is my last part of the presentation here, we are negotiating contracts in fiscal year 25 across our partner, with our partners across the board. Most districts will also be negotiating, and so the comps around what's happening across the region will have a big impact on our negotiations, and we'll be heading into negotiations in the next month or two here. The impact of the VHS BTC bond for fiscal year 26 is more modest, of 1.6%, and then another 1.5 or 6% if we do need to borrow the full 165 million. The other thing that I wanted you all to know is that all the bonding for facilities is essentially allocated at this point. We're doing a big project at Integrated Arts Academy next year. We have the On Top and Horizons, which is an alternative high school program, is combining into one space, and we're going to call that Eagle Bay Academy, and that will be down at the Rock Point, at the end of Rock Point. So a therapeutic environment for students who will really benefit from that type of small learning environment, and also from the overall environment there. And then we also have part of Burlington Technical Center that was in the high school is going to be at Burlington. It's going to be at Leahy Airport. So we're really excited about a new aviation program that combines pre-engineering and our auto programming and our aviation programming under one roof at the airport, close to right next door to Beta and the other partners that are at the airport. So we're very excited about what's going on out there. So those are the big projects. We have 4 major projects happening at the same time, and we believe we've hit our major needs as it relates to facilities, although there are some other smaller projects that are happening with other types of funding sources. The last piece is the statewide commission to review school funding. So there's a current statewide commission to review the school funding model. We want you to make sure that you understand that we're keeping our eyes on that really closely, and that could have major implications for the way that Burlington schools are funded. And it is part of what they are looking at is Act 127. Act 127 is that weighted model that I talked about, where the state took the recommendation of a study commissioned by the state to the American Institute of Research and UVM and Rutgers, and they said that we were not equitably funding our districts, and districts with with more students who are learning English, more students who are in that high school set in small school environment and need more kind of resources, we're not getting equitably funded. Now we are, but the ed fund is one pot, and so other districts that were overfunded did not protest much when Act 127 publicly, when Act 127 started to move. Now they're protesting because there's all this complicated budget scenario is happening across the state and in every district, and on top of that, the Act 127 is redistributing funds, and so there are a lot of people who are very upset about that from relatively wealthy districts, and we just need to be aware of that and make sure that when people are talking about and advocating for changes in the funding model, that we're really there, that everyone's clear on what people are actually advocating for. And we're going to keep advocating for equitable funding across the state. And we started that, our school board started that process with a number of other districts and other urban districts in the state, but also it really impacts the inequitable funding model that we had really negatively impacts a bunch of our rural districts across Vermont as well. So this is a really important issue for us to take up, and we are going to be looking at it very carefully, and we'll communicate with you all, but want you all to know that that's happening. So with that, do you want to open it for a conversation, discussion? Or?
Absolutely. And to echo what Superintendent Flanagan said, I'm proud of our school district and the work of commissioners like Kendra Sowers, Martine Gulick, who led the charge to create a task force for Act 127 to get through the legislation, become educated, take that 2019 study, and the superintendent and city councilors for advocating and testifying about the inequitable funding that had gone on for years. So we stand by that, and just so you are aware, we are active participants at the state level for the good of the entire state, not just Burlington. And we continue to do so. I currently chair a task force with the VSBA on the concerns of education finance throughout the state. That's representative of all school districts and chairs throughout the state. So our work is not just centered on Burlington, but we reach out across the entire state to work with our colleagues so that what's good for the entire state is also good for Burlington. And we are not singling just our selfish ways, because when people do turn to us and say, wow, congratulations, you passed your budget, you must be really happy, I say we are the only state that has a high school that has been shut down, and all of our citizens are shouldering the burden and hardship of this cost. So we still struggle with this, and we will still be working at the state level for funding to be the only school that has to burden not only with the rent of former Macy's and for a new project, but our work continues day and night, not just at the district level, but at the state level for equity across what we have been dealt with. So I just wanted to be really clear on the work that we reach out to. And with that, thank you, Superintendent Flanagan. I first should have thanked you for that presentation. We will take questions, and then we will segue into Commissioner Gulick, who is also Senator Gulick, and the state of the ed finance at the state level, and where we came from this legislative session, and the work that we want to work together with you on to be focused on what's important to get out of this or communicate to this commission that has just been met this morning for the first time, of which I was on the call for and listened in on, to really identify our public education funding system across the state. So we will go to questions first, if anyone has any about our presentation over DHS BTC campus update, date, times, our existence here at Macy's. We're good until we have to move into the new campus, securing that lease, and anything about our current budget or future budgets. Like you, we deal with 7 bargaining units that make up the school district workforce. So we just came off of 3-year contracts with them, which was a very good accomplishment to not have to bargain for 3 years, and for the health of all of our employees to not be at the bargaining table over challenging times. All right. Yes, Commissioner. Councilor Bergman.
Thank you. So I have received over the last year from State Auditor Doug Hoffer a proposal or a plan related to education, financing education healthcare costs. And I got a recent one on July 5th, and it's a dramatic difference. It obviously is a statewide system. So I am wondering whether you are engaged in those discussions, whether that is on the table. It seems to me that it should be on the table and vetted out there, and would be helpful to know where you all are at with that idea.
Yeah. Council, we can share with, we did, under the recommendation of the governor as well as other school board districts, we did go to a statewide bargaining for healthcare. And the result of that has been, and Council McNeil will speak to that, we have seen double digits in this statewide bargaining, 12% last year, 16% for-profit healthcare system. It's incredibly challenging, but Council McNeil.
Yes, just to emphasize what you just put out, Chair Wool, the legislature created a statewide commission made up of equal numbers of employee and employer representatives and set it up in a way that's different than most commissions that you would think of, where there's a common approach to problem solving. What it has amounted to is collective bargaining, and the collective bargaining has taken the shape of proposals from the union side and proposals from the management side, and ultimately the inability to reach agreement by the two parties, leading to mediation, fact-finding, and then ultimately binding arbitration in every particular round of bargaining up to now. The one difference this year, Councilor Bergman, is that the parties did agree that they would allow the current contractual arrangements as to both premium pay, which is for the most part 20% of premium cost, little deviation, but all professionals pay 20% and most support personnel pay 20%. And out-of-pocket expenses would remain the same for the next 2 years. And during that time, the parties jointly would look to the possibility of healthcare savings through the Blue Cross, through what's called BHI, which is a partnership between the School Boards Association and the Vermont Education Association. The notion is there a basis, and I know the employer side believes there is, to impact positively, at the very least, the transcendent growth of healthcare expenses, and at best, an actual leveling or reduction through alterations of plan design. We're in the middle of that work. The commission has been meeting as a whole, which is a very positive development. And we're also, speaking for the commission as council, open to any ideas that may be advanced during this period of time for how to impact savings in a way that does not lead to either benefit reduction to the point of being harmful, or increases in payment obligations to the point of being unsustainable. So that's where we are. Any ideas that either the auditor or any citizen has would be welcome to this process.
Great, thank you. It looks like reference-based pricing is the concept that the state auditor has put in there. I would, at least since this has been out there for a while, appreciate from the school, our school board, some sort of reflection on whether it's been looked at and whether it makes any sense, but it's out of our scope, or it hasn't been looked at, but we're going to think about looking at it, whatever that is. So, you know,
Councilor Bergman, it is being looked at directly by the statewide commission right now.
I just would appreciate, given the impact on Burlington taxpayers, for us to hear about that. You know, it's a little off when I get it from the state auditor, and it makes it sound like nobody's working on this and it's just gone into a black hole. And if it's not the case, that's great. And it would be helpful, I think, for me and other Burlington taxpayers to really understand the viability and the hurdles that will have to overcome to make a difference. So that would be great.
It's
Thank you.
statewide decision, yep, for sure. Yep, we'll look at that. Anyone else? Any other questions? All right, we'll move on. Commissioner Goulet? you wanna take a shot?
Sure, yes, absolutely. How much time do I have?
You're saying 20 minutes.
20 minutes? Oh,
We
great.
have 20 minutes
Okay.
for questions.
Okay, super. Hi, everyone. Commissioner Martine LaRocque-Ulick here, and State Senator as well for Chittenden Central, for the district that most of you live in, but not all of you. Sadly, I wish you did. Do you all have this document?
I sent it to
Okay.
council.
So you should have a document that shows the some of the work that we did in Senate education over the last 2 years, as well as which bills were turned into law. And I can tell you that it would be an equally fascinating conversation to talk about the bills that were not taken up and did not become law as those that did. But I'll try to focus on our task at hand. I'll start by talking a little bit generally about education in Vermont, and I know that our mayor, who served in the legislature, has a pretty good understanding of a lot of this. But as someone who worked in education for many years, I was unaware of a lot of what happens in Montpelier and a lot of what happens across the state. So it's been very fascinating for me to learn how things operate at a state level. For example, I was not aware that we sort of have two tracks or two systems in the state of Vermont. We have Title 16, which is the large and complex amount of state statutes that oversee our public system. And then we have another document called the 2200 series, which really guides and oversees our private or independent schools. That's been something hard for me to wrap my head around, only because here in Burlington we've done so much work around equity that getting to the state level to see that we have these two, systems that are very different has been difficult. So our schools in this state are not held to the same standards. They're not held to the same level of transparency. And frankly, some schools can discriminate where others can't. So these are things that I would like to continue to grapple with. I see them as problematic. There was a Supreme Court decision a while back called Carson v. Macon, which basically said in a nutshell that any state that sends public dollars to private schools after this decision will also have to send public dollars to religious schools. So we are now a state that not only sends public dollars to private schools or independent schools, but also to religious schools. So that is something that we need to grapple with. That is something that I'm hoping the Commission on the Future of Public Education will grapple with. I know that our superintendent said that the focus of that group is going to be funding, but some of us in the legislature pushed really hard to make sure that that commission is not solely focused on funding and also is looking at structure, because you can't look at one without the other. The two go hand in hand. So the commission will be looking at funding, but also structure. Do we need as many schools as we have? Can we continue to have this bifurcated system of public and private and public dollars kind of flowing in multi-directions? We have public dollars that flow out of state. We allow private schools to charge publicly tuition kids more than privately tuition kids. Are these things that we want to continue to do? These are questions that hopefully will be asked in the commission. And please feel free to stop me and ask questions as we go. I'm happy to answer as we go. Because this is complicated and a lot of it is sort of shrouded in mystery. Again, I didn't know that a lot of this was happening, and it's been really fascinating. So looking at the list of bills that did pass out of Senate Education and also out of the House that made it to law, we have one around school safety. I'm not going to go deep into these bills because frankly the legislature has a great webpage and you can go on there and you can dig into these bills, you can see the process that they went through, the iterations, and you can get to the final product. And I also think that our superintendent would probably have a better understanding of this law as it shows up on the ground. I was in the phase where we were discussing it on paper, but I think it probably looks very different when you put it into implementation. But the school safety bill, basically, the AOE came to us and really wanted some consistency around the state in terms of what was being done with safety, so that's what this bill addressed. And it does bring some consistency to all of the districts across the state in terms of safety and basically options-based response drills. The next one on here, which became Act 64. I skipped one. I'll go back to it. But universal school meals, that was a program that the state benefited from during COVID, and there was a real outcry about what could have been the loss of that program. And so we took it up as a bill in our committee, decided it's something that we needed to continue to make sure that all kids have the necessary food that they need to learn in school, and we were able to pass that bill. Going back, I'm sorry I missed S-114, or Act 114, which is around post-secondary schools and sexual misconduct protections. Again, that was just to kind of bring some consistency to the state. Every university and college was doing its own thing, and there was a desire to really see some consistency across the board. Things like programming and confidential support services, that's in that bill. These things are in that bill. Let's see, we've got, the next one is the New American Educational Grant Opportunities. That is Act 136. We heard from a lot of folks that we have so many refugees and new Americans in the state who want to work and who are not able to because they lack the credential or they lack the certification to be able to do so. So this is going to help VSAC provide grants to new Americans regardless of their citizenship status and allow them to get to work right away. So that was something that was very positive. 139, Act 139, that is the literacy bill. And that is a bill that is really focusing on grades K through 3. These are the grades where we learn how to read. After 3rd grade, you start learning with your reading, right? You use your reading to learn. But K through 3 is when you're really honing those skills. We want to go to a science-based way of teaching reading across the state. You may have all heard about various ways of teaching how to read, like whole language, which has been, I would say, relatively debunked as a way to teach reading. The 3 cueing method, for example, has been shown to be harmful. So this bill really focuses on the science of reading, and we hope that it'll bear fruit very quickly across the state. The public library bill that I wrote with Senator Hardy, this is a bill that will do a number of things, one of which I had gone to the state librarian and I had said, I want to do what the Midwest is doing and have a ban on book bans. And her immediate response was, yes, and we're really committed to free speech. So let's try to thread that needle in a way that allows for free speech, but also put some guardrails around folks coming in and just banning books. So that's what we did. The language is in the bill if you want to take a look at it. There's a provision in there also for schools. People and parents and school board members can't just ban a book because it makes them feel uncomfortable. This is in this bill. We also added a provision around criminal threatening. I think a lot of you know that our wonderful Fletcher Free Library has become almost like an overdose prevention center to a certain extent. There are a lot of services being provided there that haven't typically been provided, and we heard from librarians that they have been, it's been difficult and there's been some threatening that has occurred, and so this bill does add a little bit around criminal threatening. We wanted to really focus on guns in libraries, but that's a federal law that we found it very difficult to be. there was a miscellaneous bill, which became law 66, which focused on homeschooling. Basically, that came to us because the AOE was saying that they were having a hard time doing everything that was in statute to focus and guide our homeschoolers across the state. So we really kind of pulled back some of the provisions around homeschooling, which I wasn't very happy with, but at the same time, it became clear that the AOE did not have the capacity to do what was required of them in statute. So that might be something that we revisit again in the future, we'll see. We also provided National Guard, PAs, I believe it was, physician's assistants and financial assistance for those who are in state, but also for those who move out of state. It was something that we were asked for, and we seemed to have the wherewithal to be able to help there, so we did. And lastly, school construction. I have been chosen to be on that committee, the State Aid for School Construction Working Group, and that is going to start up in August, but the goal of that group is to, when we're done, to come to the legislature with a plan for legislation around school construction. Many of you know that there's been a moratorium on spending since 2007. So communities like us, like ours, we've had to really foot the bill on our own, and it's very difficult. And we're hoping that we will be able to see at least a little bit of aid for municipalities and communities around the state. And lastly, I wanted to talk a little bit about the PCB bill that actually never made it into law. But what's happening right now around PCBs, and this is something we've all lived through, but it's become very difficult for superintendents and school districts to manage the testing and the remediation and all of the above with PCBs. And at the same time, the money at the state level is drying up. So this bill really came into play because we said, you know what, this is an unfunded mandate. We can't be requiring districts to test to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars, as well as mitigate and remediate PCBs in schools if there's no plan and there's no money available. So unfortunately, that bill never made it. So we're still in this unfunded mandate situation. I'm hoping that next session we can do something about that. It's troubling to think that we will continue something that we don't have the funds to pay for. And of course, it ends up on the backs of local districts to pay for this, which ultimately comes out of the ed fund, which ultimately gets reflected on your property tax bill. So this is a conversation we need to have. It hopefully will be part of the commission work. And yeah, that'll be exciting. One last one that I wanted to mention, 149. This is the act relating to the development of an updated state, nope, sorry, that's not the one. There is a bill somewhere in here that we call the BOCES bill. The BOCES bill, you might know what a BOCES is if you grew up in upstate New York, but it's a Board of Cooperative Education Services. And so this is a bill that is going to allow us to share resources beyond our school district borders. So there will be created, I believe we came up with 7 different areas of the state that will be allowed or able to share staff, share busing opportunities, transportation, food services. If you have a position that's hard to come by, like a speech and language pathologist, you'll be able to share with schools that might be outside of your district. So this is really exciting. We're hoping it, ends up being a cost savings for the state, but that remains to be seen. But that was something that was very exciting. I can pause for questions. Is there any? Let's see, what else did I want to talk about? If you wouldn't mind, I'd love to just share with you a couple of bills that didn't make it out of our committee, just to give you an idea of some of the work that's happening that hasn't moved, but hopefully will in the future. There was a bill, for example, that really focused on the balance of power and sort of shared power in government. And this was around the State Board of Education. Many folks came up to me after this session and said, how is it that a candidate like Interim Secretary Saunders was one of the 3 candidates that was sent to the governor? And the reason that she was sent to the governor was because she was one of the 3 candidates chosen by the State Board of Education to be moved forward. The problem is that the State Board of Education is a group that is solely made up of governor appointees. And I had put in a bill that would have allowed the House to have some appointees, the Senate to have some appointees, as well as the governor. That bill did not move, but to me, that is an example of balance of power, balanced government, allowing the House and the Senate to have a say in what is a very, very critical job in the state of Vermont, especially now given what we're seeing with school budgets not passing and, you know, just the commission, PCBs. We've got a lot of challenges. So I wanted to share with you just the fact that there's some really good work that's being done. It hasn't necessarily moved yet, but I'm hoping in the future it does. These are things that would benefit not just Burlington, but our entire state as far as I'm concerned. And I think that's it. I guess lastly, the last thing I'll say is that there will be, and there is, an expectation that local school boards and communities are gonna try to lower their costs, right? We have a system in Vermont that is really based on local control, and the ed fund, what happens in the ed fund really comes down to what happens in our local communities. So when school boards and districts design their budgets and then communities vote on them, right, that ultimately is what goes into the ed fund and then gets distributed across the state in our very equitable way of funding education. But we've all heard the rhetoric, I mean, maybe it's not rhetoric, it's reality. We've all heard the reality around taxes and around spending, and I do think there's gonna be an expectation that communities across the state really focus on bringing down their spending and really focus on being as fiscally conservative as they can, given the property tax increases that we've seen. So I'm just putting that out there as something I'm hearing, and I know everyone in the legislature is hearing, and put that out on folks' radar.
Thank you, Commissioner Gould.
You're welcome.
Are there any
Yep. Councilor
Thank you.
Dupuis.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you so much, and thanks for your work in the Senate and on the school board. I just wonder, because we talked about this, and I'm certainly no policy expert in learning all this as well, so I appreciate the information sharing. When we're talking about like equitably funding education, has there been conversation around tax reform that would raise revenue on the backs of those at the very top? Because it occurs to me that absolutely government and those who believe government has a role to play in our lives have a responsibility to find efficiencies, but I don't want the answer to be how do we cut healthcare benefits for teachers without part of the conversation also being how do we raise revenue from folks who can afford
That's
it.
a really great question, Carter, and I think everything is gonna be on the table, at least that's my hope. Sadly, I'm not on the commission, I wish I were, but I certainly hope that everything is on the table. I would urge folks to go back and do a just brief look at the history of education spending in Vermont. It's Act 60, which was our groundbreaking legislation years ago. Really, you know, as a state, we decided that instead of having these gold towns and these non-gold towns where your education was really dictated by your zip code, we went to Act 60, which was really an equitable way of bringing money into the ed fund and then distributing it out equitably. Act 127 was kind of an update of the work that started there, because it was about 25, 30 years old by the time we got to it. But yeah, so we have this commitment to a certain extent to equitably funding our schools. It's complicated, it's complex, I hear that a lot from folks, but it's wonderful that it's equitable, and I think Superintendent Flanagan alluded to the fact that there are folks who don't like it. They want to go back to a foundation formula. They want to go back to block grants. This, to me, would be a step backward, and I think we should fight against that at all costs, because it will mean there will be haves and have-nots. So I would just say we need to advocate to continue the work of Act 60 and Act 127 and look at new ways to creatively fund education without putting too much of a stress on working Vermonters.
Yep.
You just brought up an idea, though, that I think that we need to consider when we talk about sort of retooling Brigham Act 60, Act 68, Act 127, and this notion of equitable education funding. I think when we talk about equity, we have to talk about districts like Burlington, who have a disproportionate number of social services that we're providing in our education funding, or a disproportional amount of debt service that we have in our education budget. That means that those things that we have to fund put pressure on other traditional programs and services that education has to provide. So any retooling of the education formula has to include sort of a retooling of the idea of what the definition of equity. And I would just, if you could take that back to the commission.
Thank you, Mark. Absolutely. And I know some folks were tuning into the first meeting of the commission that was today, and I would welcome all of you to tune into those meetings because I think they're going to be fascinating and illuminating. But yes, to your point, I think that is a great point. And when I first got on the school board, it just was like a light bulb moment when I started to think about all of these folks in the outlying towns who come to Burlington to work, to shop, to eat, to ride bikes, to hang out, and then they go back to their communities where they don't have the services that we have, and they have these lovely schools that are well funded, and we end up sort of bearing the brunt of providing all those services for our entire region. So I would welcome any of you to reach out with that, and Mark, you'd be a great candidate to do that, to reach out to the commission and bring that up. I think that's super important. We also have a lot of entities that don't pay property tax, so we also have that burden as well. Yeah.
This on that, has there or will there be discussion? We can't not do the services, but should they be paid for with education dollars, you know? And,
right.
you know, is there a way to parse it? I mean, part of the problem is, generally speaking, that we're using the property tax system to pay for education. And the more we expand that, the more we're using a source of revenue that is problematic. So in some ways, it would, in my opinion, it might be better if the school could shrink providing some of those services and that they be paid for other ways. And out of the, like we pay, not enough, but you know, human services are paid with income tax, really. And a lot of the special needs stuff is income tax based. And I don't know, it's a fine line to parse it out of the school system budgets, but I just think in terms of equity, that might be something we should look more at.
It's a great question. It's a complicated question. We have a model in the state of Vermont of community schools, and we have community schools in our most rural and sort of vulnerable communities, and that model has been really successful because what happens, what you do is the school ends up being the hub for the whole community. Your school might, if a kid needs a new mattress, you'll go out and buy them a mattress because they need a good place to sleep. If they need dental care, you'll take them to the dentist to make sure that they get the care that they need. So it's this sort of wraparound services that are intensive and coordinated. It's a model that works really great. At the same time, there is this, you know, it's a little bit of a schism in that we also have the education fund in our schools paying for mental health services, for all kinds of supports for our students that historically weren't coming out of the ed fund. So yes, I think the commission should talk about that. I think it's an important thing to grapple with. I'm not sure though if the answer is to kind of like separate it out or just to
Well, maybe to provide the funding in.
Right,
I would
exactly,
agree
to
that
provide the funding in,
the
yeah.
coordination on student level probably makes sense, but the dollars you use to pay for that particular service,
At the very least, we should all have an understanding that there are a lot of things, a lot of services and supports coming out of the ed fund that historically were not.
right, I mean, that's really my point, and I don't, when you hear it, but I don't think a lot of people do.
No, I agree. It's good for us to know that.
Questions? All right. Thank you, Commissioner Gould.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Counselor, maybe
Oh,
just
sorry,
one more
yeah.
question.
That's
Counselor.
Okay, I'll keep it quick because I want to be mindful of time as well.
Yeah.
First, I just want to say thank you for Counselor Carpenter's question because I get the professional benefit of coming into the schools and seeing how important those resources are and the life-changing impact they can have on students. And so while I realize we struggle to figure out how to fund them, I also realize how important they are. So thanks. I also just want to thank you for this amazing overview because you've clearly been an amazing and powerful advocate and representative for the people of Burlington and for students. And there's so many things I could comment on. Quite frankly, we could be here all night. But I did just want to point out for the public this addition into Act 150 and adding into Section 1702D the public library, the criminal threatening under the public library. I mean, I'm spending so much time down there right now assessing that situation and seeing what's really happening in real time. And events are happening on the minutes, not just once a day, twice a day, and our librarians and the public just increasingly does not feel safe there. So we have a lot of work to do there. And so I would just encourage the public to read that section and encourage us as city councilors and leaders to think about how we're going to enforce that and use that at the municipal level to regain the public's trust in our library. One of my neighbors just told me she took her granddaughter to get her first library card recently, and her granddaughter was so afraid to go inside they turned around and left. And you know, that's real, right? And so I want to thank you for any work you did to include that. And so I don't really have a question. I just wanted to thank you, and I really hope to see you back there because it takes a lot of work to get to the level of expertise of knowledge that you have on this topic area.
Thank you. Great. Thank you. With that, we'll move
Online. You have an online.
Yeah, sorry,
Leo?
Counselor Grant.
Counselor
Thank you. I had a quick question kind of going back to health insurance for the district. Does the district have an HRA?
Yes, all Vermont school districts have HRA support per the statewide settlement with regard to healthcare.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So does that take us to the last item then on our working session here? Okay, great. So I think those of us on the council are a little bit mindful of time, as is always the case. We'll go late into the evening, so we'll allow your colleagues here on the school board to depart, and then we'll turn to the rest of our agenda here. But I know that a number of folks were interested in speaking to public safety and community safety issues. I think I can speak on behalf of my colleagues in the council when I say that when we hear from members of the public in our inboxes, it is oftentimes expressing concern about public and community safety, including in our downtown area, including folks referencing the potential impact on students here at BHS downtown, as well as students and families in the school community at large. I appreciate that this is an opportunity for you all to share with us the work that you've been doing at the High School and Tech Center, as well as on your FY26 budget. And Senator Gulick, thank you very much for your work in Montpelier as well. And would love to open the floor to my colleagues here on the council or Mayor Mulvaney Stanek to take an opportunity to speak to the work that we've been doing to address some of the concerns here that we do continue to hear on public and community safety, and as I mentioned before, that intersection with the school community. Mayor, I know that we talked previously, not to put you on the spot, I don't know if there's anything. Okay, great. So I know that you and your community safety advisor team have been meeting. Councilor Doherty and Councilor Grant have been a part of that. I'm anticipating that we'll be hearing more about that work, but would love if you took an opportunity to speak to some of the work that your administration has been doing.
Sure. Thank you, Council President Chavez. And hello, school commissioners. It's nice to have a collaborative space with all of you and have a chance to kind of compare notes. I think we really are two bookends in really leading the city forward, and there's so many opportunities for us to collaborate. And as you were doing, Tom was doing his budget overview, and we don't need to go backwards with budget, but I was prepared to talk about the work for fiscal year 26 and how the city has already started to put, with my administration, our thoughts in place around starting earlier. How do we think about equity ourselves? Hi, Tom. Hey. How do we talk about excuse me, an equity-informed budget ourselves that really looks at why we're funding things, how do we prioritize, how do we engage the public, how do we also make sure that we have a right-sized budget itself that doesn't rely on one-time funds. So we're well on our way, and you'll be hearing more as we go forward, and I'll probably be phoning a friend to just see how we can perhaps even do more to align two very different timelines, which I think makes a lot more sense to be in better coordination so we understand the impact on each other. But to community safety, as the council president mentioned, I have convened for the last 6 or 7 weeks or so a group of community safety advisors, several of which are involved in the Burlington School District. We had 2 Burlington High School students engage with us, which was really fantastic. I think youth engagement is critical to make sure we have all the voices heard in our community. We had Victor Prusik as well as a participant in those dialogues. There's 20 plus or so folks, ranging from folks again in the school district, from business leaders to service providers, etc., to really round out that conversation. They just wrapped up their work, and from their 4-page single-spaced list of immediate recommendations, which is what I charged them with for at least this first phase of work, I picked from there 6 recommendations that I felt were, using the Smarty network, Smarty metric there, which is about what's strategic, what's measurable, what's actionable, inclusive, equitable. And I picked 6 of them that I felt like the city could make real progress on in a more immediate fashion, knowing that there's a lot of larger systems at play here, a lot of work to do on the state level. Martine, I'm looking at you, a former colleague in the State House, and regionally that we really have to get work on. But we have to start making some incremental progress for our community to feel safer and be safer for folks here in Burlington. So sort of as a little teaser, because I'm going to bring these to the council more formally at the next meeting, because they just wrapped up meeting. We're still synthesizing them, but headline version of the 6 recommendations. One is improving public safety's response effectiveness. There's a lot that goes into that based on how you engage with dispatch, to public education on who to call, when to call, what are the scenarios. We can do this more effectively, and so that is the first seemingly immediate recommendation to work on with all the different partners. The second is to improve the customer service when people physically engage with our police department at the station itself, seeking help and information. We have no one, actually, when you walk in that immediate area, that lobby, and it's one immediate step. We can at least work on making more information available so it's clear that there's language access for the multiple languages we have here in Burlington, etc. Again, actionable items. So I was really trying to look at what can we immediately try to do immediately. The third one was facilitating more public bathroom access in the center core of the city. When we talk about equity work, it is not just about specifically folks who might be houseless. I'll tell you, as a mom of small children, having access to public bathrooms is a must when you have small children. Your 4-year-old does not give you a lot of notice. Oops, I almost swore. Sorry, a 4-year-old watching at home tonight. He does not give me a lot of notice when he suddenly has to use the bathroom. But in general, making sure we have a system and knowable locations where people can use is a human dignity. But we have to be able to make sure that they are monitored, cleaned, etc. So really working in a coordinated fashion is the third area. The fourth is improving our coordination between our Burlington Police Department, the state's attorney's office, and our courts, just on criminal justice work in general. This gets a little bit into repeat offenders and some of the ongoing feedback we've been getting from partners such as BHA and others around how can we just be stronger on the front, middle, and end of this process where folks are interfacing with the criminal justice system. I know just even from 3 months in, we can do more to improve those relationships at minimum. The fifth one is coordinating and using data to inform our community safety staffing, and that could be taken in a lot of different directions. But evidence-based, data-informed, looking at heat maps. You know, we use these at ComStat. We have a data office within our planning department. So using that information to inform why and when are we sending various parts of our community safety system, so that we're just doing it in a smart and effective way. And frankly, piloting things. I'll talk in a minute about hotspots because there's a piece that's relevant to this campus as well as BTC. And then finally, improving case management coordination across partnerships in the city, including the city itself. This is an ever-evolving piece around engaging our various roles that we have within the city, CSOs, which are our community safety officers, CSLs, our community safety liaisons, our new BTV Cares program that has launched, our partners at Street Outreach. I mean, the list is really long. It's not that Burlington hasn't been investing in many different ways, and as well as partners in various ways for us to support people who are arguably probably at some of the hardest moments of their lives. We can just be better in our coordination of information and finding pathways there so that we are not, being ineffective because we're simply not, one hand is not knowing what the other hand is doing when interfacing with some of our folks who need the most support. So again, we'll refine this, we'll bring it to this council. That's a little preview to the councilors as well. Another internal group I have convened since early May is across departments looking at what we call hotspots. It started with the library for obvious reasons. Anyone who's using our library of late knows, I think someone mentioned before, there's a lot of activity outside and inside our library. And there's been pleas for help to just try to support folks a little bit more in our library. So we started there to really break down where can the city be better coordinating internally, and it's expanded. We're trying, again, emphasis on piloting different practices. What we've been doing so far has not been working. So at that table, we've had a number of city departments ranging from the police department, the library, obviously. We've even had DPW there as the construction happens in and around the building. And we've just, frankly, started troubleshooting, including moving the containers behind the library, for example, so there's better visual lines, and making sure that there's more presence by our police department, whether that's CSOs or CSLs or even officers themselves in and around the building when we know there's problematic behavior happening. And then, of course, as we address and things get a little bit better, things are ever evolving. The activity has moved to the parking garage, the marketplace garage, so we've moved now to that as a second site we're looking at to make sure that we're trying different methods to make that building safer. A lot of criminal activity is happening there as well. It's not like we're solving any of these things because things change and flow. Activity gets a little better, things move and flow. These are sort of ways to try to, again, interrupt the behavior so that there's some level of accountability happening versus throwing our hands up and saying, well, we're just not sure what we can do while we work on rebuilding bigger systems like rebuilding our police numbers, adding to our CSOs numbers, which are in the fiscal year 25 budget. The other two that I've just charged our in-house group, they're meeting again this week, to look at it has so many names, but the entrance to the Manhattan Drive, I'm looking at Councilor Bergman here, the entrance to the bike path on Manhattan Drive, which is
the
also
old dump road.
The old dump road,
those of you who
or something
been around for a
conservation.
while.
I know Cindy from our the Manhattan. Thank you. Oh, Catherine knows the name of it. I should probably use the fancier name, the Manhattan Conservation Space Reserve something. I say that because it's our third site for our where we've been trying to support folks with camping who are camping on public lands. But before we put our third site of resources there, we know from our counselors, Counselor Grant and Bergman, there's activity happening there as well. So we're focusing on that third area of how we can engage. I know there's a lot of young folks in particular who are engaging in behavior there. It's a great opportunity for us to remember, as some of our advisors kept elevating in these meetings, our young people, especially our lower socioeconomic kids, some of our BIPOC kids, are getting wrapped up in some of this activity. And that's deeply concerning to me as a mayor, as a mom, as a community member. And what I think that hotspot, as we dive into it, will reveal even more is ways for us to strategically reach out and understand there's gaps. There are definitely gaps in our community if young people are turning to that as the easiest option.
often for generating money for their families in need, if that's the fastest way you can make money in Burlington as a young person. We are failing them if we're not figuring out a pathway there. And then the fourth area is right here, between BHS, Burlington Technical Center, the bus station, and then over onto Elmwood Avenue. We heard a couple of folks, I don't know if Sarah and Mike are still here. Some folks are neighbors of the pods, for example. There's a lot of activity in this area. The whole point of these multiple spots, though, is to apply our learnings to each site and continue to try to see what sticks, what works. But the most important thing is we're trying. We're trying to interrupt the behavior. We're trying to replicate what's working. We're breaking down silos within our own departments as a city, but then reaching out to partners to engage and be more coordinated in those ways. So my hope by the end of the summer is to really have something more in place for this area so students can return and families and staff feeling this is a better and safer stretch on Cherry Street in particular. And we also continue to plan to meet quarterly and more frequently if needed with our partners, Tom and Victor, from my office to make sure that we are just proactive in making sure there's safe, passable areas for students and staff to walk between the two sites on Cherry Street. I think the last thing I'll just mention, and I know the council's heard this, they could probably parrot it back to me at this point. The fiscal year 25 budget for the city is a community safety budget. We not only worked hard to close a significant gap collectively together, we made strategic investments in community safety. So this is going to benefit the school district. I'm sure you've all heard about this at this point, but I just want to reiterate that because we know we have more work to do here, and we found additional money to make strategic investments ranging from our community response team, which is our fire department response program for perceived overdoses for a whole year, to bringing on a senior advisor in community safety to my office, who will hopefully start in August, to again investing in our police department up to numbers that I think are needed in this community, and making that commitment going forward for the next year. So happy to answer any questions. It's my number one priority, and I know it's most, if not all, the city councilors' number one priority to make Burlington safer, and we are on our way.
Great, thank you. Are there any follow-up questions? Board members.
This is going back to funding. It would be really helpful, and there's probably something existing out there that had sort of school funding 101. You know, I've been out campaigning for several of my state legislative buddies, but I knock doors as people just got their tax bills. And I'm really sort of desperate for something like that. So I'm just would ask we sort of think about that, because I remember a presentation the superintendent gave when you were presenting the different options, and one of the options was sort of a low budgeting model, and I may not have this right, but you probably won't save any tax money if you take it anyway. Like, I think it was several $1 million lower, but it really wasn't going to save you any money because of the state funding. And so that's sort of stuff that's just very hard to articulate and would be useful. So, yeah.
Yeah, we've put together some documents, so we could look through that. I think it is, you know, we both mentioned the complexity. It is, it's a very hard budgeting process to explain, and so I think that's just part of it, and I think that is part of something the legislature is looking at, right? Sort of simplifying, when from Act 60 to now, you know, the iterations that have come. And I think there has been equity mindset in the development of our budgeting models, but I think sometimes the question that was asked of the folks that did the review of our model was, how do you make the model we have more equitable, not how do you make a better and equitable overall model. And so I wonder if the commission is headed in that direction. But we can work on that, and there's this level of complexity that is tricky to explain.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, but we can demystify it with you with charts, you know, for you to hand out for people, because you know, we answer the same exact questions, and it's a long story, but for sure there are things that are completely out of our control that impact the budget, and then there are things that are within our control. Commissioner Waltz.
The Vermont, the SB The SBA.
Yes.
The State Board Association put out a couple of videos explaining
Okay.
we definitely should share those.
Yep.
One being the history, somebody asked about the history, one being the history and one being just.
Yeah, we'd be happy to do that.
I might just add, I mean, I think we actually are just about to finish a one-pager to explain the municipal side of the budget for fiscal year 25. I think as we look towards fiscal year 26, a great chance to kind of proactively, I won't be so new, arriving on the scene in April. I think it would be great to do some public education with both sides together, because people get one tax bill. I've also been out door knocking for folks, and that was a fun week when everyone got their tax bills, and they're like, oh, hey, you're the mayor. Let me give you a 2 cents, my opinion. But I think when I was a legislator, honestly, one of the best groups that broke that down was Public Assets Institute, and they have a really good way of breaking down graphics and information that's really digestible. And I think that's really, I think, a collective charge of all of us as elected folks to think about maybe how we could tap those folks and see how we can break things down in a fundamental way. People deserve to be able to understand their tax bill, and then more importantly, how does the homestead rate tax, how does all of Burlington City affordability programs that we brought online between our Burlington electric bills, our water and wastewater bills, et cetera, how does that all interplay? It will help everybody even know what's available to them, which is also sometimes unnecessarily opaque.
Yeah. Well said.
Just a follow-up to the safety presentation that the mayor gave. I just want to sort of appreciate the work that you've done there and brought our team in. Our director of equity, Sparks, is here, who is leading our safety work in the district. So we spend a lot of time on safety within the school buildings, right? Responsive to the options-based practices that are out there, and making sure that our students are safe, and that when we do that work, the work is trauma-informed, because it's you have to be mindful of both the safety and also not scaring students and causing trauma as you prepare. So that's a balance that we're constantly working to strike. We do hear a lot from families and from students and from our administrators who are walking between Burlington Technical Center and Burlington High School, just about the sort of the safety concerns that they have around the action that's happening sort of right outside. So I really appreciate of the school, of a couple of our schools, or three of our schools really. And so I appreciate the hot zone concept and the coordinated kind of communication and response around hot zones. I think that could be really helpful for the schools and help our students as they come to and from school to feel safe, and for their families to feel safe as they're walking to and from schools. We've had we've worked with BPD really productively in a number of kind of situations, and appreciate that partnership, and also this work that you're leading here with your team and with this collaborative group to make sure that the whole city is safe, and also we're really concerned about the right around the schools. So thank you for that.
So, Chair Wool, I was just going to say it's 7:53 now, based on our original agenda timing. I think we were hoping to wrap this up by 8 o'clock, so I flagged that for folks now. So turning to other counselors, commissioners, is there maybe a lightning round of other questions, comments here? Councilor McKnight, and then Councilor Litwin, and
Monica.
Monica.
That'd be great.
Okay, so Becca, maybe start with you, and we'll go over.
Thank you. So I just want to start out by saying thanks for this opportunity to learn. I learned so much tonight, and I really appreciate the opportunity to do that in person. I know it takes a lot of time, but really glad to be able to do that and start to get to know you all. I think it's really important on the topic of school safety, we being Burlington's two primary leadership bodies together tonight. I think we need to bring up gun violence. As much as it terrifies us all and everybody hates to talk about it, it is the #1 cause of death for children in America. And I want us to be collaborating on actions that we can take to ensure our community doesn't have school-related gun violence incidents. And safe gun storage is really one of our best avenues for this. Over 75% of school shootings are perpetrated with a gun from home, and most children's gun deaths are also happen because of a gun at home that's not properly secured. the good news is we have some really great resources in Vermont that I wanted to kind of raise to everyone's attention. In Gun Sense Vermont's Be Smart program, which is a program that gives out free gun locks and also provides nonpartisan, secure gun storage messaging to the hands of all families. And many different school districts across the state are rolling this program out. And it's typically something that's included in a crisis resource kind of packet that gets sent home at the beginning of the year or out in newsletters throughout the year. So I'm hoping that the school board will be open to a discussion about sharing these resources, and I'm also happy to collaborate and kind of be a liaison, help facilitate the many ways we have opportunities to get these materials out through the communication staff or whatever, you all know best what works to get those messages out to the community. I'll share some follow-ups after this meeting. So I wanted to put that forward out and then to put that idea out. And then I also, as we move forward, thinking about school safety, I think it's really important that we stay in touch, because as the city council, we have, and as the mayor's office as well, we have a lot of different levers that we can pull. We do a lot of planning around resolutions we're going to bring forward and actions that we can take, and we want to make sure that those plans are informed by your public safety priorities and that we're collaborative about that. So just consider the lines open.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks, Becca. Maybe we could go Evan, Monica, and then I see Milo has her hand raised, and then perhaps we could wrap at that point.
Great.
Does that make
Yes.
sense? Okay.
I will
great.
do my best to commit to your concept of a lightning round. Thank you, Councilor McKnight. I really appreciate you bringing that up and support that initiative. One of the things that President Travers said was about sort of like, what have we been doing, right? And so I think the first meeting I took, if not one of, was with the Burlington Technical School director to meet them and figure out what are they dealing with, because our offices for the Democratic Party were on the 3rd floor of that building, and I was there many late nights throughout the winter, and it was really clear to me that Cherry Street needed to be dealt with quite proactively. So what I learned in those conversations was alarming. And I won't go into the details of all the stories, but they would shake many people. And so I also toured the Downtown Transit Center recently. Romeo von Herman walked us around, who's not here tonight, and kind of learned how he's engaging relationally with people to try to keep Cherry Street a little bit safer, knows folks by name, and met their security team there to see what they're doing. And I think they're working really hard to improve public safety at the Downtown Transit Center, so I want to commend GMT and what they're doing there. I spoke with Vermonters for Criminal Justice Reform about their security situation, because they are 200 feet from the back door and operating a center for folks with serious mental illness who are also using xylazine and fentanyl and other drugs. And so they had a security incident and the high school did not know about it. And so I have asked that they have a stronger connection to your security staff here and direct phone numbers. So perhaps Superintendent, you can follow up to make sure that happens. Needles have been brought up to me. Several staff members have mentioned finding needles in the passageway, finding needles around the school, and then using C-Click Fix or not feeling comfortable picking them up themselves, and then it taking days for it, if it gets picked up at all at this point, for them to be picked up. And so I think as Mayor Mulvaney Stanek focuses on this as a hotspot, I think our school zones have to be treated really especially and uniquely, and I think we as governing bodies need to think about how do we respond specifically to activity, behavior, encampments, needles, drug use, drug dealing rapidly, and who is doing that. And it may be different from other areas of the city, in my opinion. I also think we need to secure or discuss securing the right-of-way, the passageway between the school right now while we are here for the next 2 years. just based on a variety of activity. I've spoken to the manager of Hen of the Wood and found out what are they dealing with in the morning, and they're personally cleaning up feces and other things before the students get here, and they're doing that on their own, including needles. And they said they're happy to do their part, which I really thought was admirable of them. I was also asked if we could find a way for students not to have to walk in front of the downtown transit center to get to the Burlington Technical School with the City Place construction. I've asked Director Spencer to look into that. I think that's still being looked at, like what's safe and what's possible. Parking garage safety, again, I know the mayor is working on this and thinking about this, so thank you. And then lastly, committed to that lightning round, is I would really encourage both of these bodies to work together next fall to engage the student body to hold a student town hall with SGA and register, and I think it's a leadership opportunity, and it's an opportunity for students to engage other students in the conversation around, do you feel safe at school? Do you feel safe outside school? How do you safely get to school? Do you feel safe on the bus? You know, some folks have the privilege of being driven to school by their parents or a caregiver, and some people do not. And so I just ask that we engage students at that intellectual level so that they can be part of the solution craft of whatever we do. So, thank you.
Yeah, I want to jump right into that. You're so connected, Evan. Thank you for your student-centered work as well. BHS registered last edition of the spring, and all about exactly what you're talking about. So they're on it, they're engaged, they're asking questions. I'll get you a copy, but they're ready. Yep, so we have leadership here, and you know, I'm so happy they're part of your commission, as well as they meet with Superintendent Flanagan and all our district leaders.
Just very quickly, only I don't want to jump the line. Sorry, Councilor Grant, but one of Gretchen, I'm blanking on her last name, but Gretchen and Rory were the two BHS students, and specifically asked for my office to help convene a student dialogue.
Great.
So that's going to happen, and we haven't gone further with details. I think she's out of town, so that it will happen. We decided once school started, it would be a better timing. So happy to let folks know when that gets scheduled.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Commissioner Ivanchik.
Just briefly, a lot of students take the bus here,
Yes.
and so they're in the transit station. So I don't know what the problem is walking by it, but anyway, Monica Ivanchik, and I was looking forward to meeting with City Council. Every year that we meet with City Council, I believe the last time we met was online in January of 22, so it's been quite a while. So one topic that I would like for us to work together on is compensation for school commissioners. So school commissioners get no stipend, no compensation, zero zilch. We are one of two, I believe, districts in Chittenden County where school commissioners get nothing. Some commissioners get $50 a meeting or some kind of stipend. This, for me, is an issue of equity and who is able to serve on the school board. For example, the school board precludes much of our population, folks with kids that need childcare, low-income folks, BIPOC community needs to be represented in these two government bodies. We need to make these bodies accessible to other people. So for this change to happen in 2 years from now, or 4 years from now, or even 6 years from now, the work needs to start now. And so I am told that it requires a city charter change for school commissioners to get compensated. So I would like to start that work today.
Thank you.
So registered by the chair of the Charter Change Committee.
And the mayor.
Thank you.
We are looking at it, and actually, Councilor McKnight and I have had a young woman doing a little research for us on the city council stuff, so maybe we can add commissioners.
Great.
Thank you, Commissioner Ivanchik.
Yes, Emilio, I think we'll go to you last, and then we'll wrap.
Thank you. I have a few miscellaneous things. Thank you to Councilor Litwin for the things that he brought up, especially what's going on around the transportation center and what our students are exposed to. I would like to receive some information that really talks about how we're addressing what's happening in Burlington with our students. What are we doing in a preventative fashion around students who are being targeted to be dealers in our city? We know that's happening. That's been made clear by multiple individuals. Exactly what is the school doing to act as some kind of buffer? Like, what are we telling students? What are we teaching them to protect themselves, and so on? We really don't hear about that from an internal position. I would also like a link to the most current demographic statistics. I know that we live next door to a district in Winooski, which is referred to as a quote unquote minority district. Where are we at with the percentages of global majority kids in the Burlington School District? I know that it's been increasing, and I'd be curious as to what the current numbers are. If someone could email that to me, actually email it to the whole council. We talk about equity sometimes, and it continues to not be fully understood. Especially in a city that is rapidly diversifying the way we are. We are very different from the rest of Vermont and the Central District, especially. We are changing very rapidly, and there's a lot of things. I talk endlessly about lack of equity in policing, but there's just other issues that come up around equity that are brushed off, I feel. I have found it recently to be very, very discouraging. Like, what type of city do we really want to be? How are we welcoming young people that look different, from the historical population into a city that's aging? What do we do to keep them? Because they're growing up and they want to leave because they don't feel valued, they don't feel safe, and they don't feel treated equitably. And by the time the statistics catch up with the mass exodus, we'll be playing catch up on that. So thank you. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Milo. Well, it's 8:07 now, Chair Wool. I think that this was great. I really appreciate you and your team taking the time to meet with us as a council. As I mentioned before, my hope is that this is the first of more regular meetings of us together. It's energizing for me to have so many people who are so clearly committed to our city to all be in the same room together. And again, very much appreciate your hosting us here at BHS Downtown, and we'll have you at Contoys next time.
No worries. Thank you very much, everyone, and thank you to the new city councilors. Thank you for running and for your civic roles. I look forward to getting to know you on behalf of the entire board. Reach out. Our emails, like yours, are public. Most of our cell phones are public as well. And please, when you don't have an answer to your question, please always reach out. We try to respond. Superintendent Flanagan responds as well. And our goal is to work in partnership always. And Mayor, we're thrilled that you have already met with Superintendent Flanagan a number of times. Your role in his working in partnership is essential, along with Chief Murad and other city leaders. Absolutely imperative to the dialogue that goes on. So thank you very much to everyone, and we're glad that you're here. Thanks.
Great. I should also say thanks to Town Meeting TV and Travis Washington. Thank you very much for being here as always and for setting up this room. In terms of logistics now, as we move to the rest of our agenda, Travis, if we were to go into recess now, are you able to put up a screen, cut the mics for a couple minutes? Okay. So why don't we recess our meeting? Then, do you need to do anything to end your meeting?
Yep.
Okay. So before we do that, why don't you all move to adjourn?
Second. those in favor of adjourning, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, any abstentions? Okay, we're adjourned.
Great, and we will now call a recess of the city council meeting for a couple minutes as we rearrange the room, and we'll plan on being back just 3 minutes from now.
Great.
Thank you. So we'll call the city council meeting back to order at 8:21 p.m. We've tried to consolidate the table here a little bit. Again, thank you very much to our colleagues and partners on the school board and for all the folks here at BHS Downtown who have arranged the room and made this a great place for us to meet as elevator repairs are underway at City Hall. To give folks a bit of a roadmap here as to where the City Council now goes from here. The next two items on our agenda are climate emergency reports and public health and safety emergency reports, and then our consent agenda. Tonight is an important night for an appointment to one of our department head positions. I've made a commitment to the mayor and to a number of guests here in person and online for that occasion that we would deal with that department head appointment as close to 8 p.m. as possible. So to accommodate that, when we do reach our deliberative agenda, I will be asking for a motion to suspend our rules to take item 7.3 up first on our deliberative agenda. Once we do that, we will then recess the city council meeting and go to our meeting with the city council mayor presiding. Reason being, one of the agenda items on there are very much related to the department head appointment. We then have a number of other hats that we're wearing tonight as a city council, so before we turn back to our regular deliberative agenda, once we are done with the city council mayor presiding, we will in hopefully quick succession here turn to our agendas as the Board of Civil Authority, then as our local Cannabis Control Board, then as our local Control Commission, and then we will resume our regular city council meeting, going back to what is posted as item 7.1, and that assumes that we can suspend our rules as I've suggested there. But before getting to that point, as I mentioned before, the next item on our agenda is climate emergency reports. Is there any counselor with a climate emergency report? Councilor Bergman, yes.
I just want to be brief, but anybody who has not been down to the Intervale in the last couple of days, go down there. The road actually is open. I was down there to harvest the last of my very flooded onions, which I believe I've saved. But the farms really got hit. The community gardens, including the New American Gardens, got really hit. And if you want to see why we are being so aggressive in terms of climate action and why people were speaking so forcefully tonight, just wander on down and see the silt on all of the corn in the New American Gardens and all the other folks. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman. Mayor Mulvaney-Stanek.
Thank you, Council President Travers. I just wanted to say, since the council doesn't meet again until mid-August or so, if anyone is interested in putting a name forward, or someone who's interested in advising on climate and climate policy and climate resilience, to Councilor Bergman's point there, I will be starting to convene climate advisors in the month of August, probably towards the end of August, now that the community safety advisor work is wrapped up. I'm trying to do one advisory group at a time so we do it well. So if you have any suggestions, please let me know, if you as a councilor would also like to participate. We did that with community safety advisors. I thought that was productive. Just be in touch with my office. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there any other councilor with a climate emergency report? Yeah, Councilor Kane.
Thanks. So just today I saw a headline about how, given the scale of power outages through the U.S. and internationally due to extreme weather in the last week, it's clearer than ever that electric grids are not climate resilient. Also today I saw another headline about how inefficient and impractical it is to recycle end-of-life solar panels and wind turbines. Engineers are probably not saving us, and neither are lawyers, despite states like Montana showing leadership in trying to enshrine a constitutional right to a stable climate, especially given the role of money in politics in this country, as well as the makeup of the Supreme Court. Meanwhile, Denmark recently became the first country to tax greenhouse gas emissions from livestock. Given the difficulties relying on state and federal partners to engineer or legislate our way out of the climate catastrophe, my hope is that we come to view our collective role as local elected officials to incentivize citizens of this city to live less energy-dependent lives. I hope the body comes to view grants such as the projects like Bank Cherry and the Winooski Bridge as golden opportunities through which we can demonstrate climate leadership in transportation demand management. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kane. Is there any other councillor with a climate emergency update? See no one, we will move to the next item on our agenda, which is a public health and safety emergency update. Are there any councillors with a public health and safety emergency update? Councillor Grant?
Hi, there'll be a public safety committee meeting this Thursday evening. I really feel, and this is from what I'm personally seeing and also from boots on the ground and residents that live there. It's kind of borders Ward 3, and then you kind of cross the street and you're Ward 8. Councillor Broderick and I have been down to this area a few times. We're in trouble there. What's happening there is us continuing to escalate on a nightly basis, where more and more people are coming down to use, to sell, and we kind of have an emergency situation there. I think we need to be talking to the governor. I think we need to be talking to the Secretary of Public Safety. I think we need to figure out how we can collaborate with other agencies. I've looked at the mutual aid agreements. They say that another agency can't show up unless a BPD officer is on site, but it does say that an officer in charge can override that. So we need to be talking to other agencies. That's something I really want to see, like really sitting down with leadership at other agencies and having a firm understanding of what they can and cannot do, given the particular situations that may be happening in their towns, which we know they're dealing with auto theft, drug use, shoplifting. It's everywhere. But we need that. Buell Street is a problem. Thank you. I see Councillor Doherty's mouth moving, but I cannot hear anything he is saying.
Thank you for flagging that, Councillor Grant.
It's probably for the best.
Yes, right. Is Councillor Doherty good to go? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Doherty.
I wanted to flag that I have received a number of communications from constituents in Ward 8 in the Orchard Terrace street and neighborhood about some of the same problems that we heard articulated during public forum tonight. Rampant open-air drug use, threatening behavior toward residents, violence, open-air drug dealing, and just dangerous, unchecked criminality. This is coming from parents with young children, and I thought that it was particularly striking to hear from Ms. Judd, who said, and I wrote it down, that she and other residents in the Peru Street neighborhood feel like they've been treated as being expendable, and that is very similar to the sentiment that I've heard from these constituents. And I know none of us on the city council and the mayor want anyone in our city to feel like they're expendable, and I think that we need to really address this issue and address head-on the fact that this is not just a question of people feeling uncomfortable or wanting to feel better. This is a genuine issue of safety and infringement upon others' rights that needs to be addressed as such. So I hope we can continue the work that we're doing in this area.
Councilor Doherty, Councilor Litwin.
Well, I couldn't agree more with both Councilors Grant and Doherty. Thank you. I really have to agree with Councilor Grant's sense of urgency. It sounds maybe to some hyperbolic. It's not. The neighborhood around the library, the neighborhood around Buell, which has been described as a hot spot. I've been walking around. I talked a little bit about that earlier. I've been personally verbally accosted by people trying to take over that space outside of the library. I worked with the library director. We had really positive conversations about both our desire to help people and our desire to make sure that our library is safe for patrons and families and children, particularly to get in and out. The lock, I will say, I'm very happy to say that the locks, actually I should say I'm disappointed to say that there are now locks on the plugs outside of the library. This had, as someone else put it, become an attractive nuisance, unfortunately, and while some people were using it for perfectly quietly, others were not. And I was caught in the middle of that one day. So I'm happy to report to the public that those are now locked, and hopefully that will improve people's comfort being able to go in and out of the front door. And I would urge the mayor and her administration to reach out to the United Church of Christ, which is essentially next door to the library. It was even mentioned here tonight, some of the activity that's happening there, and that is all connected to a lot of the activity that's happening on that block, not just at the library, but in some of the adjacent residential buildings. And I would urge our police department to be proactive and take note and be present in that neighborhood regularly.
Thank you, Councilor Litwin. Any other councilor with a public? Yep, Councilor Broderick.
Thank you. I've also received the reports that Councilors Grant, Doherty, and Litwin are describing, and have been in and around the area of the library, Orchard Terrace, and Lower Buell myself. I've spoken to constituents who have voiced their concerns to me in the Buell community. And something else that I also would like to flag that has come up in my email inbox is the delays associated with C-Click Fix when it comes to cleaning up garbage in the public right-of-ways. So that is something that I hope us and DPW can work together on to make sure that that is happening efficiently and as quick as possible when people place these C-Click fixes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Broderick. Is there any other councilor with a public health and safety emergency update? We'll do Councilor Kane and then Councilor Newbeezer.
Thank you. I share the concerns voiced about Lower Buell. I actually take that route to the Y 6 days a week, so I see it pretty much every day, and I have a good sense for how much the situation in that area has deteriorated recently. The situation in my own neighborhood has deteriorated quite a bit as well, and that's a neighborhood that hasn't even been discussed at all. So, you know, I am glad that there's a lot of urgency in this room. I'm looking forward to continued discussion about quality of life issues in residential areas. I'm hopeful that some of the resources that we've allocated towards certain areas where there are encampments might be utilized in ways that maybe they're not currently utilized to hopefully direct more of the activity towards certain areas, direct social services to a greater extent towards those areas to help address to some extent quality of life issues in other parts of the city. On an unrelated note, I have a public health and safety update related to a sister city. Israel just changed the structure of how West Bank settlements are approved in order to skirt international law, whereby an occupying military cannot annex land, with the workaround being that a civilian appointee approves annexation. Meanwhile, the largest annexation in my lifetime in the West Bank, about 5 square miles, occurred at the beginning of this month. And this is after 2 and 1 square mile land grabs were approved by the colonizing power in March and February of this
Councilor
year,
Kane,
respectively.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but the purpose
I just
of
have
public
one
health
more
and safety.
sentence. I suggest that we begin
Could I ask for a
discussions.
point of order?
Well,
President Travers?
the point has been made. We're not going to continue this. The public health and safety emergency updates are for local public health and safety emergency updates, and so we're going to keep on track with that. Is there any further public health and safety emergency update regarding a local matter?
I just wanted to add,
I'm sorry,
one more
Councilor
thing.
Grant, you're not recognized. We'll go to Councilor Newbeazer, and then if you have something else to add, we could go back to you, Councilor Grant.
Thank you, Council President. Travers, I just appreciate councilors from all sides of this table expressing their concern around public safety. I know it's really frustrating with a 3-year-old at home. We just bought our house on Riverside Ave. Don't forget about Riverside Ave and over by the Old North End Community Health Center and Ward 1 more generally over by Grove, and as you go into Winooski's downtown. You know, the experience of like clearing out huge gardens where, you know, the previous owners, they're great people, but didn't necessarily upkeep them as well, and finding dozens of needles within a foot of the soil surface is deeply concerning. So I'm glad that there's a shared understanding that this is a priority for the city. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Newbeazer. Is there any councilor that hasn't spoken yet that has a public health and safety emergency update? Councilor Grant, if you have a further update, if we could keep it pretty brief.
Yes, just a quick note for Councilor Newbeazer. When you're speaking, I think you need to be closer to a mic because you were very muffled, just as a FYI for people who watch the meeting later or could be watching now. I forgot to mention, because it was brought up about the pods, I am looking into what has been described as a takeout window between people living in the pods and people outside of the pods. And I gave some information to CETO Director Brian Pine about having the perimeter, the fencing perimeter really reviewed. Multiple people have reported seeing exchanges with people outside the pods and then within the pods. So that's something that needs to be looked at. And I would also like to add the space across the street by the church and the cemetery have a porta potty added because of the constant reports of it being used as an outdoor bathroom. Thank you.
Don't have to be right next to them.
I would get closer.
Closer. Gotcha. All right. Thank you. Just following up on what Councilor Grant just said, my understanding is that the Mackenzie House had been promised a new fence along there between the Mackenzie House and the pods, and that fence is in very poor condition. And I kind of thought that if that was closing down, it's probably not worth kind of putting up a new fence. But with that now being extended, I hope that that will be looked into to have that repair that was long promised. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Shannon. Seeing no other councilors in the queue, we will close this agenda item and move now to our consent agenda. The recommended action on the consent agenda is to move the consent agenda as amended and take the actions indicated on Civic Clerk. I would welcome a motion along those lines.
So moved.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Barlow. I should just mention for clarification, the agenda, the consent agenda as amended, took off of it item 6.16, which is a downtown transit center property use agreement for Flixbus Inc. At the top of the meeting, I think I may have indicated that that is now on our deliberative agenda. That I misspoke when I said that. This item is now taken off the agenda for tonight's meeting completely. As I understand, the TOOC is taking up this item, and so we will look to see that back at the City Council in August. Is there any discussion on the motion then to adopt the consent agenda as amended? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. That now takes us to our deliberative agenda. As I mentioned before, I would welcome the motion to suspend our rules to take up item 7.3 first on the deliberative agenda. Councillor Bergman.
So I would move to suspend the rules to allow us to amend the deliberative agenda by moving 7.3 to a new 7.05 to take up the appointment of the city attorney's position.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bergman. Is there a second to that motion? Second by Councillor Doherty. Is there any discussion on the motion? The motion to suspend our rules requires a 2/3 majority. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Thank you very much to the council. So Mayor, as I mentioned, we have an important appointment this evening, and I would like to turn the floor over to you to introduce your appointment for the city attorney position.
Great. Thank you, Council President Travers. I would like to welcome up to the table, introduce to the full council as well as the public, Attorney Jessica Brown. I'd like to start with just a few opening remarks to help introduce her to our community, and then turn it over just briefly for her to offer some remarks as well, and then see what questions there might be as we go forward. So I am extremely proud to appoint Jessica Brown to serve as Burlington's next city attorney. She's filling a crucial position, and many of you know this even better than I, around how long it's been this vacancy for city attorney here in the city of Burlington. It's been vacant for more than 2 years. Jessica earned her law degree from Georgetown University in May of 1996, and while there, she was a public interest law scholar and taught in the University Street Law Clinic. Jessica has a 20-year impressive legal career that includes trial work, appellate work, and attorney supervision, and most recently teaching as an assistant professor of law at the Vermont Law and Graduate School Center for Justice Reform. Those who know Jessica describe her as collaborative and a creative leader, and with a deep commitment to equity and justice. As I learned more about Jessica during the hiring process and the appointment process, I was impressed by her leadership experience, her thoughtfulness in approaching complex problem solving, and a commitment to public service. We share many values, especially those of equity, service, and responsibility, and especially in the context of being good stewards of the public good as leaders. I also appreciate her commitment to education and continual learning. As an assistant professor at the Vermont Law and Graduate School, she has shown a commitment to supporting her fellow legal professionals. In this type of work, I really want this in our city attorney, because it is such a critical leadership role of making sure our city attorneys are supported, especially our current skilled and very dedicated assistant city attorneys, some of which are here tonight. All of them are here tonight. There's only 3 of them, and they've been holding it down, honestly, for so many years, honestly, at this point. So I really want to make sure we bring in a city attorney who has that collaborative, strong mentorship, peer educational mindset. I'm also very grateful to the 3 senior department heads who assisted me in the appointment hiring process. DPW Director Chapin Spencer is always here, always here, and is one of our more senior department heads in the city. Also, CEDO Director Brian Pine, who will be online with us in just a short bit, and former Director of Planning Megan Tuttle, all helped offer their collective knowledge and experience with the city and with former city attorneys here to help affirm my confidence that Jessica is going to be a stellar next city attorney for the city. And finally, and very noteworthy, if confirmed tonight, Jessica will be the first Black woman to serve in the role of city attorney in the entire history of the city of Burlington. And this is historic and notable because, as we all know, representation matters, and the perspectives of women, people of color, and other marginalized voices in our community have for too long been unheard in significant positions such as mayor and city attorney. I will ask you all to confirm her tonight, and if she is confirmed, her service will begin on August 19th based on our schedules, and I hope this is still accurate. Acting interim city attorney Joe McNeil will continue in his role through August 19th and support her transition time as she gets acclimated to the city and is hopefully fully embraced by the current city attorney team. So with that, I offer you hopefully city attorney Jessica Brown.
Thank you so much. Nice to see all of you. And
I think, sorry to interrupt, I think it may be worth your bringing the mic closer to you.
Yeah. I just didn't want to sit directly behind that camera, so I will do my best.
It follows you.
Picked up. Yes,
it will find you.
We have those where I currently work too. Spooky. Okay. So anyway, nice to see all of you meet, those of you who I hadn't had an opportunity to meet before. I got to make some remarks last week at the mayor's press conference, so I thought I'd keep it brief tonight. And I just wanted to say that I have felt very fortunate throughout my career to have always found contentment in my work, and I think that's because I've always done work that I thought was really important. And I've worked in public service throughout my career because I have believed it was important work to do. I've also grown up with grandparents, parents, a sibling, aunts and uncles, cousins, many of whom have also worked in public service as educators, as doctors. My mother, in fact, when my siblings and I were old enough or that we were in school full time, my mother took a job at our community planning board on the Lower East Side of New York City, and worked her way up to being the director of our community board. So I feel like I actually have some roots in municipal work, working for a city government. My initial engagement about the city attorney position was with members of the mayor's team, with Attorney McNeil, who I've been so grateful for his advice so far, and I hope ongoing. As the mayor mentioned, I got to meet a few department directors during the interview process, and then eventually many of you on the city council. All of you have also answered the call to public service. I admire your commitment, and I appreciate the work you do and the goals that you have for the city. Truly, having been at this meeting so far tonight, getting to hear from residents, getting to hear from members of the school board has only reinforced to me that this is really important work that I want to be a part of. So all of this is what has inspired me to want to support you all to do the work that Burlington needs. So thank you. Procedurally, I don't know what's next, but I'm certainly happy to take questions.
Great. Thank you very much, Attorney Brown. We do have a recommended action on our agenda, which I will turn to Councilor Grant for in a moment. But I think before we turn to a motion, it would be in order to open the floor to councilors for any questions or comments that they may have on this item and other deliberative items tonight. Given the time and the hope to get out of here by 10:30, I'm going to move our 5-minute rule to a 4-minute rule this evening. And at least until we get further in the agenda, we can change that as need be. But any councilors with questions or comments for Attorney Brown? We'll go Councilor Shannon, then Councilor Doherty. Was there anyone else? And then Councilor Newbeezer, and then Councilor Carpenter. So Shannon, Doherty, Newbeezer, Carpenter.
Thank you, President Travers. President Travers, I have one question for Interim City Attorney McNeil. I have 3 questions for the appointee. My questions won't take long, and I'm hoping you will allow the time for them to answer the questions, as I think this is critically important that we do get answers to the
Yes,
questions.
we're going to do an aspirational 4 minutes, but we will absolutely keep to 5
But
minutes.
I will take far less than 4 minutes.
Okay. So we would ask those in responding to Councilor Shannon to try to respect the 5-minute rule as well.
First, I do want to thank Mayor Mulvaney Stanek for the detailed note about this appointment, and appreciate the information that we received, including that City Attorney Joe McNeil would be continuing until August 19th, and then has offered to contract with the city on a part-time basis to assist with Jessica's transition, to consult on issues as needed. In prior discussions with Ms. Brown, we also discussed potentially hiring a parliamentarian, and I wanted to ask Attorney McNeil, And first, thank you so much for being, for your service now and being willing to continue. Can you elaborate on what your continued role will be after August 19th? The nature of the work you'll be doing, and if that will include being parliamentarian, or if that's been discussed at this point?
What's been discussed and agreed to is that we'll continue in the role that we're now serving until the 19th. After the 19th, details need to be worked out in terms of how we assist Ms. Brown and how we assist the city. We're happy to provide assistance as needed, both to Attorney Brown as she comes up to full speed and to other questions, but she'll be the city attorney from that point, and we'd take a step back. But although, you know, we want to be comfortable in the details, and they haven't yet been worked out after 19, I'm hopeful and confident, I'm an optimist by nature, that they can be.
Thank you. I do think that's critically important to the success and transition, so I hope that will be worked out. And I think that Mayor Mulvaney Stanek also had really sung your praises in your ability to help us with our community safety issues, and you've heard a lot about that tonight. And I was hoping we could hear more about what your vision is as city attorney for addressing those public safety issues.
Well, yes, I am happy to talk about that. Trying to be mindful of time. It's obviously a huge topic. It's been a predominant topic from talking about the school board, you know, from the school board meeting through certainly public forum comments. It's been pervasive tonight. So one of the other reasons that I was interested in this position and why I thought I would be a good fit for it is because of my experience working in the criminal legal system, specifically in Burlington, but also because I was aware that Mayor Mulvaney Stanek had put together the advisory panel that she has spoken of tonight. And so my vision is certainly aligned with what sort of immediate steps can be taken that the mayor has identified and that other councilors have also identified tonight, while at the same time having bigger picture conversations about, for example, you know, beyond erecting pods and housing people in them, how else are we engaging with those people to try to mitigate the activity that has arisen in that neighborhood, in that community. So I think it's a combination of, I mean, I don't think I'm saying anything that any of you haven't thought about or don't agree with, but community safety is about addressing crime, it's about addressing harms, right? But it's also about foundational things like housing and employment. Someone was speaking about, you know, if our high schoolers or if our young people are turning to selling drugs as a means of generating income for themselves, where are we falling short in terms of creating employment opportunities for them, right? So I'm eager to have discussions about sort of what our immediate responses we can do to address a lot of the harms and problems that people have talked about tonight, as well as ongoing, not to suggest that these conversations haven't already been happening, but like ongoing discussions about bigger picture responses to the underlying conditions and reasons that people tend to engage in criminal activity.
Okay, thank you. As our city attorney, you will now be responsible for prosecuting those who you previously defended, including people committing assault and robbery and public urination and defecation, violation of trespass orders. Can you be specific as to your approach in addressing these types of downtown issues? And your willingness to prosecute our ordinances?
I certainly understand that there are aspects of the city attorney role that are different than what I did as a public defender. I mean, I think what makes me qualified is that is my, I'll probably have to get up to speed on specifically some city ordinances as opposed to state laws that I would have dealt with as a public defender. But the way I think about, you'll notice that I tend to use the word harm, right? The way that I think about harm is what's causing it. If there's a person or an entity, the city that is the harmed party, right? What do we need to do to try to repair that harm? And to me, that question can be inclusive of like what accountability does the person who caused the harm need to take, but also what can we be doing to try to avoid that harm in the future. So I would prosecute violations of city ordinances coming from that frame of mind. Like, accountability is important, and repairing harm is important, and figuring out what we can be doing to avoid similar harm in the future. And even for small things, I don't want to characterize anything as small, but like for things that are treated as city ordinances, I think we can be having these conversations about bigger picture, like what can we be doing to, so that people aren't engaging or violating these ordinances the way they have been.
And Councilor Shannon, we've hit the 5-minute mark there.
I have one more question.
I think what we'll do is we'll go to other councilors, given the importance of this issue. Once everyone has an opportunity, we will keep to 5 minutes with this round. I'll be happy to give any councilor who's spoken already one more minute for a second round after
Thank
that.
you.
Councilor Doherty, 5 minutes.
Thanks, President Travers, and it's wonderful to see you again, Ms. Brown, and I'm very happy to be here having this important hearing. I wanted to quickly address what I addressed several weeks ago at a city council meeting in which we were also considering confirmations of mayoral appointments, including the appointment of our police chief, John Murad, which is what I view as the institutional role of the city council in addressing these appointments and confirming or not confirming these appointments. I do not have clearly articulated in my mind what the standard of review is, Ms. Brown, to invoke a legalism for the city council here. I know it's not a rubber stamp. I know that this body is not here to just rubber stamp any appointee that the mayor puts forward. But I do believe that the mayor, whomever he or she is and whatever party they come from, is entitled to a great deal of deference when they make a decision about who to appoint to important roles in the administration. And I want to articulate that understanding of our role institutionally. Happily, the institutional niceties of the city council in this case matter less to me, because I think you are incredibly well qualified, and I think we're fortunate that you're willing to serve in this capacity. And I'm very pleased will be very pleased to vote for your confirmation. I think that this is one of the most important jobs in the city. perhaps because I'm also a lawyer. But I really do think that the city attorney is just, in the office of the city attorney, is just absolutely institutionally essential for getting all of the work that the city needs to get done in an efficient, legal, sensible manner. And one of the things that most impressed me about our discussion when you met with members of the Democratic Caucus was you expressing your understanding and your commitment to the fact that as the city attorney, you understand that you and your office are not going to be the attorney who represents the mayor. You're not going to be the attorney that represents the Democratic Caucus on the city council or the Progressive Caucus on the city council, or any one particular city councilor. And I will include myself in this, who may try and buttonhole you and get you to come along with their view of the law or perhaps even policy. But you understand that you have to build rapport and the confidence of everyone in city government, that when we come to you and ask you about the legalities of a particular issue or the legal ramifications, the potential legal ramifications of a particular issue, that you're going to give us your best assessment and your team is going to give us your best assessment of those questions, irrespective of your own personal views on public policy, which of course you have as a person in the world. I was hoping that perhaps you could take a moment and articulate your view on that role for the benefit of the public, because I think it is just a really important thing for the public to understand who the city attorney is, who they represent, and how they have to build that level of trust within city government. Thank you.
Thank you. One of the ways that I was anticipating and thinking about speaking tonight was sort of identifying my priorities in the role. And I talked a little bit last week at the press conference about priorities like hiring so that we're at a full staff, and meeting with department heads. But my more sort of, as a public defender, the way I thought about doing my job as a public defender, but also as a manager of a public defender office, was from a client-centered perspective. And I heard the school board chair talking about student-centered approach. And so now I think about the city of Burlington as the client, right, for the city attorney's office. And so that's kind of where I start when I think about decision making, and who, like, what the obligation of the city attorney's office is. It's to supporting the work of the city of Burlington, which means all 18 departments, which means, to your point, our priority being to give the most accurate information we can to support the work of the mayor and the city council as efficiently as we can. Similarly, to provide the legal support and services to the city departments that they need as accurately and as efficiently as possible, so that they can do the work they need to do. So that's really how I think about it. As, again, not working for the mayor, not working for any individual city council member or caucus, not even working for individual Burlington residents. You all represent constituents in different wards, but the city attorney's office, our client is the municipal corporation of Burlington, and so the way that I thought about client-centered work as a public defender, I think, will inform how I think about client-centered work in the city attorney's office.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Doherty. We have Councilor Newbeeser and then Councilor Carpenter.
Yeah, thank you so much, and I don't know if I should say congrats.
Just speak up.
All right, I'll speak up. Sorry, I'm learning I need to be louder. Thank you so much for taking on the job. Hopefully I'm speaking prematurely, but I will certainly be supporting you. And like many of us said, myself included, during the last round of department head appointments and what my seatmate just articulated, I want to make sure that the mayor has the leeway to pick her team and then work with that team to deliver for residents. From that perspective alone, I would likely be supporting your nomination, but there's certainly, as others have spoken to, a lot more reasons to be excited, whether it's your clear professional expertise, your willingness to support this council in its work, or the fact that your appointment is obviously historic. I'll just say briefly, and this is a little anecdotal, but after that press conference that you spoke to announcing that you're taking on this role, I don't know many lawyers, admittedly, but a number of folks that I do know reached out, and I think this text from a lawyer with a few decades of experience in the county is telling and reflective of a lot of messages I got. I'm thrilled that Jessica will be our new city attorney. I worked with her a little when she was the head of the Chittenden Public Defender Office, and I know she's a leader. So lots of texts, outreach to me, calls, more than probably any other city department head, and all celebratory and encouraging me to be supportive. I'll just wrap up briefly, and I don't have a question, just comments. I'll second my seatmate's point, Councilor Doherty's point around the importance of neutrality in the city attorney's office. When that doesn't happen, I think it can be really detrimental and erode trust in institutions, which we're seeing at all levels of government right now is of great concern. So knowing that you, and especially someone who understands advocating for the public interest, is stepping into a role like this is really reassuring. So thank you so much, and look forward to working with you.
Thank you for those comments.
Thank you, Councilor Newbeezer. Next up, Councilor Carpenter.
Thanks. I had the pleasure of meeting with Attorney Brown, and we had great conversations. There's just two little areas I'd like you to speak about. One is work that you might have done on legislation. It's sort of been a missing role in the city attorney's office. We do or will have a lobbyist, but we'll need expertise sort of interpreting of the almost 500 bills that get introduced every session, what benefits Burlington and what does not. And certainly our mayor can help us with that. So I'm just curious your background on that. And then the other is more specific. Sitting in our charter is a requirement that department heads be from Burlington, except in the case of a hardship. And I appreciate your family has a circumstance where that may come into play. And so presumably if that's granted to you, can you speak a little bit about how you will get to know the city of Burlington as opposed to commuting in and working in it?
Sure. So to address your first question, my experience with legislation has largely been when asked by, so for example, when I did work for the Public Defender Office, the legislative work was largely handled by the Defender General and his deputy, but I would occasionally be asked to come and testify to the legislature about bills, particularly if they were going to have a significant impact on our representation of people in Chittenden County and Burlington specifically. For example, something like video arraignments, which now sounds like a quaint topic given everything that changed in the pandemic. Additionally, in Vermont, I have been a community appointee to the Racial Disparities in the Criminal and Juvenile Justice System Advisory Panel for, I think since 2018, so appointed by then Attorney General T.J. Donovan. So we have, as a collective, as an advisory panel, submitted reports to the legislature making recommendations about the legal system in Vermont. And so I think that mostly is what I would identify to answer your question. And then with regard to residency, yes. So I moved to Vermont from New Hampshire in 2011. My now husband and I settled in Washington County because of where he works and where I was going to be working, and he continues to work in Morrisville at Concept 2. We now own a home in Washington County, and so, you know, not to spread too much of his business, he's turning 60 this year, so while retirement is on the horizon, it's not like we're not quite there yet. It's not impossible that we would ever move to Burlington, but it would be extremely difficult for us financially to afford to relocate to Burlington in the time that the city charter requires, and it would also, you know, be difficult for him to then face a commute from Burlington to Morrisville for however many more years he's going to be working. So I know that the mayor will be asking for a hardship waiver on my behalf.
And I appreciate that. I'm curious, so given that circumstance, you heard from all of our neighbors, the constituent stuff we hear all the day. You won't be living that quite as, and I'm just sort of curious your approach about, things are different than Burlington than they are in Waterbury.
That's right, and and thank you for repeating your question because I didn't mean to. That's the most important part of it. So I want people to know that I worked here for 8 years, and again, that is not living here, but because of the work that I did here, I'm extremely familiar with all of the issues that have come up around community safety from residents and from council members. I am, you know, even though I'm not working here full time right now in Burlington, I am here regularly, and I honestly look for, you know, I'm trying to sort of memorize the ward map, and I have everybody's names, you know, printed out on their wards so I can like learn them all. I don't mean to sound cheesy, but Burlington's an amazing city. Like, I'm obviously struggling to put into words why it's, you know, I don't necessarily expect someone who lives here to think that, you know, until I demonstrate my commitment, to just assume at face value that I have the same commitment as they do to making Burlington safe and thriving and keeping it functioning. But I truly do. Like, what better place and what better role could there be to help all of you who do live here and who've made the commitment to try to make it the best city that it can be? Like, what an honor to be able to help you with that. And yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Carpenter. Is there any other Councilor? Yep, Councilor Bergman.
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you for doing this. You know, I had the honor of being an assistant city attorney for 20 years under Joe McNeil. Thank you, Joe. And under Ken Schatz and under Eileen Blackwood. I served under 3 different mayors, including the last one for a number of years. And I just want to tell you that I am 100% confident that you have the ability to enforce the laws and carry out the duties that are set forth in the charter as the corporation counsel and as the chief prosecutor and defender of all that we do here, that you will provide the fair view of the law and really accomplish that role as the chief corporate counsel, to be a great manager. I have heard from people who worked with and under your direction, and I'm very pleased with that. I look at my colleagues there, and I'm really pleased that you'll be in that role, because it is vitally important, as somebody, again, who served that in that position for 20 years, to have people that you can work with and for is really, really important. And to manage I have tremendous confidence that you're going to be able to manage this really wide portfolio. It is a wonderful job and I welcome you, and I look forward to working with you in it. So, thank you.
Thank you for those comments, and I'll just quickly say, to build on that, that as you all know, we have 3 incredible assistant city attorneys already working in the office who bring their own experience and skills and areas of expertise, and I think about the opportunity to continue to build that team to make the city attorney's office the great general practice firm that it needs to be.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman. Councilor Litwin.
Thanks. I also had the opportunity to meet you, and you're eminently qualified for this role. I thought you were very approachable. I think you'll work well with our mayor, and we said when we were all elected and the dust settled after April 1st, I think it was, that we were committed to supporting our mayor and our mayor being successful, because that benefits all Burlingtonians. So for that alone, I would like to support you, and we'll be supporting you tonight. But I think it was brought up tonight about, the question was about, serving your client. And if there's anything a public defender does, it's serve their client fervently. And certainly someone with your leadership experience. And so we will be lucky enough to be your client after August 19th, I believe. So with that said, I would also just invite all of us after this vote, should Attorney Brown be appointed, thank you, that we acknowledge the historic moment as well. So I invite all our councilors to acknowledge that, and thank you for putting your hat in the ring.
Thank you, Councilor Litwin. Is there any other councilor that wishes to speak for the first time on this matter? And Councilor Grant, I will turn to you for a motion last. Any other councilor that wishes to speak for the first time on this matter? Councilor McKnight.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. I just wanted to build on Councilor Litwin's comment and really directly call out how grateful I am to the mayor for, this is the first city leadership position that you've brought in front of this council. And I think what we're seeing here is what we all hope happens when women get elected to office, is that they lift up other women and also lift up people of color and people in marginalized groups. And I'm really grateful to have the opportunity to vote on this confirmation for Attorney Brown, and for Attorney Brown to be willing to step into this historic role. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McKnight. Councilor Grant, if okay with you, I'd like to give you the last word along with the motion here. I had committed to a second round here, but I'm also happy to turn to you, Councilor Grant, if you want a first round before the motion.
Thank you. I want to say that this appointment is really important to me for a couple of reasons. In my past service as a police commissioner and working on issues around public safety and equity in public safety, regrettably had some interactions with the city attorney's office that didn't always protect the city the way it should. So the city is the city, but the city is made up of residents. And how do we also protect our residents in order to minimize liability for the city? And I think with this appointment, we're going to have someone who will be able to do that. And it will be of great value to us. Thank you.
And so I think any councilor who wanted to speak a first time around has. And so I committed to Councilor Shannon to 1 more minute, Councilor Shannon. So we'll turn to you, and then if there's any other councilor who spoke previously that wants second round, they may. Otherwise, Councilor Grant, we would then turn to you for a motion. Go ahead, Councilor Shannon. Thank you.
Thank you, President Travers. Thank you so much, Ms. Brown, for being here, and I'm not going to ask you another question. I just want to make a brief statement, with regards to your previous comments. We do need a strong prosecutor for landlords in violation of code, permit violations, And I do hope that you will aggressively prosecute. We have been woefully inadequate in holding people accountable for harms caused in this city, and that's an important role. These are people who have already had plenty of opportunity to correct their harms. That said, the bulk of your work is likely more about writing and advising on contracts, interacting with the federal government on loans, grants, and municipal financing, land use policy, etc., than it is about prosecuting anything at all. I think you are both highly skilled and, by all accounts, a pleasure to work with. While I do have some concerns, I admire the work you have done, your commitment to public service, and I want you to be successful here in Burlington as our city attorney, which is going to be a very difficult job. But you will have my support in this appointment, despite my concerns about specific municipal law, contract, and labor experience. I very much look forward to working with you, and I admire your positivity, your integrity, and your vision. So thank you for being willing to serve here.
Thank you, Councilor Shannon. Councilor Grant, could we turn to you now for a motion?
Yes, it would be my honor. I move that the City Council with Mayor Presiding Grant City Attorney Jessica Brown with, excuse me, I'm reading the wrong one because I just got distracted by the last statement that I thought was unnecessary and spoiled this moment. Let me start over. I move that the City Council confirm the appointment of Jessica Brown as City Attorney and Corporation Counsel. I'm very proud to do so. As a Black woman, I think this is a momentous time for our city and hopefully will improve our conversations around equity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor Grant. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
I see Councilor Carpenter, so we'll go to Councilor Carpenter with a second on that motion.
Co-second.
Before turning to a vote on the matter, in addition to thanking you, Attorney Brown, for your interest in this position, I do just also want to, in my role as Council President, echo the thanks that others have mentioned here for the folks who have really kept this office running for the last couple of years. That includes some folks who have left the office, including Justin St. James and Jared Pellerin. Acting City Attorney McNeil, I really appreciate your stepping up and your continued service. And to the three Assistant City Attorneys who have been here, Attorney Ramakrishnan, Attorney McClenahan, and particularly you, Attorney Sturdivant, really appreciate your service to this office and to the city. So with that, I think we can go to a vote. And if I'm reading the tea leaves right, I think we can do a voice vote here. All in favor of the motion put forward by Councilor Grant, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That is unanimous. Congratulations, Attorney Brown. So, Mayor, as I indicated in my roadmap before, I think we will now turn to the City Council with Mayor presiding. So we will briefly adjourn or recess the City Council meeting at 9:24 p.m. and turn to you for that agenda.
Great, thank you, Council President Travers. All right, so I'm calling to order the City Council meeting with Mayor presiding on Monday, July 15th at 9:24 p.m., but who's counting? And the first item on the agenda is the agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda? Moved by Councilor McKnight, seconded by Councilor Newbeezer. Is there any discussion before we adopt the agenda? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to the consent agenda. Is there a motion on our consent agenda?
So moved.
Moved by Councilor Travers. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Bergman. Is there any discussion before we take action on the consent agenda? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. On to item number 3, which is board and commissions appointments. I went back to my notes to make sure that the process is, just to clarify the process again, since we made it through last time, but I'm hoping to provide a little clarity on the process because we have several candidates for a number of board and commission appointments. So we'll take nominations from the floor, and then I will call for a vote on each nominee based on the order of the nomination that is made. Reminder to counselors, you only get one affirmative vote, so one yes vote on each seat. This is where we got a little tripped up last time. So if the first nominee does not get enough votes when we call the question, then we'll go on to the second nominee. And again, if you've already voted yes, you have the option of voting no or abstaining on a second candidate if the first candidate does not prevail. And we need 7 votes for a candidate to prevail. Are there any questions on that before we go to our Board of Health? Okay. All right. Did I get that right? Sure.
So far.
Okay, so far. Okay, keeping me honest. Just for a couple more weeks. All right. So our first item is 3.1, a Board of Health position with term expiring on June 30th, 2025. Are there any nominations? Councilor Newbeeser.
I'd like to nominate John Rustad to fill the term ending in 2025.
Okay. John Rustad is nominated for the role. Are there any other nominations? Councilor Carpenter.
I would like to nominate Judy Rivers.
Does she go by Judy? Judy Rivers?
That's the name she goes by. But
Okay, thank you.
Her first name is Julia.
Thank you. Judy Rivers is nominated for as well for this position. Are there any other nominations?
Point of order.
Yes, Councilor Grant.
There are 2 positions, but there are 2 different time periods.
Correct. The second will.
I'm sorry, I just want to be clear on which time period we were nominating for.
Of course. Councilor Grant, the one we're taking action on is the Board of Health position with the term expiring June 30th of 2025.
Thank you.
Of course. Any other questions? Okay. Any other nominations? That was my second time asking. See what I did there to make sure I got that second one in. Okay. All right. So I will call the question on the first. Actually, before we do that, is there anyone present to address the council who's been nominated for this role? Hi. Welcome. Come on up if you'd like to address the council before we vote. Introduce yourself. Welcome.
Hi. Very happy to be here. It's a privilege to be in front of you all. My name's John Rustad. I'm a third-year medical student at the University of Vermont Lerner College of Medicine. I grew up in Boise, Idaho, and had the privilege of moving to Vermont to attend Middlebury College in 2015, and have loved the state since. I have had a lot of engagement in public health since moving to Vermont. I worked as a community outreach and hotline advocate for the organization Women's Safe in Addison County, supporting survivors of domestic violence and sexual assault. And then I briefly moved to Salt Lake City and worked at a no barrier clinic for houseless individuals. And then since moving back to Burlington to be a medical student, I helped develop an organization for community outreach for houseless individuals called Here to Help, organized through the University of Vermont Medical Center. I'm also engaged in research related to public health matters in the state of Vermont, both rural access to care and subspecialty access to care. And I'd be really excited to serve in the role. So,
Thank you, John. Are there any other nominees present who would like to address the council or online? Councilor Carpenter?
I don't believe Judy's online. I just want to comment that I've known Judy through the community for many, many years. She's an incredible nurse, worked most of her career with the medical center, but has done lots of work with elderly, disabled person wellness clinics, has a real passion for the community, and she's just been a lifelong advocate for health issues.
Thank you, Councilor Carpenter. Is there further discussion from the council? Councilor Newbeeser?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank both applicants and Councilor Carpenter at planning to support Julia in the 3-year term. just to name that, because I thought her application was really impressive. I appreciate John reached out to me and had conversations and offered to make himself available. Really appreciate you coming tonight. And I'll just say generally, I'm biased because I'm representing Ward 1, but Ward 1, compared to most wards, is underrepresented as a whole on boards and commissions. I talked a lot about this during the last process we had around boards and commissions. And so my hope is that the council will join me in helping balance that a bit more across the board. Both applicants seem incredibly qualified, and I appreciate folks putting their name forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further discussion by the council? Okay, seeing none. Oh, Councillor Grant, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Councillor Grant, sorry.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to say, although I can't see him, I wanted to support John for the 1-year position. I was very impressed by what he wrote on his application. It's really in touch with what's going on in our times, some of it overlapping with our public safety issues around substance use disorder. And I really appreciated the thoughtfulness that he had with regards to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any final comments before we vote on the first nominee? Okay, seeing none. So our first nomination is for John Rusted. So I will ask the clerk to call the roll. Are you ready, Lori?
Yeah.
Okay.
Councillor Barlow.
Abstain.
I'm sorry.
Abstain.
Councillor Bergman.
Yes.
Councillor Broderick.
Yes.
Councillor Carpenter.
No.
Councillor Doherty.
Abstain.
I'm not understanding the abstaining. I thought we couldn't do that.
Councillor Carpenter, per our last time we did this appointment or this nomination process, councilors have the option of voting yes, no, or abstaining. Abstaining is a different kind of abstaining in this context than it is on a policy vote. Abstaining simply means you're not on record for voting yes or no.
Oh.
Is that correct, Attorney McNeil?
Basically, generally speaking, Councilor Carpenter, you're right. On a roll call vote, you cannot abstain unless you have a personal conflict of interest. In a situation where you were deferring a vote on contested matter of appointment, you could wait and vote for someone else by abstaining on the first vote or the first round.
So you're abstaining on voting on the first round, intending to vote affirmatively for, in theory, another candidate who's in the contested race.
So can I abstain?
You can change your vote?
Yeah.
Yes, so would you like to change your vote, Councilor Carpenter?
I guess so, yes.
Okay. Is this like the State House? Do you call the roll again, Lori? I don't, do you call her name again? We'll just change it? Okay, all right. Just very formal with the clerk. Okay, so Lori, please continue.
Councillor Grant.
Yes.
Councillor Kane.
Yes.
Councillor Litwin.
Abstain.
Councillor McKnight.
Abstain.
Councillor Weezer.
Yes.
Councillor Shannon.
Abstain.
City Council President Travers.
Abstain.
Mayor Mulvaney Stanek.
Yes.
So 6 ayes and 7 abstentions.
So with that vote, John Rustin did not receive enough votes. We'll go on to our second nomination of Judy Rivers. So again, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Barlow.
Yes.
Councillor Bergman.
I'm going to abstain.
Councillor Broderick.
Abstain.
Councillor Carpenter.
Yes.
Councillor Doherty.
Yes.
Councilor Grant?
Council Grant, you are on mute.
I really don't know what's happening here. I have a little bit of a bad taste. I guess I will vote no.
So it's a nay?
Council Grant voted no.
Yes, I voted no.
Thank you.
No.
That's a long night.
I'm sorry?
No.
Councilor Litwin?
Yes.
Councilor McKnight?
Yes.
Councilor Newbeezer?
Abstain.
Councilor Shannon?
Yes.
City Council President Travers?
Yes.
Mayor Mulvaney Stanek?
No.
7 ayes, 3 nays, 3 abstentions.
And with that, Judy Rivers receives the nomination for the Board of Health position with term expiring June 30th, 2025. Congratulations, Judy, and John, thank you very much. It is a great service to the city with folks in the community putting their hand up to serve, and we hope we can find another position for you soon. So thank you very much for being here, and congratulations again, Judy. Moving on to item 3.2, the Board of Health second position that we're considering tonight for a term expiring on June 30th of 2027. Are there any nominations? Councilor Newbeezer.
I think I found a position for John. I would like to nominate John Rustad, and do I wait to speak to it?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
See if there's other nominations. Thank you. A nomination for John Rustad. Am I missing an N? Sorry. John. Rustad. Okay, Rustad. Thank you. Any other nominations for this second position? Councilor
Yes,
Litwin.
I'd like to nominate Bianca Chimrin.
Second nomination is for Bianca Jimrin. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Seeing none, we did hear from John. John, do you want to say anything else before we, okay? And is Bianca here or online and would like to address the council?
Bianca is online. So.
Bianca is online?
Yep.
Okay. Oh, hi Bianca. Would you like to address the council? Welcome.
Thank you. Yes, I would love to thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council, for considering my application to serve on the Board of Health.
Thank you, Bianca. And if you wanted to add anything else, you're more than welcome. Otherwise, we can certainly go to discussion. Okay, I'll take that as a no thank you, which is totally fine. So moving to discussion with the council, are there any discussion before we go to a vote? Councilor Newbeezer.
Well, I'll only slightly repeat my previous comments, which is that our ward, Councilor Doherty and I represent, is underrepresented on boards and commissions, and we've talked a lot about it at the NPA level. And once again, and I made the plea on a couple different boards and commissions throughout the last few months, I'm hoping that we can help balance representation, because Ward 1 is one of the wards, the bottom 3, consistently underrepresented. Once again, I'll just say all of these nominees and all the folks, because I think there's a total of 4 applications for this term ending in 2027. Appreciate all of you read through all those thoroughly, and I think generally are all qualified to do the job. Wards 4 and 7, 5 and 6 are overrepresented on boards and commissions consistently. And while I love my New North End and South End friends, making sure that Ward 1 is also represented, I think, is really important, and something, once again, that constituents and certainly the NPA voiced clearly as a priority. So with that, I will cede the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Are there any other comments? Councilor Litwin.
Yeah, thank you. And I don't disagree that, I didn't catch pronouns, but Mr. Rustad sounds like you have a lot of amazing qualifications to offer. I am privileged, honestly, to nominate Bianca Chimrin, former city councilor of the ward that I serve. She is the first, while we are talking about the ways in which we diversify our boards and representation, I think it's important to name that Bianca is the first immigrant woman city councilor that ever served on Burlington City Council. And she is also a member of lives in the Old North End. So while I appreciate calling out the New North End, Ward 7 actually also stretches into the Old North End. And additionally, Bianca is a member of my particular community, which is a low income and mixed income community, and understands and serves my neighbors who live in Champlain Housing Trust buildings and understand the unique needs of my community, and that is why I'm thrilled to nominate her. She's certainly qualified. Anyone can read her application. She has a master's degree and was an adjunct instructor in organizational leadership. She has a BS in psychology from UVM, well, I'll leave that there. I am thrilled to be able to nominate her. She's a parent. She's a graduate of the BHS, of the former BHS, and came here and learned English while attending high school. So I commend Councilor Newbeezer for his comments on representation, and I'll leave that there.
Thank you, Councilor. Are there any other comments before we go to a vote? It's when everyone doesn't make eye contact. It's so predictable. Okay, that's the sign. I guess we're ready to vote on our first nominee, and in terms of the order they came in, the first nomination is for John Rusted, and if we will call the roll by the clerk.
Councilor Barlow.
Abstain.
Councilor Bergman.
Yes.
Councilor Broderick.
Yes.
Councilor Carpenter.
Abstain.
Councilor Doherty.
Abstain.
Councilor Grant.
Yes.
Councilor Kane.
Yes.
Councilor Whitman.
No.
Councilor McKnight.
Abstain.
Councilor Newbeezer.
Yes.
Councilor Shannon.
Abstain.
City Council President Travers.
Abstain.
Mayor Mulvaney Stanek.
Yes.
6 ayes, 1 nay, 6 abstentions.
So the first nominee did not receive the 7 votes required, so we move on to our second nominee, Bianca Chimrin. Sorry about that, Bianca. Chimrin, and will the clerk call the roll?
Councilor Barlow.
Yes.
Councilor Bergman.
Abstain.
Councilor Broderick.
Abstain.
Councilor Carpenter.
Yes.
Councilor Doherty.
Yes.
Councilor Grant.
No.
Councilor Kane.
No.
Councilor Lewin.
Yes.
Councilor McKnight.
Yes.
Councilor Newbeezer.
Abstain.
Councilor Shannon.
Yes.
City Council President Travers.
Yes.
Mayor Mulvaney Stanek.
No?
Seven ayes, 3 noes, nays, and 3 abstentions.
Thank you, Lori. So Bianca has won 7 votes and has received enough votes for the nomination to our second position on the Board of Health with term expiring June 30th, 2027. Congratulations, Bianca. You just popped off my screen, but congratulations and thank you so much for being willing to serve the city of Burlington. I know you've done this before in a city council capacity, so thank you again so much. And John, thank you very much for being willing to be a candidate. All right, moving on to the next item, which is item 3.3, the Parks and Recreation Commission, 1 position here, term expiring June 30th of 2025. Are there any nominations? Councilor Travers?
Nominate Kirsten Bohm.
Nomination of Kirsten. Thank you all for helping me make sure we are pronouncing these correctly. Christian Bone. Are there any nominations? Counselor Newbeeser?
I'd like to nominate Kyle Klaus.
So nomination for Kyle Klaus. Are there any other nominations? Seeing none. Is anyone here present who is a nominee who would like to address the council? Or online? Okay. Seeing none, is there any discussion by the council before we go to a vote? Councilor Newbeeser. Tired brain. Councilor Newbeeser.
It's a tough one. and,
I know, it's okay.
I appreciate all of you for being so good at pronouncing it. Well, so I'll just speak. I know many of us are familiar with Kyle. He worked in the city attorney's office for a little bit and has a great relationship with the director of parks, Cindy, and I know knows city issues really, really well. Certainly qualified to serve and has an extensive experience, but as I said, already serving the city in the city attorney's office under our former mayor. He was Ward 1, as you'll see in his application, up right until about a month ago. He and his partner just found new housing because, like many of us, struggling to find affordable housing is a difficult prospect. So I would ask folks support Kyle as someone who already has a background. I think for a while was involved with supporting PAC specifically in his role as city attorney. So certainly has can sort of hit the ground running in this position. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Is there further discussion on the nominations? Councilor Travers.
For this and really all the other boards, I think we're just really blessed to have so many qualified applicants that have stood up and volunteered for these positions. And honestly, since I've been on the council, this is one of the most difficult aspects of it is when you only have so many positions for these applicants. And I would count Attorney Klaus, who I had a great working relationship with as well, as among those who are qualified. But I think Kirsten Bohm is especially qualified for this role. I got to know Kirsten when we served together on the Ward 5 NPA steering committee. I know her now as a fellow mom of, not fellow mom, fellow parent, I should say, a mom of some young kids at Champlain Elementary. They play with my kids in our local parks. I know the parks are incredibly important to her. As former chair of the Parks Commission, I'm sure that Kirsten will be a great steward of this role. And I should also mention that she had applied previously and had initially been given the support of our boards and commissions nominating committee until we unfortunately realized a clerical error that an incumbent had actually applied for that position. And so we ended up changing course, and the incumbent kept that position. But I do know that Kirsten had the support at that point in time of our board and commission nominating committee, and hope that the council will support her this evening too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Any other comments before we go to our first vote? Okay, seeing none. The first nomination is for Kirsten. Did I say that right? Kirsten?
Kirsten, yes.
Kirsten.
Yeah.
Bohm. And the clerk will call the roll.
Councilor Barlow.
Yes.
Councilor Bergman.
Abstain.
Councilor Broderick.
Abstain.
Councilor Carpenter.
Yes.
Councilor Doherty.
Yes.
Councilor Grant.
Yes.
Councilor Kane.
Abstain.
Councilor Litwin.
Yes.
Councilor McKnight.
Yes.
Councilor Newbeeser.
Abstain.
Councilor Shannon.
Yes.
City Council President Travers.
Yes.
Mayor Mulvaney Stanek.
Yes.
Nine ayes, 4 nays.
Thank you.
Abstentions, sorry.
Yep. Thank you. And with that, Kirsten wins enough votes for the nomination for the Parks and Recreation Commission, term expiring June 30th, 2025. Thank you, and thank you to all of the number of candidates who also applied for this position. It just shows a great, I think, love and dedication to the city of Burlington. So So thank you all. Moving on to our final item on our deliberative agenda, item 3.4, the Police Commission, one seat that we have tonight to act upon, term expiring June 30th, 2025. Are there any nominations? Councilor Carpenter.
I would like to nominate Robert Depper.
Robert Depper is nominated. Are there any other nominations? Councilor Newbeezer?
I'd like to nominate Sam Powers.
Sam Powers is nominated. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Seeing none, are either one of the candidates here and like to address the council? Or come on up. Nice to see you again.
Good to see you.
Yeah, different setting.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
We knew each other at the legislature briefly. Welcome.
Well, thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Council. My name is Robert Depper, he, him pronouns. I am honored to apply for the Police Commission here in Burlington. I live in the New North End with my family. I've got 2 children here in the I've got one here at BHS and one at Hunt. We've been here about 2 years. I've been a practicing attorney for 16 years. I'm in my 16th year. Currently the General Counsel of the Vermont Department of Labor. Previously in Arkansas and Missouri, where I practiced for about 13 years. I had a varied practice, very litigation focused, represented a lot of governments, represented a lot of indigent individuals, and have been working with, around, for, and against law enforcement my entire career. I've reviewed investigations ad nauseum. I do it now, and I am licensed in 3 states, and I'm a practicing solicitor in the England and Wales as well. So, thank you very much for the opportunity, and I hope I can get your support. Thank you.
Thanks, Robert. And we also have Sam Powers with us. Sam is online. Welcome, Sam.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Yay! Okay, I'll lower my hand. Hi. Thanks for letting me speak. Sorry, I'm not gonna put my camera on. Oh, I can't. Okay, great. Okay. Good evening, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Having lived in downtown Burlington for 4 years now, I have witnessed firsthand the chaos that I'm sure many of you have seen as well. I have been accosted many times on my walk home. I see needles on the ground often, and my car was stolen. But on top of all of that, I have seen the despair and suffering that often accompanies this chaos, which makes it all the more troubling. Oftentimes, the solutions to these problems have been punitive and deferential to the use of force, preferring post hoc punishment to compassionate prevention. And when we talk about policing, we employ euphemism, passive voice, and appeals to popular resentment, but we often don't talk about who is being policed. I know who is being policed. I have seen them not only in downtown Burlington, but in my personal life as well. I have cousins and aunts that have been in and out of jail and rehab, exacerbated by opioid addiction. This is the perspective I hope to bring to the Police Commission. Understanding the commission has been politicized and that a lot of their work is fairly dry, with most of the primary tasks of the Police Commission listed on the website, starting with the phrase "to review." Even those dry and procedural moments are critical because the Police Commission is fundamentally the most democratic measure we have to decide when it is right to use force against our own population. I was going to talk about my experience on the Community Development Block Grant Advisory Board, that's a mouthful, and my interest in analyzing Burlington's crime data, but I think it's more important for you to know that I'm approaching this job understanding the gravity of the position and the compassion required. Thank you for considering my candidacy. Hello? Hey.
If anyone's speaking, we can't hear you.
I'm not speaking. Sorry, I don't know why it's saying.
No, that's okay, Sam. Can you hear me? Milo, can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you now.
Okay, Councilor Carpenter, can you start over again and
Sure.
speak with gusto?
Okay. I just want to comment that I was very pleased to nominate Robert, and I actually first met Robert when he sought me out as a city councilor when he moved to the area and said, I want to get involved. You know, tell me about Burlington, tell me how I can get involved. And it's always impressive for someone who's only been here a few years that he leapt right in and has gotten involved both in the neighborhood and he obviously has a state level job. And I was impressed with his mixed background of both governmental work with low-income families, work with children, those who are disadvantaged. So I think he just brings a really diverse perspective, which will be helpful on the council. And again, as someone who's just has a new hometown and has dived right in and wants to contribute.
Thank you, Councilor. Is there further discussion? Councilor Newbeezer?
Anybody can jump in. I don't mean to dominate the boards and commission appointments, but yeah, I just want to thank both applicants for applying. At the end of the day, I'm going to be happy with whoever and appreciate both folks stepping forward. I just wanted to note Sam Powers in particular, I think, has been involved for years, and I know has previous community experience, including the community development block grant, and has the backing of folks who work professionally in harm reduction, like former State Representative Selena Colburn, and also former police commissioners like Stephanie Seguino. So appreciate both folks stepping forward, and appreciate my colleagues considering Sam's application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Any further discussion from the council? Councilor Litwin.
I'll just a quick comment. It was brought up a moment ago about the politicization of this committee, and this particular committee for me is one of the most important and critical in our community, particularly given the comments that we heard this evening from the public, from our school board, and also from counselors around this table. I am making my judgment not on casting my vote, not based on politicization, but based on documented, demonstrated career background. And so I think this particular resume stands out to me for Attorney Depper. This is a skill set that we desperately need on a committee like this. And I think given the particular diversity of the experience that Attorney Depper has had, he will serve us well if appointed. That is not to disparage the other applicant, but simply to say that this is a highly qualified applicant, and we need someone with legal experience of this nature serving in such an important role.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Grant?
Wow, I'm having a rough night. This commission has been politicized, and this should really mean something to all of us, and it should not be so easily dismissed. Representation matters, apparently, when it doesn't. I do support Sam Powers. He is a resident of Ward 3. We have not had Old North End downtown representation since I actually left the commission. So I think that is important. Sam Powers is amazing with numbers, and in fact, has previously deep dive data from the police department and offered some very interesting insights at the time that he did that. And I feel that he would be very strong with looking at data, especially during times where we're supposed to be transparent, but quite frankly, we don't get what we ask for all the time. I think also having representation for a young person living in Burlington is equally important. As we know, a lot of our young people are leaving, and they're leaving because of livability issues here. And I know that Sam Powers also really appreciates the diversity of race and economic backgrounds in our community, and I think that's important. So representation and diversity is important until sometimes it's not. I mean, that's literally what I'm seeing here, and I'm just really tonight, just upset. And so I will leave it at that. Thank you.
We'll call the roll.
Counselor Barlow,
Yes.
Counselor Bergman,
Abstain.
Counselor Broderick,
Abstain.
Counselor Carpenter,
Yes.
Counselor Doherty,
Yes.
Counselor Grant,
Abstain.
Counselor Kane,
Abstain.
Counselor Litwin,
Yes.
Counselor McKnight,
Yes.
Counselor Newbeezer,
Abstain.
Counselor Shannon,
Yes.
City Council President Travers,
Yes.
Mayor Mulvaney Stanek,
No?
seven ayes, 1 nay, 5 abstentions.
And with 7 votes, Robert wins the nomination. Congratulations. Thank you again so much for serving this city. And with that, we do not need to take the second nomination up because there's 1 seat. So thank you very much. And Sam, thank you very much for being willing to be a candidate. All right, and with that, there are no other items on our deliberative agenda, so I will adjourn the City Council meeting with Mayor Presiding at 10:01 p.m. and pass it back to you, Councilor Travers.
Thank you, Mayor. So before resuming our regular city council meeting, as I mentioned before, we'll turn to the other hats we need to wear tonight. First one up would be the Board of Civil Authority, and so I will call to order a meeting of the Board of Civil Authority at 10:01 p.m. First item on the agenda for that meeting is a motion to adopt the agenda. Is there a motion along those lines?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilor Doherty. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Broderick. Any discussion on the agenda? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? We have an agenda. The only item on our agenda is our consent agenda. There's one item on our consent agenda, which is a resolution regarding the appointment of assistant election officials for August 13th, the state primary election and the Ward 3 special election. Is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilor Doherty. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilor McKnight. Any discussion on the consent agenda? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Seeing no other business, we'll adjourn the Board of Civil Authority at 10:02 p.m. And now convene a meeting of the Local Cannabis Control Commission at 10:03 p.m. The first item on this agenda is a motion to adopt the agenda. Is there a motion along those lines?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Shannon. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Broderick. Is there any discussion on the agenda? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
That carries unanimously. Similarly here, we have just one item on our consent agenda, which is a cannabis license renewal. Is there a motion on the consent agenda?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Doherty. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Newbeezer. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? That carries unanimously. Seeing no other business for the Local Cannabis Control Commission, we will adjourn that meeting at 10:03 p.m. and turn to the Local Control Commission, convening that meeting at 10:04 p.m. First item on that agenda is a motion to adopt the agenda. Commissioner Shannon, can I turn to you for that motion?
So moved.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Broderick. Any discussion on the motion to adopt the agenda? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We have our agenda. Next is our consent agenda. Commissioner Shannon, could I turn to you for a motion on the consent agenda?
Move to adopt the consent agenda and take the actions indicated.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Broderick. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda carries unanimously. We have two items on our deliberative agenda. Commissioner Shannon, as Chair of the License Committee, I'll turn to you on both these items. Could I turn to you on item 3.1 first?
Move to approve the 2024-2025 first and third class liquor license applications for Rico's, 83 Church Street with all standard conditions.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion? Second. Thank you, Commissioner Broderick. Any discussion on the motion? We will go to a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Commissioner Shannon, I'll turn back to you for item 3.2.
Move to approve the 2024-2025 outside consumption permit application for Rico's, 83 Church Street.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner McKnight. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Seeing no other business for the Local Control Commission, absent objection, we will adjourn the Local Control Commission at 10:05 p.m. And now we will resume our regular City Council meeting, also at 10:05 p.m. and turn now to what was is listed as item 7.1 on our deliberative agenda, which is a tobacco license application. And Councilor Shannon, could I stay with you as Chair of the License Committee on item 7.1?
Move to approve the 2024-2025 tobacco license application for True 802 Cannabis, 132 Church Street.
Thank you, Councilor Shannon. Is there a second to that motion?
I second.
I'll go with Councilor Broderick. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we will go to a vote on item 7.1. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
We will need to go to a roll call vote if it's not unanimous, so could the clerk please call the roll?
Counselor Barlow?
Yes.
Counselor Bergman?
Yes.
Counselor Broderick?
Yes.
Counselor Carpenter?
Yes.
Counselor Doherty?
Yes.
Counselor Grant?
Councilor Grant, sorry, the clerk called your name if you're able to vote on the roll. All right, we'll continue with the roll.
Counselor Kane?
Yes.
Counselor Litwin?
No.
Counselor McKnight?
Yes.
Counselor Newbeezer?
Yes.
Counselor Shannon?
Yes.
City Council President Travers?
Yes. Councilor Grant, we'll give you one more opportunity to vote if you're there. All right, the clerk will call the results of the vote of those voting. That motion carries. We now turn to item 7.2, which is a four-part resolution regarding annual borrowing for FY25 for the city and the school. CAO Shad, are you prepared to speak to this? I know that this was before the Board of Finance previously and comes to us with the support of the Board of Finance, but if you're able to briefly present on these items, I know they're big items, but I'm also mindful of the time.
They are big items, and I will speak to them briefly because they should be relatively straightforward. We are asking the City Council to approve all four resolutions as a slate. The first resolution is the annual borrowing that is allowed by our charter. Every year we borrow $7 million. That is $2 million for the city of Burlington for capital needs, $3 million for the electric department's capital needs, and $2 million for the school department's capital needs. And so that equals the $7 million. That is what each of those entities' budgets were built on, especially our capital budgets. The second resolution is to borrow $5.8 million for the city for additional capital expenses. This is the last remaining tranche of the $23.8 million of the capital bond that was approved in March of 2022. So we take that money as we need it, bit by bit each year, and this is what's left. So this is what we will use for next year. Item 3 is the $7.7 million that is left for the school district for the work that they mentioned that they're doing at Integrated Arts Academy. And that uses up the rest of the $19 million bond that was approved by voters in March of 2017. And then lastly, there is another $15 million for the Burlington High School, and that is a piece of the $165 million bond that was approved by voters in November of 2022. We try and combine all of these in the CT office because doing so reduces the costs of borrowing, and we can often get more favorable rates if we, rather than doing this piecemeal, go out to the market all at once. So that is why you are seeing all of these grouped together, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, CAO Shad. Any questions for CAO Shad or the Mayor's Office, or comments from councilors? All right, seeing none, then, oh, sorry, Councilor Newbeezer.
Well, you already spoke to it, but I just want to confirm all of this borrowing has either been approved by voters in the last few years or is reflective of the budget that we just passed unanimously.
Yes, that is a good clarification. None of this is new borrowing. This has all been previously authorized either by the voters or by our charter. And so that's why we're not making as big a deal out of the money that we're borrowing here, because it has been previously approved. And now we're coming to you to just say, it's approved, now we'd like to do it, here are the terms. So, thank you.
Any other councilors? Yep, Councilor Barlow.
Just to clarify, there is some of that borrowing is, as you said, authorized by charter, but it isn't approved by voters. So there's annual borrowing. I know it's $2 million for the school district, $3 million for Burlington Electric, and I guess that leaves $2 million for the city.
Yes.
And that's the $7 million, and that is authorized every year without voter authorization in
Yes,
charter.
that is correct. The other 3 were authorized by voters, and that $7 million, as you outlined it, broken up 2 for the city, 3 for BED, 2 for the school, is something that happens every single year without voters or this body having to reauthorize it. Well, I guess you're reauthorizing it now, but in theory, it is in the charter, and then this group just needs to authorize this resolution.
Thank you for that clarification.
As a point of information, being in the charter means that it was voted on by the voters and approved, so.
Yes, back at some point, yes, that is very helpful. So, you're right, all of these were at some point, whether we can point back to the date or not, which I can't for this first charter one, but it was voted on by voters when it was put into the charter.
As well as approved by the Vermont legislature and signed into law by the governor. That's the way all charter changes are adopted in Vermont. So those measures had all 3 steps, if you will.
And not to get too far ahead of ourselves, but I don't think it would surprise anyone that we might want to revisit these amounts as part of our FY26 or 27 planning. So that would be a whole big charter change. But for now, let's just stick with what's already in the charter.
Any other questions or comments from councilors? All right. Absent objection and a request to divide the question, I would welcome a motion to approve of all 4 of these resolutions as attached on Civic Clerk.
I would make the motion to approve all of the 4 as listed on and posted on Civic Clerk.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman. Is there a second to that motion? Second by Councilor Barlow.
Can we just reference the numbers?
They are all listed on item 7.2. Councilor Shannon has asked, just for a point of information, the 4 resolutions. The first one is an authorization for capital public improvement infrastructure bonds from the March 1st, 2022 voter authorization. second resolution is the authorization for public improvement bonds for fiscal year 2025. The third is a resolution authorizing public improvement bonds for school district capital improvements as authorized by voters on March 7th of 2017. And the fourth resolution is authorization for school district capital improvement bonds for Burlington High School as authorized by voters on November 8th of 2022. The motion was seconded by Councilor Barlow. Is there any further discussion on the motion to approve all four of those resolutions? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries unanimously. We had dealt with item 7.3 on our deliberative agenda as item 7.05. That would take us to item 7.4. I will suggest to the council, though, that I am mindful of the time. It is 10:15 p.m. We are likely for the first time in this council going to need a motion at 10:30 to suspend our rules to finish our deliberative agenda. Item 7.4 is not an action item, though. In conferring with the mayor's office, I understand there is some openness to our postponing item 7.4 to our next meeting on August 12th, such that we can turn to other deliberative items that do require action this evening. So before turning to item 7.4 in a discussion, I would welcome a motion from a councilor to postpone to August 12th. Is that a motion from you, Councilor Shannon?
It is.
Okay.
Motion is
So,
to August 12th.
all right. So there is a motion to postpone to a date certain here of August 12th. Item 7.4, is there a second to that motion? Is that a second from Councilor Newbeezer? This motion is debatable, is that right, Attorney McNeil?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any debate on that motion to postpone item 7.4, the mayor's memorandum on encampments? Seeing none, we will go to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, Councilor Grant.
I know I'm really popular right now, but here I go. This is a major topic in the city. If we're going to postpone it, I would ask that the document attached to the agenda, if the mayor could email it out to the mayor's office email list, and we make sure it's posted to Front Porch Forum at the bare minimum. This is a very hot issue in the city, and because we're not having as many meetings during the summertime, this is why we have this packed agenda, but it's a very important topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Grant. And although I see a thumbs up from the mayor, and although we are moving to postpone this item, it and the memorandum provided by the mayor's office will remain on our agenda for the public as posted. Any further discussion on the motion to postpone? Councilor Newbeezer.
Well, just to that point, I want to make sure that constituents and members of the public know that postponement doesn't indicate my commitment or understanding how serious the issue is. I just want to make sure that we're being as respectful to city staff as we can be and not keep them here as late as we already are. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Newbeezer. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, all in favor of postponing item 7.4 to our next council meeting on August 12th, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
No.
All right, we will need to go to a roll call vote.
Councilor Barlow?
Yes.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Broderick?
No.
Councilor Carpenter?
Yes.
Councilor Doherty?
Yes.
Councilor Grant?
No.
Councilor Kane?
No.
Councilor Litwin?
No.
Councilor McKnight?
Yes.
Councilor Newbeezer?
Yes.
Councilor Shannon?
Yes.
City Council President Travers?
Yes.
Eight ayes, 4 nays.
And to confirm with the city attorney, a motion to postpone requires a majority.
Yes.
Okay. So with 8 yeses and 4 noes, the motion to postpone carries, and we will pick this back up again on August 12th, no doubt continuing the discussions between now and then as a council. That then takes us to item 7.5, a resolution changes to City Charter Articles 62, 63, and 65 regarding police oversight. Councilor Bergman, as chair of the Charter Change Committee, I will turn to you in a moment about that, but I think just before we turn to that, I just want to sort of briefly outline, because I think we've had some confusion around what the question is before the council this evening. And ultimately, as I understand it, and we'll be open to some feedback from Attorney McNeil here, is that the question ultimately before the council will be whether or not to waive the reading and adopt the resolution. And what that then would do is to warn this proposed charter change for a ballot question in November. Between now and then, though, we will be required to hold 2 public hearings on any proposed charter change. And as I've let the council know and will now let the public know, we've proposed that those public hearings would take place on August 15th and on August 22nd at 6 p.m. in the Busher Conference Room on August 15th and August 22nd. If at the end of that process, the ball is still rolling, then this will be on the ballot in November. My understanding is that after we take the vote tonight, there will not necessarily have to be any further action by the council in order for this to appear on the ballot in November. If we act tonight to warn this for a ballot question and the public hearings proceed as scheduled, there will not necessarily be another vote for the council to take action on, unless after the first public hearing there is a wish of any councilor to amend based on any comments that are made at that first public hearing. Did I outline the process here correctly, Attorney McNeil?
You did, President
Okay.
Travers.
Great. Councilor Bergman, I know that you both on our joint committee and now as chair of the Charter Change Committee have been working diligently on this matter. We'll be happy to turn the floor to you to introduce the matter.
Thank you very much. I would move to waive the reading, adopt the resolution, and just to be clear, to take the action indicated in the resolve clause, which says all of what you have stated.
Yes.
And ask for the floor back after a second.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman. Is there a second to that motion? Second by Councilor Carpenter. The floor is yours, Councilor Bergman, and we will try our best, I think, to keep it to 4 minutes.
Unfortunately, because of the gravity of this,
we'll go 5.
I think that
Let's go.
don't start the clock now until I get started. Let me cue up my clock here.
Right.
So I got it on. But this is important because it's a big charter change, and we were just appointed somebody to the police commission, and so it's directly important, and I need to lay out what we are proposing here, at least in summary fashion. So, here we go. The resolution gives a good summary of the timeline that has brought us here, so I won't reiterate that, except to say that this proposal itself is very close to what we passed out of the joint committee. On a basic level, it codifies 3 things. First is the commitment we have as a community for a police commission that reflects the diversity of our city. Second, it makes clear that the council can delegate the commission powers to manage, audit, and monitor our police department. This reflects our commitment to community oversight. It includes the power to adopt rules and regulations for the department and the commitment to provide a budget to allow the commission to do its work. And third, it eliminates any ambiguity that the department is subject to the rules and ordinances of the council and the mayor as chief executive officer with the powers noted in section 116 of the charter. But the big thing it does is codify the commission's role in the monitoring and investigatory process. It changes the current charter, which gives sole authority in the disciplinary process to the chief. The change to the joint committee proposed and that we in the Charter Change Committee are bringing here codifies the right of the commission to receive and review all complaints of departmental misconduct. It has the chief provide the commission with timely updates as to the chief's reviews, investigations, and dispositions of alleged misconduct. For the highest level alleged offenses, the commission must be notified under the proposal and given the chance to comment on the chief's proposed disposition. It gives the commission the right to recommend an alternative disposition or, if voted on by a 2/3 supermajority, authorize an independent investigator to investigate the allegations and propose an alternative disposition to the chief.
This is what the Joint Committee proposed. One added level of community oversight the Joint Committee proposed, and we have not changed, is that if the Commission's or an independent investigator's recommendation is rejected by the Chief, the Commission again has the right, upon a 2/3 supermajority vote, to call for an independent panel to make the disposition. You'll see that the panel would have 5 members, 3 appointed by the mayor, 1 by the council, and 1 by the Commission. There are 3 positions that have general qualifications stated, but the real details are left to the council adopting an ordinance after the charter change is enacted by the legislature. Our committee did decide to increase the number of members on the panel from 3 to 5 based on comments we heard. There are 2 important additions we made that go beyond what the Joint Committee brought forward. One is that we clarify that the disposition by the panel is still subject to the applicable grievance and appeal process found in the charter and the union contract. I believe it was always the intent of the Joint Committee not to negate the process the city and the BPOA have bargained for, but it is important that this be codified to eliminate any ambiguity. The second addition is that we restated the Commission's role as an appeal body, unless it has offered an opinion on the Chief's proposed disposition on a particular case. In this instance, we provided for an independent appeal body to be impaneled in the same way in composition as the one I previously mentioned. The Commission's role in grievance appeals was one of the main comments made by the Commission when they reviewed the Joint Committee's proposal, and we agreed with them. This proposal does not go as far as I would have liked, but it does increase community oversight in ways I believe our community expects and wants. It does so in a way that respects the contractual and due process rights of members of the police department. It is fair. I hope this council will agree and vote to put it on the ballot as is and warn it for the required public hearings. Let me end by saying that we worked very hard to get this to the council in the time required by state law and the Secretary of State to go on the ballot in November. I need to thank my fellow members, Councilors Carpenter and Doherty, for their hard work, their willingness to meet often, their ability to engage and be productive, and their collegiality, even when we disagreed. We did not have many disagreements, but we did have some, and I believe we acted in the professional way our constituents and democracy expect and require. I thank you both, and I thank the council.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman.
4 minutes and 25 seconds, .96.
And beautifully said.
Yes. Yeah, we'll give you the 5 minutes, but you can't fault me for not trying, Councilor Bergman.
I never hit the time.
Yes. Any other councilors with comments on the matter? Councilor Newbeezer, is that your hand?
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay, Councilor Newbeezer.
I was like, wait, what am I missing? I will be supportive. I've been told I need to talk louder into the mic, so this is hopefully I'm not yelling.
No, you're not.
You don't have to worry about yelling.
Good. Well, so I will be supporting this. I know that there's a conversation around amendments that we'll have later on. I won't speak to the amendment now. This is not everything I would want, and I think for folks, we've had years of discussion now, ballot items, many different public conversations around this issue, and I think in many ways the proposal falls short to many of the stated goals I've heard from community members, constituents, as it relates to goals around police accountability and police oversight. And that being said, I think that this is a consensus position that really brings some transparency to this process, and will give more information to the community and the public when situations come up that really do deserve some review. But I do want to make sure that folks understand that there's a lot more work ahead, and that this can't be the final iteration of this policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Newbeezer. Any other councilors wish to be recognized?
I'd like to be recognized.
Okay.
I think that Councilor Newbeezer just alluded to the proposed amendment. President Travers, is now the appropriate time for me to make a motion on the amendment?
If you believe it is the appropriate time, then now is the appropriate time.
I believe it's the appropriate time. I would like to move to amend
the draft charter change, specifically consistent with the language that was posted on Civic Clerk in our agenda, to amend section 184, subsection E, in the way written, and I can read that out loud if it would be helpful, and then to add language to the end of the resolution.
Great. I think, and then will you want a floor back?
I would like the floor back if I have a second.
Okay. I think perhaps if there is a second, you could get further into the detail upon getting the floor back. As we would typically do here, I will first turn to the maker of the underlying motion to ask whether or not he is friendly to the amendment.
It is not.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bergman. So then I will turn to the council to see if there's a second to the amendment proposed by Councillor Doherty. There's a second from Councillor McKnight. And Councillor Doherty, the floor is yours.
Thanks, President Travers. So specifically, the proposed amendment that I'd like the council to consider amends section 184E to read, to strike much of the language with respect to the who is appointed and who gets to make the appointments to the independent panel. Specifically, to read that this independent panel shall consist of 3 to 5 persons appointed per ordinance, as opposed to the appointment process that was just described by Councilor Bergman, which was the language that came out of the Charter Change Committee. And then add to the end of the resolution that it be resolved that the Ordinance Committee shall prepare a draft ordinance outlining the composition of the independent panel authorized by section 184E of the amended city charter if enacted, and shall transmit that draft ordinance to the City Council on or by its meeting on October 28th, 2024. So in a nutshell, what this does is it removes from the charter language the fact that the mayor will get to appoint 3 people to the independent body, that the City Council will get to appoint 1 person, and that the Police Commission will get to appoint 1 person, and moves that question as to who and what institutional bodies get to make these appointments to ordinance. I think this is appropriate for several reasons. This was an issue that Councilor Bergman alluded to some disagreements in the committee, and I agree with him that we dealt with those, and I also thank the other members of the committee. I think we dealt with these disagreements collegially and professionally and worked through most of them. This was one issue that remained contested. There was discussion about whether or not the BPOA could appoint a member of this body. That was discussed. There was discussion of other options about other appointments. I am not satisfied that we fully thrashed this out, that we fully heard from everyone that was going to be impacted by this change, and think that this would really benefit from additional time and additional work in ordinance. And I also think that this is better placed in ordinance because it would give a little bit more flexibility to see how this ultimately works, and to change it if necessary, which is more difficult to do with respect to a charter change than it is with respect to an ordinance change. Really what this comes down to is the two, in my view, the two important considerations, goals that I understand this entire process to be working toward, that we've all been working toward. The first of those considerations, and these considerations, I should say, are not opposed to one another, but there is tension between them. And the first consideration is that our need and our constituents' expressed desire to have us codify and clarify the community's role in the oversight of the Burlington Police Department. And this is something that we've been working on, that many people in the city have been working on for many years, and it's essential because, as I think we all agree on this council, effective policing depends upon the entirety of the community having a full faith and trust in the police department that serves that community. And there is a gap in our community with respect to that. and increasing and clarifying the role of community oversight is designed to decrease that gap and increase that credibility, and therefore increase the quality of our policing and the quality of our community safety generally. But the second goal and the second consideration is fairness and equity to the police department and the members of the police department who, in situations in which the police chief and the police commission disagree on the ultimate disciplinary measures that are taken, this independent panel will be making decisions, meaningful decisions, about discipline of police officers. And I think it's really essential that we get that balance correct. We ask police officers to make incredibly difficult split-second decisions under incredibly difficult circumstances, and then rightfully hold them accountable for it. Our police department wants to know that that process will be handled fairly and safely. Our community wants to know that that process will be handled safely and not be thrown into the cauldron of overly politicized tension that may arise in the moment that these decisions need to be made. So I think this is a reasonable thing to do, to have the ordinance committee look at this a little bit further, and I will wrap up my comments there.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Doherty. So the question is on the amendment. Are there any councillors that wish to be recognized on the amendment? Councillor Litwin.
I just want to add one quick thing, and thank you, Councillor Doherty, for that very helpful overview. Before I was elected to join the council, I was watching the very meeting where it was discussed, and this was the vote was postponed, and it was quite upsetting for many councillors who are some present here tonight, some not. And there was a commitment that I heard as a citizen at the time for the Democratic Party and this caucus to move this forward by June, which now we're actually in July, so that it could appear on the November ballot. Because this could not be agreed upon in the amount of time to be able to get this through the gauntlet run that it needs to get through to get to the legislature on time, I will be supporting this amendment because it is the only way to make good on the promise that my party made. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Litwin. Councillor Carpenter.
Just, I supported this as it came out of the committee, and I'm not unhappy with it. I actually had more concerns about whether we should have 3 or 5. We really didn't talk about that as much as we could have or should have. And I actually, in post-committee thinking, probably it really is better placed in ordinance. For that piece alone, I think there's mechanics we're going to have to articulate in ordinance about the process of appointments, the timing of appointments. Is this a standing committee or is this on a case-by-case basis? And those are details, but I think we want to get them right. And I think this allows us the time to get them right. It will be resolved before it goes to the election, so people will know what we're talking about. But if 5 is too many or 3 is too little, or we missed a skill set that we want to put in there, we'll have that opportunity to do that.
Thank you, Councillor Carpenter. Are there any other? Yeah, Councillor Newbeezer.
I should have, well, I have comments, but I also have a point of information. If this, therefore be it resolved clause in the amendment passes, are we saying that the ordinance committee will work on this and the full council will have an opportunity to weigh in again? Or are we saying we are sending this to the ordinance committee and what they come up with will be the language on the ballot? Just so I'm understanding. Does that make sense?
It does make sense, and I think I can answer that question in that the full council would have to vote on any proposed ordinance change. All right, thank you, Councillor Newbeezer. All right, I had seen the mayor. I think we'll finish councillors and then turn to the mayor for perhaps a last word on it. But Councilor Bergman, and then if there's any other councilors that wish to be recognized, let me know. We'll go Bergman, Barlow. Does that work for you, Mayor?
Sure.
Okay.
I feel like we're getting to the punchy hour, so yeah, of course.
The amendment doesn't make any sense to me. It takes out the clarity about who makes the appointments, and people then don't have a chance to comment about that and to vote on it. Anything that we do in the ordinance committee is not going to be lasting. Yes, there's a lot of details that we have to do, and we've built that in. But the fundamental framework of an independent panel, of which this is a relatively small part of the proposal, but is very important. The appointments to it are very important, and we had that conversation about it. There is a disagreement, but I think we will continue to have those disagreements. I believe that the warned charter change should be clear about what the council's intention is in terms of the appointment of the body. The same thing is true of the general proposition around the experience that we want people to have, at least the minimum that we want to have. And this sends us to, I think, actually a much more politicized process for that fundamental framework. And I really don't think that having a draft proposal and spending the time when we have a lot of work that we are going to be bringing, that we already have in the Charter Change Committee. There are, I think, 4 items that we have already in that, not charter change, I'm sorry, it is late, in the Ordinance Committee that are taking our time. And so requiring that the committee propose something before the October 28th, if you're looking for the time to really debate this, there's no way. That's just you're buying a pig in a poke. So I don't believe it. Now, I have been wrong on that before. I was wrong the last time in terms of bringing this forward, but then I just don't see us being able to meet this, and I don't think it is fair to the voters, and therefore I do not support this amendment. I think it's wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman, Councilor Barlow, and then I see you, Councilor Grant, and then we'll go to Councilor Shannon and then McKnight.
Thank you, President Travers. Just very briefly, I think there is still disagreement on the makeup of the independent panel, and I, as someone who hasn't been involved in the joint committee or the discussions on the charter change committee, would like us as a body to take more time to make sure we get it right. I do have concerns that if we don't get it right, some of the problems we've had with attrition in the police department might be exacerbated by this. And I want to make sure that the concerns that we've heard from BPOA are addressed in any final makeup. And giving us more time. We may not agree, but we will have more time to work on this, the composition of this independent panel. What I like about putting it into ordinance, as has been suggested in the amendment, is that it allows us still to meet the timeline that we have promised to the voters to try to get it on the ballot in November, which I am committed to doing. So I think this buys us more time and allows us to get this on the ballot in time. So I will be supporting the amendment tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Barlow. Councilor Grant to be followed by Councilor Shannon.
Here we go. Time and time again throughout this whole process, we have paid this extraordinary amount of attention to our officers. I'm not saying we shouldn't be paying attention to officers. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying we have paid an extraordinary amount to our attention to our officers while ignoring the effects of this whole process on members of the public and residents of our city. We are a city that has had to contend with multiple lawsuits and have active lawsuits right now. That's a fact. That's not my opinion. That's a fact. We in the city have paid out money to settle lawsuits. That's not my opinion. That's a fact. There is, based on reports and data, issues around policing and equity in our city. That's not my opinion. It's based on fact. We took testimony, and I'm not saying that the BPOA did not have, that police union did not have the right to engage in this process, but I'm saying we took testimony from an officer representing them who's involved in an active lawsuit as we speak. That's not my opinion. That's a fact, and that's a problem, and it tainted the process. So it is like talking about them being thrown into a cauldron. What about the public, for God's sake almighty? This is not okay. The idea that we keep trying to cut back the number of people from different backgrounds that can be part of this process is cowardly. It's cowardly. This idea that we're going to get it right, right for who? Right for who? The police officers in this city, they are not like other employees. Why do we keep saying that? They carry weapons that they need to protect themselves and member of the public, but they have directives and policies that they must adhere to in order to do this in a safe manner and not hurt people unnecessarily. We have not done a good job of protecting the public from that. We've not done a good job with the officers and making them understand where the department needs to be with regard to community engagement, which is practically nil. And every time, the harder we push and push against oversight and accountability, the worse things get at the department. Like, how bad do things have to get before some people understand how this can help? How much time do I have left? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Oh, sorry. You had 2 minutes and 8 seconds, so we'll still give it to you. 2 minutes and 8 seconds.
Okay, I reserved that time. Thank you.
Okay. Next up, we have Councilor Shannon to be followed by Councilor McKnight and then Councilor Kane. And then we'll go to the mayor. Oh.
Me next? Okay.
Yes, you, Councilor
We're good?
Shannon. Yes.
Okay. One of the specific concerns I had about this proposal was the city council appointment, which is kind of unlike me being a city councilor. I generally would like to have the power to make appointments. But in this case, I am concerned with how, because of the way we have to make appointments as a body, we have to warn it, we have to get a pool of applicants, and we then have to wait until we have a meeting. As part of this process, I'm worried about how it extends this process, whereas the mayor making an appointment, other bodies making an appointment doesn't necessarily have that aspect to it. And I understand from the union that that is a problem in drawing out the process. And I do think that we have said that we want more police officers at hotspots. I know we want more CSLs and we want more CSOs, but we also need police officers to cover our shifts, to put them at hotspots. And it is important what we do with this charter change and what that signals to our unions, to our recruits, and most importantly, to lateral officers who are experienced in other communities who look at these things. So I don't have actually a set idea of the alternative, but I do welcome the opportunity to have further discussion in the joint committee. There, as Councilor Bergman said, this is a small part of this. There were a lot of decisions to be made, and this is something I would look forward to spending a little bit more time on. I also shared Councilor Bergman's concerns. The original draft of this had a shorter timeline. for the ordinance committee, and I explained we do have a lot going on in the ordinance committee, but I did feel that we could make this timeline, and we'll commit to that. And so I am supportive. I'm also open to different ways and different thoughts on how this should be configured to be fair and representative. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shannon, Councillor McKnight, and then Councillor Kane.
Thank you. So I first want to say I'm really glad to see that this is moving forward, and it looks like we will have a path to get it on the ballot in November. That was important to me, and I'm glad we could come together to honor that commitment to the public. However, I would not have been able to support this without Councillor Doherty's amendment because of the politicization of the appointments that Councillor Shannon just mentioned. So I'm concerned about those from multiple perspectives. I'm concerned about them from the police officer's potential reaction and the concerns around attrition, but I'm also concerned about them as a member of the public who a few years ago watched a major scandal in our police department go down between the then mayor and the police chief, who had a very close relationship, and then to imagine that this council may, in the format presented to us, to imagine the mayor then appointing the majority of the people on this council, I don't think would have led to a trustworthy outcome in that case, not for me then as a citizen, and forecasting that out into the future, I think it could cause us major issues. So I think we need to spend more time thinking this over, but both whether it's appropriate for the mayor and the council to make these appointments or whether it's someone else, and thinking about courage and also about humility. We need to have the courage and the humility as a body to realize that we might not get this right on the first time around, and we might need a quicker, after a few examples, hopefully we don't have to use this body too often, but we likely will need to use it. We might not get it perfectly the first time around, and we might all want to do better. I hope that we will want to do better the second time around and the third time. And by putting the details of this into ordinance, it allows us the flexibility to and shows that we are humble enough to know that maybe we won't get it right the first time around. So that is really important to me, and that's why I'm supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKnight. Next, we have Councillor Kane.
Thanks. So I keep getting to the point on council where I think that nothing will surprise me, but I think one of the things said during this conversation has been the most surprising thing I've heard since I joined the council in April. I actually was so surprised that I doubted what I had heard and just went and pulled up the town meeting TV on YouTube and rewatched on mute with closed captions just to make sure I heard correctly. The idea was raised that the BPOA might appoint someone, which I just cannot believe is under consideration. I just wanted to flag that.
Thank you, Councillor Kane. So I had Councillor Newbeezer, but Mayor, do you want to go ahead? Do you want the last word, or do you want that has historically been the practice, but.
I will have the last word.
You will take the last word. That's great. Yeah. So then, Councillor Newbeezer, you're up.
I just have two quick questions or points of information before and then comments. First, just to make sure I'm understanding and my constituents are understanding, as written, if this panel takes form, it requires a 2/3 majority of the police commission. Is that correct? Am I understanding that right? And as written, if this panel makes a decision and an officer disagrees, per the union contract, what happens in that scenario? I wonder if someone from the Charter Change Committee could speak to that.
It goes under the grievance procedure, and we have codified that it is that those dispositions can be grieved and then can be arbitrated.
Thank you. So I guess my comments here, I think it's very fair, and I'm certainly concerned with being sensitive to the fact that we don't want to politicize this conversation. That's what almost every constituent I talked to at the door in Ward 1 said to me was,
here are my views. I feel like everybody is making a political show out of a core function of our city government. So please don't do that if elected. So I appreciate those concerns, I guess. We are all elected officials. Part of our job is to make appointments, as we've done through the entire board and commission process. I'm open to hearing what the non-political, quote-unquote, stakeholders are. If elected officials are inherently political, how we're defining it in this conversation, then the mayor's office, the council's out. We appoint the police commission, so in theory that process is political, and so they're out as a stakeholder. And the police union makes endorsements and is very politically active in our local elections, which is totally their right. But I'm just saying I agree with the goal. I think it's a lot harder to define than just saying, you know, folks who want reform may be political. I don't think that's a fair statement. And I'm not trying to assign motives to anybody, but I'm just trying to make the point that it's an incredibly hard thing to do. I think the proposal as stands takes a good crack at that. The makeup of 5 members makes sense to me. So I just wanted to throw that point out there. I guess my only other comments are, you know, another commitment that I made consistently and that I've spoke to, I'll keep speaking to, is wanting to sort of put aside my views and be someone who votes in a manner that, in my best efforts, and I'm sure I'll fall short, I'm sure that I have fallen short already in this, but I want to try to build consensus and be fair to different parties and understand that I don't have the right all the right answers and no individual counselor does. But this proposal, if we're talking about the debate over the last number of years, I served on the 2018 Special Committee to Review Policing Practices. There's sort of one end of the spectrum that wants a completely independent citizen oversight board. And on the other end of the spectrum, there's sort of folks who want the status quo, not in assuming a negative connotation with that statement, but just sort of are okay with the police chief in theory having sole disciplinary authority. And so if I'm looking at this proposal and where this lands in terms of building consensus, at the end of the day, this isn't a radically this isn't a huge change at the end of the day to the process and sort of in determining outcomes. There's lots of checks and balances, as we just heard, the 2/3 majority on the police commission. And so really what sort of folks who are more interested in more transparency or maybe more stringent police accountability are getting out of this conversation is transparency and to bring some daylight and some codified information sharing to the police commission. And so I think the concessions on this sort of spectrum of where we can land on this issue and to build consensus have already been made, and I don't want to make further concessions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Newbeeser. Are there any other councilors that have not spoken to this item the first time that wish to? Councilor Broderick, I think you're the only one. So.
Great.
Yes.
I'll be very brief.
Okay.
I just would like to point out that if this charter change was designed in what I believe many residents of Burlington had been pushing for throughout the last couple of years, which is citizen oversight of the police as opposed to community control or what we have here, we would have an apolitical body that is not related to a government entity overseeing our police department. I would just like to make that clear, and I support not changing what we have right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Broderick. Councilor Grant, you still have your hand up, and then Councilor Shannon. We're now in second rounds. Is there any other councilor that after Grant or Shannon wants to speak to the matter? All right, so we'll go to Councilor Grant, then we'll go to Councilor Shannon, then we'll go to you, Mayor.
The reason why I talk about the things that I do is because, unlike other members of this council, I served on the police commission. I was involved with investigations. And what keeps getting, even though I brought it up many, many times, is all investigations start with the police department. So this whole idea that somehow that officers won't have representation or be treated fairly, the investigations always start with the police department. And then you see what the police department has, then you see what the complaint is about, and then if more information is needed, then you move on. But there is already a process that protects the police department. We've given them a contract where we purposefully made the decision to ignore the recommendations around oversight and accountability within their contract. We made that decision because we're so afraid we can't get officers. Well, guess what? It's not working for us. They're not coming. They're not staying when they do come. It's like, wake up. Nothing changes if nothing changes. It's literally that simple. And you can't always keep talking about the fairness of the officers first without respecting fairness and balance with regards to the public. It is a problem if people don't want to cooperate with our department. And given what's going on in our streets right now, we need a higher level of cooperation. We need people in the streets to be the eyes and ears to help stop the level of dealing that we are seeing. I'm not talking about little petty ordinances. I'm talking about serious high-level dealing occurring in our streets right now. This idea that oversight and accountability is going to prevent officers from coming here is still astounding to me. And it's so political that it's just so regrettable on so many levels. I mean, we're not even doing anything from a community engagement standpoint to stem the extraordinarily negative national, international, if you include social media and news stories in Canada over what happened with the Yes program. You've got to do better. We can't reduce the number of people who have a voice in this process. Purposely trying to cut people out of the process.
Thank you, Councilor Grant.
And it won't have the best outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Grant. Councilor Shannon, and then we'll go to the mayor.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, I think we all do want oversight and accountability 100%. And I think we also want fairness. I am not sure that I agree with Councilor McKnight about mayoral appointments, and I wanted to also say that I heard the same that Councilor Newbeezer heard. I really agree with a lot of what you said. I don't think the public wants this politicized. I don't object to the mayor having an appointment or maybe two. But I am not, I think kind of like Councilor McKnight, I'm not comfortable with the majority being appointed because that comes just from one particular perspective. So I think that's something to look at. But in terms of what the solution is, I'm open to whatever the suggestions are around this table and not married to a particular solution to figure out how we can have a board that the public will have confidence in, and that everyone involved will have confidence in the fairness of the result.
Thank you, Councilor Shannon. Mayor Mulvaney-Stanek.
Okay, well, I appreciate hearing the deliberations of this body, and I want to be on the record of saying that I do support the underlying language here that came before you here tonight. This really represents pretty modest improvements to our process, and I just want to name that. And I have been living in this city for almost 20 years, and I'm disappointed that it has taken us this long, frankly. And I've seen delays and delays and delays. And to Councilor Grant's point, we have all the problems and the challenges that other cities in this country face, and we owe it to citizens to be, and residents for that matter, to be bringing forward a more robust process, one with more urgency, one that does our job, or you do your job, and I would sign off, of course, that really moves us along with the urgency of knowing that people are living every day out there having a very different experience than folks around this table, myself included. The other reality with charter changes is, of course, having served in that legislature, there's a whole other time clock that starts once we even get a charter change to voters, and voters assumingly approve something. So there's more delay ahead. And so us taking, or you taking more time to continue to deliberate and deliberate creates more delay in the process. And voters deserve to know where you stand on the issues in terms of details, and to move this forward with the urgency that this issue really deserves. And the details, I think voters want to know what they're voting on. And I'm concerned about having the ordinance committee do more work with a time, certain date, or a date report back at the end of October, knowing people do early voting, etc. I think you're giving yourself too much of a short runway, and I'm concerned that come October, y'all will ask for more time, and that's concerning to me. I think y'all have deliberated, and it's time to really call the question and move this forward with the details that the Charter Change Committee, and then before that a joint committee, and then before that more counselors have deliberated on this. There is a clear compromise. There was before with the joint committee. There is now again, and I would encourage you to advance this going forward. In a rare case, I do agree that having details worked out in ordinance makes more sense. Having sat through a lot of charter changes, towns would come and say it's been impossible because we made this too constricted within our charter. This is not to that level. I really think that there's a chance to do that, maybe in more detail here, but I really would encourage us to be able to move this forward. Having heard this conversation and the reasoning why folks are bringing this forward, you have the information, you have the details. I think voters should act on the underlying language here.
Thank you, Mayor. So it would be time to call a question, but it is after 10:30, and so in order for us to call the question, there does need to be a motion to suspend
I
the
will
rules.
move to suspend the rules and complete the, not only this item, but all the rest of the deliberative agendas.
Okay.
They're important things, and people are sitting out there waiting.
Yes. Thank you, Councilor Bergman. Councilor Bergman has moved to suspend our rules to complete our deliberative agenda. Is there a second to that motion? Second by Councilor Barlow. For our new councilors here, just because this is the first time we've had to do this with the new council, my reading of this motion is that the meeting will adjourn once our deliberative agenda is over. What that means is that the agenda items after our deliberative agenda will not be completed. I have discussed this with the mayor's office and understand the mayor's office will circulate a memorandum with some points that would have been made with mayoral general affairs. So I just wanted to confirm that for folks that that's the intention behind the motion. So we can take a vote on that item. So we will go to a vote on the motion to suspend our rules. We'll try a voice vote on this. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries.
Aye, sorry, aye.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Grant. So that carries unanimously. I think we will then now go to a vote on the amendment. And I'm assuming we will need a roll call vote on this. And so the clerk will please call the roll. And
Council
again,
President, can I just
Yeah.
ask a point of clarification? If we pass this amendment as is,
Mhm.
and then subsequently, could you also amend the charter language?
So the question will be on the amendment. After this vote, we will need to take a vote on whether or not to pass the resolution, which will start the process to put this on the ballot. That'll be either with the amended resolution or the resolution as moved by Councilor Bergman. There could be another amendment this evening, if you so pleased, or the next opportunity to amend the matter would be after a first public hearing. And under state statute, any amendment after the first public hearing would have to be based off of comments that were made at that first public hearing. So as I mentioned, my intention here is that if either the amended or original resolution passes tonight, that we would warn this for a first public hearing on August 15th. And I will ask for us to please have a quorum of the council available that evening for that public hearing, such that if anyone wanted to bring an amendment based on comments made at that public hearing, that would be in order at that point in time. Does that answer your question, Councilor Carpenter?
Yes.
Okay.
The other question I had is relative to we're voting on both the amended language for the charter and then a subsequent addition to the resolution. So we're running those together?
Correct. So the amendment is to the resolution. The resolution includes the proposed charter change, which would be warned for the November ballot. It also includes additional resolved clauses, which, if amended, would include the resolved clause for the ordinance committee to take this matter up. Perhaps a question for Attorney McNeil, though. At any meeting following a first public hearing, at that point in time, would the amendment only be in order for the proposed charter language and not for the resolution? Is that your question, Councilor Carpenter?
Yes, because
Okay.
I have a concern about the resolution part of it, as opposed. And I originally I thought we had a September deadline, and I appreciate the work of the ordinance committee. I am concerned that October is late in terms of getting clarification for the public.
Understood.
So-
I actually have a question for Attorney McNeil, which is not that question, right? But that
Let
just
me-
to confirm after
let me
first
start
public
with that
hearing.
one.
Yes.
Through the operation of state charter, state statute, there's a particular procedure for charter changes. And it specifies that after the first public hearing, as the president indicated, there can be amendments made to the proposed charter change based upon comments made at the hearing. If it wasn't raised at the first public hearing, it would be out of order. With regard to the resolution part, that's a separate matter. Once a resolution has passed, that resolution is good for the session unless there is a motion to reconsider it made either tonight at that meeting or at the next ensuing meeting, which is according to Robert's rules. Thereafter, that resolution stays in effect for the balance of that particular term of the council. Yeah, I'll
Okay.
stop there.
So I think, yeah, Councilor.
Question.
Yeah.
I promise.
Is it, what form is the question? We're trying to call the vote now. Is it-
Well, I guess similar to Councilor Carpenter's question, it is essentially in the event that, because I am concerned about the runway time that the mayor mentioned, in the event that we send it to, that we pass the amendment, we send it to ordinance, comes back to us in October, and we vote, we don't pass it, what happens if the voters pass the warned? Sorry, does that make sense? It's very late.
We'll be, no, I mean, I think the charter,
What happens
the
if we
charter,
don't have the committee, but
the
we
charter,
have
the
everything
charter
else here?
dictates in multiple parts that ordinance defines how the city operates. And so if the charter mandates that the city establish this panel by ordinance, then we would be in violation of our charter if we failed to then take that action up. So we will have no choice other than to establish a panel if and when this language, if amended, were enacted by the state legislature following voter support. So
There's
I
no
think,
deadline on
but to answer, I think the concerns that have been raised by Councilor Litwin and Councilor Carpenter, for all intent and purposes, if you are concerned about the timeline here within which the ordinance committee needs to report back on this, I think what would be in order is a motion to amend the amendment to change that date. Otherwise, we would go to a vote on the amendment, and then we'll go to a vote on whatever the underlying resolution is. And so,
And as a point of information, the amendment eliminates the charter provision that sets out how the appointment is made and says it will go to ordinance. So if the voters adopt the the charter change and the legislature adopts it and it gets through the governor or and however that can end up, then and it's voted the way that the amendment would do, then that panel does not go into operation unless there's an ordinance that is enacted. I mean, quite simply.
Go ahead, Attorney McNeil.
I'd agree with that, but I'd also add that it would be a mandate of the city council per the charter requirement to pass an ordinance. And if you didn't make it on the first time, let's say there was a tie vote for some reason and it did not pass, then you'd be obligated to keep working at it until it did, because it would be a mandate from, it would be a matter of state law at that point. It would be a ministerial duty rather than a discretionary duty.
Okay. Councilor Shannon, do you have a point of information, parliamentary inquiry, point of order?
A comment on the
I think if you could pose it, and I think we are done with debate at this point in time. If you could if you have a parliamentary inquiry.
In terms of the procedural process, this is a normal part of the process which we have done over and over again to create an ordinance, and we do come to agreement, even if we have to amend or send it back to the committee.
Thank you, Councilor Shannon.
Point of information.
Yeah, Councilor Newbeezer.
And I'm sorry to belabor the point, but to make sure I'm understanding, if the date is October 28th, the voters are not gonna know the makeup of the panel until 4 days out from election, and we have mail-in voting, right? So we're getting ballots out before that. So voting will begin before we know the makeup of the panel. Is that a fair assessment? So that I know what I'm voting on?
If the proposed amendment says that the ordinance committee will report back on or by the council's meeting on October 28th. If we waited until that date on October 28th, then yes, the answer to your question is yes, that is the date on which the ordinance committee will report back out its results. Are there any other, I'm going to call the vote unless there's any other questions. Yeah, Councilor Carpenter?
Well, I want to make an amendment to the amendment, so.
All right, what is your, Councilor Carpenter has moved, is moving to amend the amendment. So what is the motion to amend the amendment?
Which is to move the date to September 23rd.
Okay, so Councilor Carpenter has moved to amend the amendment by backing up the date on which the ordinance committee would have to report out to our regular city council meeting on September 23rd. I will turn to the...
I'm just being told that's it.
That is the date, yep.
Okay.
We have meetings on the 23rd, October 9th, and October 20... Well,
The website
in any
only
event,
has
September
9/23
23rd,
right
yes.
now,
All right, so I will, yeah, Councilor Newbeezer.
And maybe this is for the city clerk. When does early voting start for?
Excuse me,
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, that amendment to the
Has to be
amendment
seconded.
motion needs a second before there
I
can be any.
second it.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that.
Well,
No,
hold
no,
on,
I
hold
was
on.
trying
Sorry,
to,
sorry.
but-
I know it's getting late. The motion to amend the amendment is made by Councilor Carpenter. I will first turn to the maker of the amendment, Councilor Doherty, to ask whether or not you are friendly to that amendment.
Yes.
Okay. Who seconded Councilor Doherty's amendment? Councilor. I believe it was Councilor McKnight.
Yeah.
It was me.
Yeah. Councilor McKnight, are you also friendly?
Yes.
Okay. So, they are both friendly to the amendment. So the amendment now would require that the ordinance committee report back on or by the city council's meeting on September 23rd, whatever that last meeting in September is. Councilor Newbeezer, do you still have a point of information?
And perhaps the city clerk could clarify, when does early voting start for the November election, so that I have a clear picture of the timeline we're talking about?
I am looking for that information now.
I would just want that information before I vote on this amendment. The amendment to the amendment and then the amendment.
As a point of information, does not federal law require 45 days prior to the election? And this is a federal election, of which this would be a special city election. And so I believe that if the election is on the 5th, then you go back 45 days. And I'm sorry I didn't look at the calendar to count that out, but that might help things out.
Thursday, September 26th is the first date that the city can post warning and notice of the election. So if our council meeting is on Monday, September 23rd, the first day to post warning and notice of election on a city election is Thursday, September 26th.
And just for clarity, Council President, general election for November 5th, ballots will be mailed to all active registered voters not later than October 1st, 2024, according to the Secretary of State's website. So we're talking about it at best a 7-day timeline, although as we all know from elections, I mean, ballots go earlier, ballots go out, whatever.
So since that will be, if this were to move forward, we would have a state election and then a local one. We would be sending our own separate ballots, but you could use that as a rough guideline. I would need to go back and talk to my staff. Like, I can't sit here today and say for sure the exact date. We haven't worked up our calendar, but I think that gives us a pretty fair estimate.
Okay. I'm going to call the question now on the amendment as amended, which is the language in the amendment making changes to section 184E of the charter, and then the addition of the further resolved clause, except changing October 28th, 2024 to, and now to confirm our council meeting on Monday, September 23rd. I think we will need a roll call vote on this. If the clerk could please call the roll. Sorry?
No.
The amendment to the amendment was friendly. Now we need to take a vote on the amended amendment.
Okay, sorry.
Yes. So if the clerk could please call the roll. Does everyone understand what they're voting on? I just want to confirm here. Okay, thank you. Lori?
Counselor Barlow?
Yes.
Counselor Bergman?
No.
Counselor Broderick?
No.
Counselor Carpenter?
Yes.
Counselor Doherty?
Yes.
Counselor Grant?
No.
Counselor Kane?
No.
Counselor Litwin?
Yes.
Counselor McKnight?
Yes.
Counselor Newbeezer?
Absolutely not.
I'm sorry?
No.
Counselor Shannon?
Yes.
City Council President Travers?
Yes.
7 ayes, 5 nays.
Okay, so with a vote of 7 in the affirmative, 5 against, the amended amendment carries, and now we have the amended resolution. I do think we had pretty good debate with respect to this, but Councilor Bergman, I will turn to you.
I want to say that I strongly opposed the amendment. It is not worthy of trying to defeat and keep this whole thing off the ballot. And I will work as hard as I can to meet that deadline, which I think is absurd. But I will do my best, and like I said previously, I can be wrong on that, and I hope that I am in this, and that we can get something that the voters will appreciate. I will do my best, and I want to say that publicly, and we'll see what we can do. But I hope that this charter change, even with this amendment, will pass, because it will move us forward. Like I said, it is not what I want or what I wanted, but I can live with it, and it makes some really positive steps, and I hope that we can unanimously get this on the ballot despite our disagreement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Bergman. I'm going to go to Councilor Broderick, and then I'm going to call the question.
Thank you. I'll also be voting yes, even though I'm very disappointed in this amendment, and I'm just afraid that if an ordinance does not get passed and and this charter change hits the voters without any indication of what the body would look like, that voters who would otherwise support a body that they understand and even had an opportunity to critique during the first public hearing, without that knowledge and the unknown of what the potential the potential panel would be, that makes me worry about the future of the charter change at the November election. And the one thing I would like to ask the ordinance committee, if given that this will pass and we will go through this process now, I hope that the council, that other councilors will have opportunity to provide their input, even if they don't have a vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Broderick.
Council President, I know you were going to call the question, but can I take 15 seconds given the nature of what I'm voting on?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
I just want 15 seconds because I think my constituents need to understand where I am given the circumstance and what I'm being asked to vote on.
Okay, it's 11:25 p.m. We still have multiple deliberative items on the agenda. I'm mindful of the fact that we have the BHS Downtown Librarian here as well as Town Meeting TV and city staff. So I mean, I will give you 15 seconds, Councilor Newbeeser, but like if we're going to get this done tonight and many of these deliberative items we do need to get done tonight, then councilors are going to have to be more mindful of their time this evening. So please go ahead, 15 seconds.
That's totally fair, which is why I think this amendment was such a mistake, and I just want to be clear with my constituents because this is important and it's been years and years and years just to get something on the ballot. I'll be voting to move this forward. I just want to make sure folks are clear. I think it's irresponsible to give voters this amount of time to know what they're voting on. Thank you.
Okay, we're now going to call the question. This is on the amended resolution to warn this for the November ballot and to begin the public hearing process, which again, as a reminder, will be on August 15th and August 22nd. Could the clerk please call the roll?
Councilor Barlow?
Yes.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Broderick?
Yes.
Councilor Carpenter?
Yes.
Councilor Doherty?
Yes.
Councilor Grant?
Yes.
Councilor Kane?
Yes.
Councilor Litwin?
Yes.
Councilor McKnight?
Yes.
Councilor Newbeeser?
Yes.
Councilor Shannon?
Yes.
City Council President Travers?
Yes.
12 ayes.
Okay, so with a vote of 12 ayes in the affirmative, that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. And I do want to echo my thanks to you, Councilor Bergman, for your work and that of the Charter Change Committee on that matter. Okay, as I mentioned before, I know that it is a late hour, but the remaining items on our deliberative agenda are time sensitive, and it is important that we take action on them. I would ask, to the extent possible, that presenters and counselors please keep their comments limited, although I certainly want folks to be able to raise questions and comments. Would ask for that courtesy this evening. The next item is item 7.6, which comes to us from the Board of Finance, proposed ambulance fee increase. We do have Chief LaChance here this evening. Chief, I really appreciate you meeting with us at this late hour, and would be happy to turn the floor over to you if you are there to outline the proposed plan here.
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, there we go. There's my video. Hi, everybody. So the proposal that has passed the Board of Finance is a ambulance fee change. These fee changes were part of the fee study that was conducted last year. We worked with our billing vendor to come up with reasonable fee increases to meet some of the fiscal needs of the city, and that's what we're proposing here. When these were done 2 years ago, you were seeing double-digit increases. We're keeping our increases this time to about 8.5% on ALS and BLS. The big changes here are based on something that passed in the Vermont legislature, H 622, and it's increasing the bill rate for non-transports. Non-transports is not something that we have billed for in the past, and it's actually not something that a lot of organizations have billed for in the past. We will be billing for these now, and we are billing for them at the rate of $275. So that's going to be an all proposed increase since our current billing rate is $0 now. We are concerned with equity in the city. We do realize that the only entity that pays for non-transports is Medicaid at this time. We were able to bill at a little bit higher rate, but being that we wanted to keep the Medicare folks and the folks that our self-pay, which is about 3% of the folks we transport. We kept the rate at $275, and we do plan to reassess later in the year just to see how we're doing. There is still going to be a hardship waiver process for folks who are unable to meet these bill charges, and that hardship waiver process is a process that we currently run and allow. Okay, the FY25 fire department budget was based on an increase utilizing these funds. I do feel like we have been conservative with our forecast of this funding, so I do believe that this funding will cover the projected FY25 ambulance fee increase that we proposed and subsequently passed on the budget meetings. Does anybody have any questions?
I will note that the proposed fee schedule is posted online, so thank you very much for that. I do not see any questions or comments here, so seeing none, I think we will go to a, well, there needs to be a motion. So, Councilor Shannon, I see you have raised your hand.
Move to approve and authorize the increased fee structure for ambulance services effective upon passage, as described in the table here in this ambulance fee increase memo by Chief LaChance dated July 7th, 2024.
Thank you, Councilor Shannon. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Councilor Litwin. Is there any further discussion at this point? All right, we will go to a vote then. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Thank you very much, Chief LaChance, for being with us tonight.
All right, have a good night, guys. Thank you.
We have the same presenters on the last three items in our deliberative agenda, items 7.7, 7.8, and 7.9. Thank you very much to the DPW team for being with us here at this late hour. I think if possible, to the extent you're able to consolidate any presentation, at least on 7.7 and 7.9, that would be great. My understanding is that we may have a representative here from CEDO to speak to 7.8 if necessary, but we'll turn to you at least on 7.7 and 7.9, Director Spencer. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. I have City Engineer Laura Wheelock with me and Public Works Engineer Julia Saki. We had the opportunity to present to you back in June 10th, and a couple councilors asked for more time, so we did not come back on the 24th and had an opportunity to do a lot more engagement and conversations, which staff will update you on. We are looking for your approval tonight of the conceptual plan for Bag and Cherry so that we can move into permitting and get the project to the construction phase in the required timeline that the federal funds require.
Yes. Thanks, Chapin. So for the Reconnecting Bank and Cherry project,
Order. I can't hear. There's something going on behind me. It sounds like an F-35, but it's not.
I don't think it's quite an F-35, but the HVAC is on.
Yeah.
Yes,
So if I could ask staff to speak as loudly as I do, that would be really helpful for my old ears.
It's always an F-35, isn't it?
All right, thank you. You could amplify, but that'd be great. Great.
Since we spoke to you on June 10th, we have been to the Church Street Marketplace Commission, the Public Works Commission, and to the Walk Bike Council seeking their input. We've also been to the Toque several times to discuss the concept. Some of the main themes from some of the outreach we've done, we've had lots of questions about how Bank Street will work as a curbless street, and keeping modes as separate as they can be safely. We have heard a lot of general support and excitement about improving the streetscape and building all this great new green stormwater infrastructure and new trees and pedestrian scale lighting that will make the street more inviting and safer. And also support for designing these streets at a slow speed, and DPW also pursuing a reduction in the downtown speed limit. Our conversations at the Toque, we've been a few times since the last meeting. We've talked about adding a public safety kiosk, which we did bring to our funding partners. Our funding is transportation oriented, so we're not allowed to use it for something like specifically a public safety kiosk, but something like an informational kiosk. We could certainly cite and leave space for as part of this project and potentially pursue other funding sources while we coordinate with other departments to figure out what that kind of public safety space would look like in our downtown. We've also talked about public restrooms downtown on Bank or Cherry, and also drinking water fountains, which we've also brought to our funders, who said that water fountains can certainly be included. They're more of a streetscape amenity in line with our project. They were, I think, intrigued by the bathroom idea. They hadn't done it as part of a transportation project before, so they're kind of looking into it since it's not a normal use of this transportation-oriented funding that we have. We've had many conversations also about pedestrianizing additional streets downtown, and specifically looking at Bank Street and Cherry Street, the two eastern blocks. So we've been working with Councilor Bergman on doing a more comprehensive transportation plan update. The last one we did was in 2011, and it doesn't reference this idea at all, and none of our planning does either. So we haven't been basing our decisions, we've been basing our decisions off the planning that we have done. We have not had a chance to do the analysis to look at how this would impact our transportation network. We've not been able to have community conversations about what this would look like for our community kind of at large. So this transportation plan will give us the opportunity to do that. And on the other end, we do have flexibility in our project to design it so that it can be pedestrianized in the future, even though we're not doing that right now with this concept in this project. And so finally, we did seek a more formal communication from our funders, VTrans and FHWA, who agreed that this type of change of pedestrianizing these streets as part of this concept and this project would introduce a delay that could jeopardize our funding. They also indicated an amount of flexibility to allow us to pedestrianize these streets in the future, especially without being in jeopardy of having to pay these funds back. So that was really good news. We think that there are doors open for us to start these conversations now and envision what we want these streets to look like in the future. So.
All right. Thank you very much for that presentation. Anything further on your end?
Nope. We're happy to answer questions.
Okay, great. Are there any counselors with questions or comments on we're technically on item 7.7, but I think questions on any of these items, 7.7, 7.8, 7.9, I will consider them in order. Councilor Bergman.
So I just want to express my thanks for my fellow counselors who are expressing disappointment, right? I have moved on this project based on the conversations that I've had with the department and the commitment that they have made to move forward in as robust a way as they have the ability to do, because they are stretched. So I totally appreciate that. but to advance real planning that goes well beyond what the outdated plans talked about. It includes the kiosk, and it includes a whole bunch of other things that we will be taking up at the TOOC at I think the next meeting, or in the next month, in a couple of weeks, because we have a robust schedule. And they have given me a commitment that was made publicly at the last TOOC, and based on that, I take as the good faith that I can support this plan as adopted, because in large part, if they do that, what we build and what we get from this approval is going to be consistent with that planning. We can do all the things that we want to do within the build that we're making, and as far as I can see, and we get tremendous benefits out of it, not the least of which are stormwater benefits. And anybody who has been on the Winooski Bridge or has seen the Winooski River knows just how dirty that water is. We do not need to add any more from the city of Burlington on that. So it will be very, very important for us to do that. And it is for these reasons that I have changed my position and will support the thing in front of us, and look forward to the next year and the year after that.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman. Councilor Litwin?
Yeah, I'll be really quick. In the similar vein of Councilor Bergman, who I've very much appreciated being on TOOC with, thank you. You have been through a lot to get to this point tonight, not just surviving till 11:40. But I'm operating under the same good faith, because the public safety kiosk wasn't a pie in the sky dream for me. It's come consistently from conversations, as I've shared with you all, but for the benefit of the rest of the council and the public, from folks who just want to enjoy our downtown, want to see that vibrancy, which I enjoyed lots of that vibrancy this weekend. It was a beautiful weekend on Church Street, but maybe don't feel safe. And additionally, I appreciated you going back. I appreciated you looking at it and really even being creative enough to think about, could we do this in this some other way? So I'm operating under that good faith, because there was quite a bit of support from the marketplace commissioners for that, and ultimately we need to get to a point where our downtown infrastructure incorporates public safety as a permanent fixture. So thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Litwin. Any other councilors with questions or comments? Councilor Kane?
Thanks. So about 2 months ago, you guys gave a presentation about the Winooski Bridge project, and at that time, I expressed disappointment that it was not made clear what could change and what could not change about the project, and I asked a bunch of questions and got yeses and nos on some things. So just procedurally, I was hoping that would be, that there would be a change there. There has not been. I am still confused based on the latest memo. The word major is in there. Major changes would send the project back to the U.S. Department of Transportation. It's not clear what major changes are. I know that we can't pedestrianize the streets. I'm not clear if we can remove the parking. I was talking to Director Spencer earlier. I asked, could we remove 5 parking spaces? The answer to that was yes. I'm not clear if we could remove it all. I'm not clear just what the public and what the council actually is deciding. I would like to hear more. I don't know if this is an opportunity for back and forth or, yeah.
It is.
Thank you. So to work through that a little bit more, this is a conceptual plan. It is the general idea of the layout of the street, where sidewalks are going to go, where amenities are going to go, where the road facility will be defined. That is the curb line, and I think that is where Director Spencer was saying what occurs along the curb line, parking, loading, a bump out, a treatment facility, could still be flexible. Changing out how many trees that we have on the street is a flexible change. Removing all the trees, not an option under the grant funding. And so it is hard with a project of this scale to really define the exact what's minor and what's major. If we change something for what we as locals think is a really minor item, I can't even think of an example, but the federal government could say, hold on, that's a non-starter. So it's really tricky, and it is a little bit subjective. We're not accustomed to pushing the federal government on these types of little tweaks because transportation projects are transportation projects. We have tried it a few times with the Champlain Parkway, and it is a long process. We added bump outs on Pine Street, and that took upwards of a year, I think, to be able to just get a determination. And so it's tricky. Bump outs seem small to us. They seem second nature to increasing pedestrian safety. And it took the federal government a year to give us an okay to add those to the project. So it's just, we're more than happy to go and ask these questions. We've started asking the ones from the earlier meetings. We're being transparent. We are sharing your ideas back to the VTrans and the federal highway teams. And we're taking what we think their answer will be to you tonight on some of these items, but we don't know for sure. We will absolutely ask, what happens if we go to remove parking along an entire corridor? And we can report back. This is a 30% plan. We are trying to get to permitting. There is still the possibility to change things, but once we go into the permitting process, we can't change the assumptions that went into permitting. The benefit of this project's entirely inside of the right-of-way. The things that are impacted in the right-of-way don't necessarily change because we've already disturbed them 3 or 4 times in their life, which is helpful. So aside from just choosing to unsignalize Winooski and Cherry Street, that would probably be a non-starter for permitting. That kind of scale is what you should be deciding tonight. The small changes, they usually have flexibility to move during design.
So to be clear, we could probably remove all the parking. We could probably add a bike lane. I've read the grant, pages 14 and 15. You guys check the boxes for we're trying to reduce car dependency. I didn't see anything in the grant that committed us to having any parking spaces. Am I correct in that interpretation?
I wouldn't say that anything is an all or nothing type of a statement. The Great Streets standards are about compromising and balancing the uses of our right-of-way. I don't think you would see DPW recommend removing all parking on all of these streets on all sides.
But as far as the grant goes, like,
we
the city
can ask,
decide that.
but
The
I
city
don't.
can decide its own standards.
Right. We can ask, but I don't think that would be a minor change. But that's my take on the request.
Wouldn't be a minor change. So we have committed to the federal government to have a certain amount of parking.
We shared with them our street layout and our plan and our idea for a balanced use of the right-of-way for people of all modes and abilities and uses and delivery and functionality.
Right. So earlier this evening...
We're at 5 minutes, Councilor Kane, if you could just wrap up.
Well, earlier this evening I got, when I asked could we remove 5 parking spots, I got a clear yes from Director Spencer. So I would like to know what is the maximum number we could remove without jeopardizing the funding. I have been emailing specific questions with specific proposals for months at this point and have not received clear answers on whether or not we can do them. So I would appreciate answers to my questions with that level of clarity and just like the maximum thresholds for how much this project can be changed. Thank you.
Okay. I'd like to go to Councilor Barlow for a motion, and then if there's any further questions or comments, then we can do it at that time. So Councilor Barlow could...
I would move that the City Council approve the preferred design concept for Bank Street east of Church Street, Cherry Street east of Church Street, and the new sections of Pine Street and St. Paul Street between Bank Street and Cherry Street. And further, acknowledges the concepts for Bank Street and Cherry Street west of Church Street approved by the City Council on May 21st, 2018.
Thank you, Councilor Barlow. Is there seconded by Councilor Litwin? Do you want the floor back, Councilor Barlow?
No.
Okay. Councilor Carpenter, I'll go to you.
Just, I've been operating in the good faith and input from all the councilors and those that have worked hard on the 2 committee. I sincerely hope you are remembering that 125 old disabled people Cherry Street is their front yard with very little parking. There are dozens and dozens of people who use that courthouse every single day. Low-income, marginalized people who need to use a courthouse. That is a big amount of traffic and activity for Lower Cherry Street. Having worked there for 15 years, I saw, and it's different than the rest of our downtown. So I just want to make sure that any design accommodates those two uses on Lower Cherry Street, because they're very different than the hotels across the road and the shoppers going on Church Street. You've got a lot of activity in that one block. Thank you.
Councilor Broderick, and then I'm going to call the question.
Yeah.
Councilor King echoed a lot of my points, specifically about the email. And I also expressed my opinions during the TOOC meeting, but I can't, in good conscience, accept this project as is, because for the millionth time that someone has ever said this, it's too late that we are approving projects that are not progressing us towards a less car-dependent future, especially in our downtown core streets. I'm tired of us setting standards and saying that we're going to adopt policy that puts us on the right path to hitting our goals or setting new goals, and then we turn around, and whether it's based off of plans from 2011, well, we had a new plan that was made about Burlington Walk Bike in 2016, 2017. Why wasn't the plan changed then to accommodate for that? And I just don't understand it. It's 2024. I know a lot went into this. There's money on the line. I hear what Councilor Bergen said, and I do have good faith in the Department of Public Works, but for this, I just cannot accept something that's not moving us in the right direction to become a more pedestrian-friendly and lower emitting city. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Broderick. I am going to call the question then now on the motion as made by Councilor Barlow. We'll go to a roll call vote, please. If the clerk could please call the roll.
Councilor Barlow?
Yes.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Broderick?
No.
Councilor Carpenter?
Yes.
Councilor Doherty?
Yes.
Councilor Grant?
Yes.
Councilor Kane?
No.
Councilor Litwin?
Yes.
Councilor McKnight?
Yes.
Councilor Newbeezer?
Yes.
Councilor Shannon?
Yes.
City Council President Travers?
Yes.
10 ayes, 2 nays.
So with 10 ayes and 2 nays, the motion on item 7.7 carries. Next item on our agenda is 7.8, resolution authorization to apply to downtown sales tax reallocation program regarding City Place project, 75 Cherry Street. Councilor Newbeezer, you are the sponsor on this resolution. Could I turn to you for a motion on the item?
I would move to waive the reading and adopt the agenda and ask for the floor back briefly.
Thank you, Councilor Newbeezer. Is there a second to that motion from Councilor Newbeezer? Second by Councilor Barlow. Councilor Newbeezer, the floor is yours.
I know that Director Pine is on CEDO to ask any questions. Just a really cool program, I think, worth highlighting, and I'm deeply appreciative to the team at CEDO and DPW. Essentially, this is a program that the state offers that we can take back some of that sales tax money that we're all paying to help make investments and build public infrastructure in our downtown. I think this is another example of where our city departments, and they have a long history of it, are trying to be as mindful to the tax burden that residents are facing, and the fact is that this program offers an opportunity to claw back more than $1 million to reduce the burden on taxpayers. So I didn't know about this program. I'm deeply appreciative to Director Pine to speaking with me a little bit about it, and for his efforts in trying to keep costs down on the City Place project as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Newbeezer. Any councilors have any questions for either Councilor Newbeezer or Director Pine? Any other comments on this item? All right. Seeing none, then we will call the question on this item, and with thanks to Director Pine for joining us at this late hour, we will go to a voice vote on this matter. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. That then takes us to the last item on our deliberative agenda, which is item 7.9. I suppose a question for the city attorney here, which is that would a simplified motion be in order here to take the actions indicated on civic clerk? Yeah. Okay. Is Mayor, I know in the interest of transparency at Board of Finance, okay, we can, okay. It's a long motion for the sake of clarity here. So Councilor Barlow, could I turn to you as chair of the Duke to make the motion as blessed by City Attorney McNeil?
Certainly, and I appreciate the city attorney's blessing on this one at this late hour. Yeah, I would make the motion as indicated on civic clerk. The motions as indicated on civic clerk.
Okay. And to clarify, this is on item 7.9, the Great Streets Main Street contract amendments. Is there a second to the motion made by Councilor Barlow? Second by Councilor McKnight. Councilor Barlow, did you want the floor back?
No, I did not.
Okay. Team DPW, anything further you wanted to add on item 7.9?
Nope, just here to take questions.
Okay. Do folks have any questions for the team from DPW on the contract amendments for the Great Streets Main Street project? Questions or comments? All right, seeing none, then we will go to a voice vote on this matter. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously, which is the end of our deliberative agenda. And as we had suspended our rules, thank you very much to the DPW team for being here at this late hour. This takes us to the end of our deliberative agenda, which takes us to the end. Before we adjourn, again, I want to say thanks to everyone on the council for being here at this late hour. Thank you, Lori. Thank you, Keaton, for being here. Thank you to Travis and Town Meeting TV. And not the least, Shannon, I want to thank you for hosting us here at VHS downtown. So we're going to owe you breakfast as well.
Yes.
And you could actually eat that breakfast from Chair.
Start a new program, Midnight Librarian. See how many teens show up.
And City Attorney Brown, thank you for saying as well. So we'll try to keep them earlier. Absent objection, seeing no other business, we'll adjourn the meeting at 11:57 p.m. Thank you.
Midnight.